tenor of jack does it. If not, oh! 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 Wow. That is the pain of this game.
Look how tilted going.
He was so close to winning that pot.
Look at Eli, he's ecstatic.
Oh, yeah.
Oh! Josh, one time, baby! One time. No, you won, dude. All those bracelets and necklaces and hats and rings and glasses. Holy shit. Let's look at Jeremy's face. I can tell you right now.
So sick, like.
There it is.
Gutsy riverbed by Nick.
Yeah, and that's just one of those spots where whoever goes for it wins.
Probably going to see an all-in here from Josh. Snap call from Nick.
You might win them both, buddy.
He wins on both. Wow, Nick runs awful
I had a feeling.
here.
Yeah, I had a feeling you were going to win them both. Wow. You know when you know? Just count it up.
Whatever you bet, I was calling. I knew you were gonna fucking fire, bro. I was like, please, I'm gonna call this motherfucker no matter what it is. This motherfucker owed me $17,456.33. And I was calling all of it, bro.
He was the original raiser. Johnny 3-bet, he 4-bet, Johnny 5-bet, all in. It is 19,990.
Okay, nice hand.
Great laydown. That's a tough laydown, but a really good laydown by Nick Vertucci. You're not getting aces to fold, obviously.
Queen? What was the flop, though? Yeah, I win.
Queen was on the flop.
Queen was on the flop?
You had queen?
Yeah, I queen.
I don't want to take more time.
Why can't I just flat?
And he's gonna pay him off.
You're gonna slow roll me, you motherfucker? Yeah. Yeah.
You went too. You're gonna slow roll me, motherfucker.
So there will be a big side pot, by the way. So Bryan is gonna win the main pot, which is 18,000. Ludacris is actually gonna win about 2,500. Mayhem has gone to Felt. And there's a 4 and there's 2 diamonds. 26,900 in there. Double M with the overpair. Garrett with a pair and a flush draw. Chris is all in. The pot is $110,000. That's not the player I thought would go all in, but he did it nonetheless.
You got it.
And the 4 is good. Oh, it's the king of clubs. Ludacris and Josh hit their king on the river, but it's no good. And Jeremy is going to win it all. There's the call.
Let's go.
I really wish Ludacris had showed the 6 first. I wish he showed him the 6 first.
I wanted to see Jeremy's reaction so bad.
So here's my first question for you, okay? My first question is, was that the biggest pot you ever played tonight when you won aces against jacks? No. You know how it works. Yeah, now you do. It was.
That'll give him a boat on the river.
What does Chris do here? I mean, do you 3-bet this turn? Do you fold?
Everyone has seen how cautiously Danny has played all
Yeah,
night.
he just called with 10s full. Well, Chris is going to call. He's out of position. And now what does he do on a Brit River? Are there certain cards he's going to bluff here?
I give up.
Oh, no.
I play the board? Oh no, I have a 7. 7 high? Yeah.
It would have been nice if Luda could slow roll there. Good flop for Krish. 145K in the middle. Good turn. Excellent river card.
Yeah. My new thing.
Now Ronnie goes too. If an ace comes, Christmas is best. Oh my God, it's back. He should have gone once.
Oh my God. Wow. I made it 69 because it's my favorite number.
What a hand here. A nut flush draw for Bearju. A set for Mike Villa and top pair with an open-ender for Barry, who's the big winner tonight. Wow, and Mike Nia just awards Barry even more money than he already had. He was already crushing, and Mike just, for some reason, decides to fold a set, and Barry is going to take down another big pot.
And this is going to get ugly, folks. Suited is running into it pretty bad here tonight. He hit his hand. He's crushed by ace-king. And the only thing Suited could do here is hope for a queen on the river. Oh my God. And there it is. It's the dirty, murky river. I've been in this position a bunch of times. This is so gross. Okay, they're gonna get it all in. They're going twice. Yeah, one of your sevens is dead, unfortunately. That's gonna sting. But stranger things have happened. There it is! Wow! The K7.
2750. I could never fold for 2750. Make it 2800. Now I
He gave him $50 to make the bet 2800. Oh, and that is a disastrous card. A third jack. So Viffer now has a boat. But a worse boat. So many poker players would bet here. Can Viffer figure out that he should just check? He's definitely well aware. And he does check. Great check by Viff.
Oh, that jack cost me some money.
Great check by Viff. And you know what? He's right. If he bets there, he's not getting called by worse.
I should have folded a raise on the flop. I gave him 1600 more.
Did you tell him what you had? He hit the first one. He's going to be sick. Oh my gosh, Scooper. Scooper for the bear juice. That's a sick beat for Jeremy flopping the stones.
Man, who gets so lucky, man?
So gross, honestly. Look at this. Look at this flop. Both times?
Damn it. I'm already going to get running already.
Yeah, I am kind of tilted
No, I don't
from
play.
that flop.
Don't count those.
Just spade on both.
Hey, if you get...
Backdoor flush in the river. Andy gets paid $35,000 pot as Andy gets lucky with the backdoor flush.
Krish makes it straight. Gall makes his flush. Problem for them is they were drawing dead. It's no fun to be drawing dead and get there. Double M raised it to 30. Krish called, made it straight, and Double M wins a nice one here. Finally, something goes his way. Put the chips in. There you go. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh yeah, that's my boy. Toss him. Donkey toss. Yes. Oh! He was so close, Billy.
You're dead to me, Ludacris.
And I'm guessing he's going to call. Josh had Jack 10? King 10? Ace Jack? Okay, I didn't think he had that. I didn't think he was that weak.
Tenor of Jack does it. If not, oh! 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 Wow.
Look at these two hands.
Yeah, Dylan's gonna drop the hammer. Krish, don't ship it. Oh no. Dylan wins a nice one.
That's a hand I can beat.
It's all going in.
Yeah, he is going to get healthy. That's a misstep.
Instant bailout.
I thought you just were having fun, so you didn't realize it. That's what I thought.
Man again. Fucking every hand. Every hand.
Fucking Kane loses to douche by
Every fucking hand. Stupid. Fucking every hand I lose. Suckers, you don't do one scramble this fucking shit. Make it that big scramble, man. Do it scramble. Fucking you taking the cup, putting together and putting there. You random. Every fucking hand. Cocksucker.
I believe this rant is out of love.
I think so.
And Chris calls with ace high. If I'm seeing that correctly, 12,000 and a call.
7. How about just ripping? Wow, they would have both turned hearts. Oh my God. But he's gonna make the call. Wow. With the king 9. And he hits the 9, but it doesn't matter.
Call.
I got a 10.
He didn't miss. Oh, Patrick thought he had him. That look on his face.
That good call from Mike.
That's fair.
I don't have aces.
Okay, I call.
And he calls. He calls. 123,000. Here we go. Oh, ace in the door. And he's gonna need to catch backdoor clubs. He needs to catch a jack. Oh, $123,150 pot. Gonna let it go. Krish, and he shows it. 9 high.
No.
He calls.
I have a straight.
Nick is going to win a $44,000 pot.
Pocket 8? Holy shit, I had the exact same hand.
Look at
I had the exact
Look
same
at Patrick's
hand.
reaction.
That's a good fold.
This is about as long as I've ever really seen Andy tank. He's usually a really fast player. And he's gonna let it go. And he is correct.
I swear in my head. I swear in my head. The only fucking hand. The only hand I beat.
Just under 15,000. There's the call. And Andy's gonna get some back. How about 28,000 back?
I have an ace.
I know. I know, but fucking look. I slap it. I don't do no shit.
That's bad, man. Sorry, bud. That's sick. Sorry, dude.
Sorry, dude.
I call.
Good call, Kim.
Oh my god. That was. Thank you.
Take a deep breath. Nice hand.
And now, Mickey is betting the river, and he's betting 13,000. Oh, he folds. Had the calling chips in his hand.
Put that in your poker movie.
Diamond on the river.
I only have a straight.
For the side bar.
And Eldar's going to scoop this pot. A $21,000 pot. Eldar hits runner. Runner.
Bitch is mine.
5,000 behind.
Give me that shit. Give me that shit already.
But he could press it. He's going all in. He went. I'm telling you, there it is. He's not going to love it. It's a $137,000 pot. This is for sure one of the biggest pots Chris has ever played. I know this kid. This kid now has chips, like playing chips. They're not locked up.
No.
This man could lose those chips respectfully in the right spots. I'm not saying he's a donkey, even though he is.
So if you guys are fans of Andy, let's see you smash that like button for Andy. Send him good vibes on his vacation. He will be back in a couple months, but it will be a long couple months without him. So let's smash the like button for Andy.
I don't think Mark's going to fold.
Whatever you want, it doesn't matter. You're dead. You're dead.
Dead. No, he's not. He's not dead. Well, now he's dead.
He could get runner 5-5.
I think he's going to say all in.
All in.
All in. All in and a call.
Ronnie just called initially, set the trap.
How dead am I?
He needs a queen that's not a heart. He doesn't get it.
He lets it go and give Dahl the credit. And it seemed like Dahl was just hemorrhaging since he folded that Jack 9 hand, but he gets it all back in that one.
And he's told them what he has. The table knows he only has ace high. And he calls. Oh my gosh, he calls. Oh, wow. And Luda doubles up Ronnie.
Dur got yorned.
Yeah, he did.
That one's Julie.
Yes. It's going to take them both.
Wow, so sick.
Flops bottom set. Lynn tries to play tricky. Doesn't work.
Welcome to the table, LG. You are a distant third place right now. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. LG with the bigger full house. Wow! What is going on? I am taking crazy pills. He did really. I thought for a second maybe the cards were wrong.
You ever said a 5? Yeah. I'm not good enough to mug, Mike. Nice hat.
Flush with a 10.
Black and mouth is going to get paid.
Or a 9 or an 8.
Deuce! Oh, I didn't know.
One time.
And Mike, all in, $50,000 pot. Chris just needs to fade a 6 on the river. And Chris going to scoop a $50,000 pot.
So you need a 5 of diamonds to be a hero, or any other diamond to just win the pot.
Oh, diamond, yeah. I'm calling because I know you ain't got no boat. I'm gonna call so bad. Shit.
Dahl may talk him into a fold here.
All right.
He does. Dahl talks him into a fold.
He's gonna fold?
Wow. Oh. Wow. Wow. You bluff.
Don't show it. I don't want to see it.
Wow. Don't show my hand. Wow. That's fucking sick, Josh.
Ronnie, ready to gamble. Ronnie needs to find a 10 or a 5. There's the 5.
Saved by the bell. Saved by the bell.
Seems fair.
We never lose taking a profit, babe.
Back over to Josh. He calls. And he hits a 6. This might get him in a little bit of trouble. Oh, and the river's a 6. That's crazy.
And now Jeremy beats nothing. And he calls it off, though. Oh, man. Jeremy with
Yeah,
an
he's
ambitious call there.
It's ambitious, but he's thinking, would he go all in with an ace when it's 10, 9, 8,
Yeah, does he have a
6?
7 ever here?
Yeah.
35K pots are ludicrous.
Gotta fade an ace or a king. Can he do it?
He did it.
Poker can be tough. Dahl just played that hand perfectly and lost 60K.
Didn't do anything wrong.
He's got to be thinking, though, it's not just 7 more because it's going to be, you know, if he calls this, it's another 2850, really. Wow.
I didn't bluff you, I don't know. You have it? Yeah.
Call.
Yep.
I like Nick's instincts. I think he probably wins the pot if he has more chip.
What do you have?
But I'll bet twice if you want.
We'll go twice.
Ace, ace. Jeremy's going to win them both.
So he did get a good run out here. Depending on how much Garrett bets, we could just see a call from Dahl.
No,
and he checks it back.
I told you, he had the donk lead there.
Wow.
Garrett is too smart for that shit.
Unbelievable.
Wow. Oh, you got gotta be kidding me.
3,000.
Oh, no. Dahl's checked here. He's obviously going to check raise. I mean, the only thing I'll say is Krish's slow playing
28,000 total.
actually saved him.
Call.
Dahl wins $180,000 pot. If he calls this, the pot will be $30,550.
All in.
Bill just moved all in.
Oh, God, he always has it.
With that, we say goodnight to Bill Klein. Bill, that's tough.
George here has backed into a flush. And Krish is going to raise here and a value phone raise here on the button.
Wow.
Garrett makes the call. A very good call from Garrett, putting all the pieces together.
I didn't give a shit.
Wow, he snaps.
Now I look at all of them.
Yeah, Dahl's going to get some back here. Well, folks, this is an indication when you are flatting what could happen to you.
When I start this game, I go to commerce first time. I pay 10, 20, no limit. I start like this. Oh yeah, I'm bluffing all my life. My life is bluff. My life is bluff. My life is bluff. 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 Bluff. Life is 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 bluff. My life is bluff. My life is bluff. My life is bluff. My life is bluff. 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 My life is 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 bluff. 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 My life is bluff. My life is bluff. 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 My life is bluff. My life is bluff. My life is bluff. Life is bluff. Life is bluff. Life is bluff. 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 Life is bluff.
You only pass through this life once. When you get old, all you're gonna have left is your memories. So make them good.
No fault, I done doubled up. Pray up, get money, then we lay low. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? It's all me, everything is on me, gon' back it up. Matter what? Told you I'ma do me, why you hating on me? It's not adding up.
We are live here at the Hustler Hotel and Casino for some high-stakes poker action, 100, 200 blinds with a 200 ante. I'm Kane Callis alongside Nick Vertucci. Nick, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, King. Glad to have you here. It's a pleasure.
I'm excited for this. It's going to start out 100, 200, 200, and then I understand that these players may be increasing the stakes here, as if that game wasn't already big enough.
Kane, you can count on it. We will see this game go to 1-2-2, or excuse me, 1-2-4 with the 200 ante. I promise you that.
I have been excited about this for a while. This is a very unique and eccentric cast of characters we have here. I'm already looking at Wesley right here, who, from what I understand, has only been playing poker for about 3.5 weeks. I played with him last week when I was actually participating in the game, and he certainly played like somebody who's put in more volume than that to me, Nick. Have you had a chance to play with him or commentate on him?
Yeah, both. And let's start out with Tiger here. You want to bring him in, or would you like me to do the honors?
Please, go ahead.
This is Tiger. We've seen him a lot. He's a financial advisor, and he's been a staple here on Fridays. We go right to seat 2 with Michael. He ran for Congress in 2018.
Wow.
Seen a lot of him here and there in the poker circuit, and we'll see what he's going to do tonight. Of course, in seat 3, Mr. Israeli Ron. Everyone's been waiting to see him tonight. Him and Ben go for round 2, the Rumble in the Jungle, and his favorite hand is Queen Deuce, and he's got a special treat for you when he takes that jacket off in a little bit. As Kane was mentioning, seat 4, this is Westside. This is Wesley. He's a crypto investor. As Kane said, 3.5 weeks in. And I'll tell you what, he's been studying the game, and he's an intelligent guy, so he's showing a lot of signs of potential here. He's doing great. Well, we know this guy. This is Ben. He's a venture capital investor. He and Israeli Ron a week ago had a little fun time in the game, and it's been getting a lot of traction. And I'm sure these guys are going to kiss and make up, or maybe they'll go at it again. We'll hope for both. All right, we got DC Lawyer, commercial real estate tax lawyer, and I've played with a few times with him live and a lot online. Great guy, and he's going to be fun to watch tonight for sure, King.
Yeah, this is such a great cast of characters we got here. As you already mentioned, Wesley, I played with Ben, and
That's
we
right.
have JR.
Yeah, JR. Let's leave it at this. He's an entrepreneur, runs some big businesses, and got a chance to play with him live a couple times too. And back to seat 8 for the GOAT, Garrett Adelstein, G-Man Poker on Twitter. He is known to me as the 8th wonder. Right after Niagara Falls, you go on down the line and you will see Garrett.
The man, the myth, the legend, and always a fan favorite. And as you can see, Garrett buying in for $200,000, covering everybody at the table multiple times. Is that what we normally see from Garrett?
I will tell you this. You will not see a second of poker without Garrett covering the table tonight, no matter what is on the table. Someone puts $1 million, it's $1.4 million.
And then we, of course, have Ben, JR, and DC. Ben and JR buying in for 60 each. DC Lawyer and Tiger right around 40. Israeli Ron at 30, and Wesley playing that 100 big blind stack. You know, it's his first month of playing poker. Maybe he hasn't started studying the deep stack play yet.
Everyone has a style, and I'll tell you this: Wesley, at some point, whether it's winnings or ads, will have a lot of money on the table, but he likes to approach the beginning of the game like this.
Yeah, he had King 10. So she
and real quick before the action starts here, we are High Stakes Poker Productions. As Kane mentioned, this is Hustler Casino Live. We come to you 5 days a week, 5 p.m. Pacific. And we're playing high stakes poker here, folks. Smash that like button for us and hit the subscribe button. That helps us out, and we appreciate it. And let's get right at it. Kane, take it away.
We have a raise and a call, going to a Queen, King, 10 flop. A check from Garrett back over to Wesley with a pre-flop raiser from the cutoff.
Right? That's about what you. That sums it up. Yeah.
Wesley with a continuation bet with his bad gut shot, and Garrett's going to come along with the up and down backdoor heart flush draw to go with it. And Wesley hits the best card in the deck on the turn.
West side.
1,600.
He bets 1,600. Now, a lot of more experienced players may check this back here.
Yes, that is correct. We will see some of that tonight, both ways. But yeah, he made it there, and it's good for him to win the first hand, build his confidence, and he's going to take down a little small pot here. But yeah, I would agree with you. I think that's a perfect check spot there.
Since you started playing on the show, have you ever at any point been losing?
Yeah, of course. I lose in a small game. In 5-5.
For how many minutes in that small game were you down?
Shoved like 30 times in a row. yeah. I just shoved. Can I have some fine? Yeah, I got you. Give me 1 second.
Are you worried they're gonna kick you out? Like they're not gonna let you play anymore because you win too much? Or?
No, just start.
I don't know, man. Today very well may be the last day you play. That's what I heard from production, but.
Garrett doing what Garrett does.
Much today, bro. Be careful.
You know, like when you put the meat in the oven and you braise it and you give it a couple turns? That's what Garrett does, and he does it really good.
And that's certainly part of his game.
It's tenderizing West Side.
We got a raise here from Israeli Ron, and look at this. Ben coming out with a 3-bet, 8-3 suited. You were talking that there was a little tension between these two, Nick.
There was. Last week there was a little bit of blow-up with the two, and there was. And so we're right at it, but that ended a little anticlimactic. And I will tell you, oh, there it is. There it is. Do you know what happened last week? Are you familiar?
I was at the table, but...
Oh, that's right.
And Ben, I saw Ben
You and Wesley were talking.
Yeah, I didn't know what Ben was upset about.
Do you still not know?
I guess because Israeli Ron asked him if he wanted to see one of his cards.
Well, more than one time. Israeli Ron, that's his thing. He likes to show you his hand. He likes to tell you what he has. He likes to tell you your hand is dead when you go to a all-in flop. And Ben was winning, and he still got tilted because it was kind of constant. So that was what that was about, and that's why Ron has that shirt on, and I think it's good he can make light of it.
The difference between me winning and me losing is everything. When Ron's showing me his fucking hand every time.
They're talking about that hand at the table.
That's right.
We all got a stick.
Listen in, see what Garrett has to say about it as we get the deuce 8-9 flop over here. Tiger flopping a pair of 8s. Not much going for DC Lawyer on this board. Tiger makes a little bet to protect his equity, takes it down.
Yeah, and a little fun. I'm going to let the players go, but I got a little fun story about Ben, who set me straight last week after I commentated a couple times, and it's pretty funny to me. So when we get a chance and we see him in a hand, I'll tell you about it.
Yeah. So what was the other shirt?
I just literally got it like 30 minutes before I left for the business.
What did the other one say?
I love the other shirt guy. Where did you even get that shirt?
Get it made.
CustomInc.com, right?
No, in the mall. No. Do it on the mall. You got it.
Player announces limp.
I will be raising this hand.
It's not only with you, Ben. It's basically what I do.
We see Garrett sporting the high stakes poker mask, which if you want any merchandise, you go to pokerrags.us and you can get that high-stakes poker garb.
3 players to the flop. It's JR who flops the best of it, but Garrett, very aggressive player, goes ahead and fires a continuation bet on this board, a pretty small continuation bet. Obviously picks up a call from JR's King 10 of clubs.
Nick.
So is he the commentary?
Check. No, he's in the game. This is his seat.
22. No comment.
Yeah, he's here to play.
Nick, you're getting a little shout out from the players.
I was. That little hello was to me when I got here. As we know, we're on a little bit of a delay, and so when I got here, I waved to the players, and that's what you saw.
JR's already gotten 2 streets of value here. The first street on the flop, it was Garrett betting into him, and then Garrett took a check call line on the turn. Here's JR going for a 3rd street of value for a little less than a 3rd pot bet size. You think Garrett's going to pay off here for this size?
You know, on this one here, I think Garrett doesn't have any history with JR, but I think he's going to let this go.
I mean, it really is. It seems like such a strong hand, right? The second pair to the board with an ace, but what does he expect his opponent to have? Yeah, and he does make a good laydown.
A king beats him. If he happened to be trolling around with an ace-8, he's just going to let that go. Too smart of a player.
Nice fold by Garrett, getting a very good price on that river. Correctly lets go of the ace-queen.
Got a chance to play with Garrett again. Had been a couple months since I had played with him. We played last night. It was a fun game. We had a blast.
Ben, is 8 o'clock, is that when it was supposed to end anyway?
Yeah.
600.
Unless Ryan has other ideas.
Raise it 2200.
As he sometimes does.
Got a raise from DC lawyer Garrett, re-raising with King 10 of clubs. He is known to be aggressive, and here's Tiger on the button in a tough spot with pocket 8s. You got a raise and then a 3-bet from an aggressive player. He's going to elect a call. He thinks his 8s are good right now.
Well, what you're going to see a lot out of Tiger and Ben is they are aggressive players. They're very, very sticky. They make a lot of crazy moves, and like I was mentioning, Ben kind of told me I was complimenting him too much last week. He said, keep it real, man. You know I'm a whale. Make sure everyone in the universe knows that. And I said, you know what? Deal. It's booked. So
3 ways to the flop, and that's a favorable board for the pocket 8s of Tiger. 2 checks over to him. He elects for a half pot size.
Yeah, this is just going to work.
And he gets a couple of folds.
Pretty awesome.
Normally that would be a call that's on the loose side with pocket 8s pre-flop facing a 3-bet. However, against Garrett's range, I think that's a good play there. I mean,
I agree. But, you know, a lot of these guys, too, it's kind of commonplace to see these type of plays, to see calls like that from 3 bets. And so, you know, welcome to the jungle. It's just how it is around here.
Are you still cold, Wesley? Because it's hot in here.
You know what? Because it's over there, I drink more. Because I think about it and I go there more times and it wasn't next to me.
And then you have to go to the bathroom.
You're warm, right? Yeah. We'll move this fan closer to us.
6.
Raise 600.
Nice.
Raise it to 2000.
we have another raise and a 3-bet. And look at this. We got Israeli Ron with pocket 9s. Very similar to the last situation. A difference here is that Israeli Ron is playing from the small blind, which means that post-flop he'll be playing out of position. But nonetheless, he does overcall back over to JR with a dusty 4-3 of hearts. He does let it go, and we're going heads up to the flop. Israeli Ron's pocket nines against Michael's king-queen of clubs. Look at that flop for king-queen.
Oh, my God. Just crushed that flop.
I'm not super sensitive to temperature, so just move it as you want.
Michael's hands up to his chin, thinking, what am I going to get called from on this board?
Well, you know what's funny is players like Ron and a lot of other players, I was just going to say, will look a flop like this up. And
Sure. I mean, it was a quarter pot bet, so Michael picked the perfect size.
I'd like to see this go check. I think, well, he's going to keep the same line.
Michael now betting 2,400, increasing his bet size relative to the pot a bit, about a third size pot here on the turn. And I'm not sure if you noticed, Nick, but his hands were a little bit shaky putting his bet out there. You know, fresh on the stream and flopping the absolute world.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's in disbelief about how fortunate this has started. And
well, I'm in disbelief that he got called.
How fortunate.
Oh!
And look, Israeli Ron now with his hand up to his face, thinking that he just sucked out, thinking that he just caught up.
Oh, and he just...
And he leads 5,000.
He donks it for 5, and he's going to get the bad news here, Kane. And he's going to have a big decision to make. And there it is.
Wow. Michael has to think that Ron has Jack 10. Right, I mean, this hand's just like Jack 10.
It has to be because you can't imagine he floated both those, the turn, the flop and the turn. So
now Israeli Ron, I mean, being in his shoes, going from not really sure where you're at on the flop, not really sure on the turn to you're almost certain that your hand's good on the river when you bet that 5,000.
Yeah.
But then when your opponent shoves, it's like immediately your heart sinks, right?
Yeah. Kane, I'd book a bet right now that there's, I mean, he might use a couple time chips, but I know Ron, and I just don't think he's got the fold in him here. And that is not a dig on Ron. That is just think he is, I don't know, maybe he's putting him on ace-queen, but.
Well, it's a tough situation, right? Because your opponent wouldn't do this with ace-queen for value.
No.
Right? But if your opponent... So your opponent really never should be bluffing.
What could he put him on then? Because there's no bluff line here.
Right, but if Michael's a really sick player, right, he could just take 3 queens and do this.
Yes,
yeah. Ron does make the call.
And unfortunately, too, I don't know. I know this, but Michael is not that player.
Right.
He is not that player.
Wow.
You know, that's the kind of trouble you get into when you float the flop and a turn with the old couple of 9 balls. But wow, what a river. What a river. So sick.
$30,000 of Israeli Ron's chips head over to Michael in what was a pot that reached over $60,000. And for Israeli Ron, the bank bag comes out and more chips will be added to the table.
Kane, do you think maybe, I'm just fishing for something here, maybe because Michael just fired both streets that, I don't know, maybe you'd get a check back if you had king-queen? Do you think maybe that's in his head, or just too good of a hand to fold, huh?
I think it depends on the player, right?
Yeah.
It clearly was the best play against Ron to continue to fire.
Yes.
But against somebody who might lay down a hand like pocket 9s, pocket 10s on the turn, then you want to get that check back, go for 2 streets of value. But Michael played that hand as well as he possibly could have. Not too much going on this board for any players, but DC Lawyer with the best of it. A pair of jacks and a gut shot, and of course backdoor nut diamond draw.
Ben being true to form, like he told me, and just keeps firing. Yeah, he gets the best hand to lay down.
You're so contained, though.
No, that's just an ace. I mean, just a queen.
We are fewer than 20 minutes into the stream, Nick, and already we've seen a massive pot here. I'm excited for the carnage to come among these players. I mean, everybody at this table, all of these chips are in play.
They're
Right?
all in play, buddy. There's blood in the water.
Not one of these players here is locking it up. And we have Garrett raising 5-6 suited and early.
I think it's a compliment.
For sure.
Tony might fold it.
Yeah, Tony might fold it.
I mean, I was routing for this.
But then Tony's not
for
good.
that card. Then
This is the type of position that we'll see. We might see a 3-bet out of the old Tiger. It's not unlike him. And there it comes.
See what happens when you needle him.
Were you gonna fold or call if I didn't say that, Tony?
I was probably gonna fold.
Fold? Okay, yeah, that's all I want to know. Thank you for your honesty.
I will tell you, Kane, Garrett does love to talk, and he is very social, but there are some cases that there's a reason. He loves getting players to talk to him during hands, unless it's his turn. Garrett's going to float it.
Yeah, Garrett floating the flop with some potential backdoor straight possibilities, also just getting such a good price on his call. Tiger, continuation bet less than 1/6 the size of the pot on the flop, and now Tiger's reaching for more chips, continuing to fire, and Tiger probably thinks he's bluffing here, but he actually has the best hand.
And I'll tell you, Kane, Garrett doesn't, when he's really looking like this, he doesn't give up on hands like this. There's a real good chance.
You're telling me Garrett's going to continue? I'm
telling you, Garrett's going to do what he just did and make a move on him. He is not going to just call that hand.
Wow.
I just didn't get a chance to spit it out.
Now, is this a live read that Garrett has? Is this, or does this have to do with the board texture, bet size?
He's the eighth wonder, brother. I mean,
what a play by Garrett.
Yeah.
With just 5-6 high, his opponent, 3-bet pre-flop. So his opponent can have hands like ace, queen, pocket kings, pocket jacks, pocket tens.
I could not tell you what he picked up on, but I know when he was tanking like that, it was not to get airtime. It wasn't for a call, and I just didn't have enough time to tell you. I would not be shocked if he didn't put in a raise here.
Wow, what a play.
He does that early a lot, too, to take the temperature of the table, to see hands, to set the precedents, and we'll just see. He's off to a blistering start.
I've been trying my whole life to get that trend going, man. Speeds the game up. Let me know.
You will hear Garrett many times self-deprecate during this game. He will always downplay what's happening and okie dokie around, but he's very, very in tune to everything that is happening.
Now we got JR and Wesley, both with a couple of suited hands. Not a good flop for either hand. Let's see if JR continues to fire on a board that should favor the pre-flop raiser. He does. And it looks like Wesley.
Wesley, he's been studying. He's going to let it go.
He does.
Maybe 3 weeks ago he might have called. Not now.
Thanks.
I have the fortunate and unfortunate thing of having a lot of felt time with these fellas. So I've seen it all. Been in the crossfires of a lot of this too.
So Wesley does lose points.
There is the beautiful Tita bringing in a $10,000 rack for Mr. Ron. Nobody puts chips down on the table better than Tita. Guys, if you like what you see, smash that like button. Hit it. Takes a second. Just push it, press it, smash it. Hit subscribe so you're notified for all our videos and games. Support us the best you can that way, and we will keep bringing you the highest stake poker cash games out there 5 days a week.
We have our first four-way pot here. was Tiger who opened it up, got 3 other callers. Israeli Ron flopping a flush draw, but electing to check it back. Pairs up his queen on the turn. And now it's Garrett with his gut shot to Broadway, who's going to be betting out. Tiger had picked up second pair, comes along.
There isn't a second pair in the universe that Tiger doesn't love, and he's in. Ron has an affinity for queens, so I can't imagine he's going to fold it.
River pairs the bottom card on the board. Garrett now knows that his 2 opponents are unlikely to have a 4. We're going to see Garrett take another stab here?
No, I mean, I don't...
Wow.
Yeah, that's a rough river with the spade in the 2 callers, and it just, on this one, he's going to be back to the 3rd wonder because it's not going to make it through. Although I do believe Israeli Ron will not raise this hand.
I can't raise it.
Yeah.
I have a flush.
He's got a little bit gunpowder all over him from the first hand he was in.
If I wouldn't lose the other pot, I probably would.
Wouldn't have mattered anyways. He wasn't going to get any more money.
I had experience with him with Jack-Up flush, you can say.
So Ron's talking about an experience he had months ago with another flush.
Chip, right? That hand?
That's yeah, that's a good poker strategy, do you think? Maybe reel back about 4 months and apply it to today.
Well, you told me I had the best hand all the way. But anyway, not pay for your trip.
That's just the layer. I just don't. That's just too deep for me, man.
Yeah, I don't think Garrett knew what he was talking about there.
Ron's getting the type of cards that's either going to go really good for him or it's just one good hand after another. And let's see if he can't pick up a pot here.
That's why I didn't do that, because I had the 3rd line.
And we'll go 3 ways. Tiger making a liberal defense here in the big blind. 5, 6, ace. Up and down straight draw for JR with the backdoor flush draw.
1100.
I think that's a good sizing when you got nothing, but he is running into a hand that has a lot of potential, so he's going to get looked up.
One more.
Queen on the river.
Makes it.
Gives Ron 2 pair with an ace, of course. Oh, JR checks with his 8 high. Thought we'd see a bet out of there from JR with no prayer of winning the pot other than bluffing at it, but
he gave up.
Probably was a good check. Israeli Ron, after rivering that pair of queens, would have been a tough spot for Ron.
I think his shirt should say, "Oh my God, you won't believe what I fold," because that's how he says it. Oh my God, you won't believe what I fold.
Right.
But you know, he's pronunciating on his shirt. I think it's good that he spelled it right. But when we make shirts that say that, it's going to be spelled wrong, Ron.
Ben raising this one up over to Tiger in the small blind. Tiger's been getting quite a few pocket pairs pre-flop.
Well, you know, these two, eventually sometimes you got to separate them at a table because Tiger and Ben are close friends. They play a ton of poker off stream and on stream, and they love going after each other and needling each other. And they're going to let it go. Yeah, man, you were part of a drama action-packed game that day you were there with the little bunny hopper and with Ron, and I mean you were in.
Let me tell you, that was more than I signed up for.
I'll tell you, yeah, that's right. Now that I think about it, you had a lot going on.
We had the whole maybe angling accusation. We had the sharing of the cards and fallout from
Ben
that.
won that hand, and he still wanted to take down the casino.
Ben at the center of all the drama.
You booked a nice win that night, yeah?
I did well.
Good.
66.6 in the
wow.
black.
66.6.
60, yeah.
Wow. Very good.
Very good. I'm not sure if that's a good omen, though. 6-6.
Yeah, no, I don't. It
know.
depends what you believe in, but yeah, I could go good or bad. Depends on what you're thinking, but I'd rather pip it up a notch and be like 66.9 or, get it?
Right. And Tiger, after raising and calling Wesley's 3-bet, gets the 8-8 deuce flop. He is ahead with his ace high. He also does have the backdoor nut diamonds.
West side's going to take a poke. Tiger's sticky, but he's not crazy.
Nice, well-timed bluff by West Side Wesley. Now, is what Garrett said true, Nick? Has Wesley been winning in the big game every time he plays, despite his lack of experience?
I could not tell you every time, but I know that he played a couple of the smaller games, lost. Then he played his first Friday game and crushed 70 or 80,000. I can forget what it was. And then I think he's had a couple of big wins, and like he played the 5-5 ante game maybe a week back he was referencing, and he was just 5K bullets, one after another, all in.
Wow.
Yeah, and then, at some point he rallies back. He just keeps clicking buttons and gets there. But he really is, for as long as he's playing, he really does get it. He's just going to have to fine-tune a few things, and he's getting there. He's determined. Hey, we got a big hand here.
Yeah, today's been the day of overcalls to 3-bets Wesley out of the small blind with a hand that makes sense to do it, pocket tens, but it's back to Garrett.
This is going 4-bet.
With suited ace-king. It is going 4-bet. The question is what size. He goes pretty big here, which makes sense with ace-king.
Yeah.
Up to 8,000, 4 times the previous raise. And now is Tiger going to get sticky here with ace-8 of diamonds?
I tell you what, Tiger's going to seriously contemplate putting some money in here, and he's even the type to jam here, but I think he will err on the side of reason after really thinking this out and probably make this fold. But let me tell you, he's not showboating. He really is not showboating. This can go either way, but I think he may make the fold. And if he does, West Side with his stack, I think he's going to shove. How about you?
Well, yeah, let's get to Wesley in a second. But Tiger right now, is this player dependent? Is this because it's Garrett putting in the 4-bet that he's thinking about shoving?
It's two things. It's because it could be Garrett, and he does do a lot of things that are like this, even without a hand like ace-king or kings or aces.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, like I said, Tiger likes to gamble. He's smart, but he likes to gamble, and if he sees a spot where he thinks someone's trying to maybe steal this pot, he would shove it, and he's going to make the fold.
Good read. He does make the fold. Now over to Wesley.
There
goes
it is.
All in.
There it is. Oh, and Garrett's giving him the one time.
One time.
Wesley has to figure that out. Garrett doesn't like to go twice unless he is, pushed. Oh, wow. Not a good flop.
Not a good flop for Wesley. Good flop for Garrett. $46,000, 400 pot.
Oh, the eighth wonder just holds up.
Garrett does take it down.
Thanks.
Wesley's probably a little shocked about the one time. He hasn't seen a lot of that. But
You always go once? I much prefer to go once. If somebody begs me, I'll consider it.
there it is. That's the truth. Wesley going to reload. He's got no give up in him.
Not Wes with 15, no. What? Nothing.
Garrett making reference that the pot is too small to even risk splitting.
You mean somebody asked if you were ever folding?
When?
No, like the ace king.
Oh, no. I was not folding my hand.
No, ace king suited.
Nice fold, Tony.
You'd have to take it out of his cold, dead hands to get him to get rid of that pre-flop.
Hard to beat me on that board.
Hard to beat you on that
You
board.
could have like pocket fours or something.
Yeah, yeah, no, for sure. It's possible. It's just hard.
Raise 700.
I did have you on ace king though.
Oh yeah.
We would have. We would have.
1400.
And now Tiger back on the attack. And Wesley, we see again 3-bet Tiger to this 1400 size.
Yeah, just min betting them.
And we got DC Lawyer coming in
Tiger
the
going
big
nowhere.
blind. Tiger, of course, calling, getting that price. 3 ways to the flop. Not much help for any player. DC Lawyer in the lead. Wesley electing not to c-bet this dry Queen 3-3 board. Interesting. Maybe he thinks, you know, with 2 other players in the pot, it's too likely that a player has a hand like DC Lawyer's, which is going to continue on a board like this. And now it's Tiger with the heart draw. This is your hand, right, Nick?
Yes, but in this order, 9-6. 9-6.
That's more tough.
The money in front of him is what he owes the pot already.
I bet you DC is going to probably let this go. Yes, yes, yes. Played with him a little bit. He's not going to chase hands very often.
You are right again. Tiger takes that one down.
Yep, 9-6 of hearts, and it's all Tiger.
You can see after that big hand with Garrett, Tiger was relieved that he had let it go. And as we can see the standings now, it is Michael after that huge pot against Israeli Ron, who's up the most, almost 29,000, and Garrett right behind him.
I shorted you, I think. Yeah. I'm pretty sure these whites that I gave
Well,
you-
as you know, it just takes one hand here to put you at the top or the bottom of that board.
Yeah, while Michael is up the most in money right now, I believe Garrett's won the highest percentage of the pots that he's entered. It seems like when he doesn't have it, he wins. When he has it, he wins. At least so far.
Yeah,
I know this personally.
He has some chips. It's crazy.
This is my chip.
That's what I gave him? Yeah. Okay, oh, so it's easy. Okay, don't worry about it. We're good. Yeah, good. I'm just counting my stack over there.
His chips are here, Garrett.
600. Amazon West. 60.
Yeah, his chips are here.
You can just take it. It's right behind you.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah, yeah, even easier. Thank you, guys.
Good try.
Thank you.
And the green one.
Okay, thanks. God, I'm trying to help and I'm slowing shit down. I either gave you 19 or 21. They were odd either way. So. Oh, nah, better not.
So what's there with me 14, right?
All right, well, we got over 5,000 people watching. We know that's heading nowhere but north. That's going to go up. And we got 543 likes. Kane and I are now asking you for your likes and hit the subscribe button, guys. If you like what you see and you want us to continue to do this at the level we do, that does support us. We've talked about this. We would appreciate it. And maybe we'll even bribe you a little later. I see it going up. Thank you. Let us know inside the chat. I'm watching that you are doing it so I could see who you are and who's supporting this craziness.
That was fun.
Doing a good job, guys. It's skyrocketing. Thank you.
Tiger raising, Wesley 3-betting him again, and Tiger has to be thinking, you know, every time I enter the pot, this guy 3-bets me. Wesley sticking with a small size, this time increasing it by 100 up to 1,500, and of course he does get Tiger to call. Tiger flopping middle pair, and Wesley with a very c-bettable hand here.
Going to be hard to get going to be hard to get Tiger off this with the jack and the backdoor flush draw.
Oh.
I'd like to see Wesley continue here, but he's not going to.
Oh, look at that river card for Wesley. Broadway.
There it is.
Wesley now would only lose to a backdoor diamond flush.
Wesley, I was going to say, likes to put in a big bet here when he's got the stones.
You know, Wesley very aggressive with his chips there as he put them in the pot. He played a hand similarly against me where he aggressively put 10,000 in the pot on the river, and I was in a tough spot, and I ended up calling him last week when I was playing.
Did he have it?
He had it. He had it.
Well, you know what's weird, too, Kane, is a lot of times players do the opposite when they're not paying attention to their tells, and they act aggressively when they're weak.
Interesting.
But he acts aggressively when he's aggressive.
I wonder if that's something he's deliberately trying to do the opposite of what one would expect, or if it just happens to be the way that he manipulates his chips.
That's a hell of a question.
Either way, it was too much heat for Tiger. Wesley takes it down.
Friends or family
Yeah,
as well.
I have some friends. I have a cousin out here. Two
Okay.
cousins out here.
Nice. Where they at?
Westwood.
Okay, nice.
Garrett. Yep. I heard you had touched my teeth.
Yeah, you had to pay a tail collection.
Michael under the gun with a beauty.
It's okay.
600.
One of those eight.
Raise 600.
We're going to go 4 ways on this board.
Still warm here today.
Hmm. 2 clubs out there gives DC Lawyer the club draw. Israeli Ron, top pair, top kicker, and of course Tiger. Tiger loves those middle pairs, Nick. He manages to find them a lot. This time he will let it go when his opponent bets into 3 other players.
You can also point it straight at you if you want.
One is more than enough.
There's another one over there, Garrett.
I know, I'm cool. It's
2 ways going over to the turn. Israeli Ron
Yeah, but point it to you.
probably happy with that turn as he now picks up a gut shot to go with his top pair, top kicker.
2,500.
How much you paying then?
That was a quick call by DC Lawyer, and oh boy, there it is. Now, Ron has the luxury of having the ace of clubs if he decides to check here, which he will. DC immediately grabbing chips.
I think it's just like a lot of people here don't know each other.
I don't know if that ace of club is going to hurt Ron, but his body language says he doesn't want to call. Watched a lot of hands with Ron, and when he holds his cards like that,
Which is fine. I don't really care. But
Pretty small bet by DC Lawyer here. I mean, with the ace of clubs, I would almost want to raise or shove here, you know?
yeah, this would be a spot for sure that you could throw in a nice big raise. Unfortunately, he'd get called, I think, ultimately. But
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But he folds it.
Wow. Great fold by Israeli Ron.
Yeah, good fold.
It helps though, like when you've got like someone like great stories.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, one guy who has like no like social, let's call it apprehension or whatever at all, right? Happy to just talk the whole time and then
Apprehension? What is that?
it's like someone who's not shy at all. You know what shy is, right? Yeah. You speak very good English, I assume, or maybe just very good English, you think? Okay. I don't want to offend you. I'll use big English words then.
Well, you're doing a pretty good job of it right now, Garrett.
No, I think it's probably good. That's why I'm asking.
Just teasing. You know, it was funny the other night. Wesley, wow, Queen Jack spades, pretty hand.
Was that a straddle?
Someone asked him, "How do you say dum dum in Chinese?" And his answer was dum dum. No kidding. The whole table erupted, and so all night we spoke Chinese and calling each other dum dum.
It's too good.
Can't make that up.
Garrett with just the call here with ace-5 of spades, perhaps thinking that Wesley's under-the-gun raise is strong or that they're simply not deep enough with the straddle on to be 3-betting it. JR with the call and Israeli Ron with the call. I was going to say, Nick, there probably weren't going to be spades on this board as there are 3 suited hands of spades. Oh, it's Wesley with kind of a dicey hand here, right? You do have top pair, and you do have a gut shot, but there are 3 diamonds on this board,
Yeah.
so you always want to tread lightly here in this sort of spot, but he does put out a bet to protect his equity, and it's good enough against those
Very
hands
fortunate
to take it down.
that no one had anything red.
How bad do you want a massage right now, Trent?
Really bad.
Raise 600. Call.
For those of you just tuning in, we are at the Hustler Casino in California, right outside of Los Angeles. These players are playing a real money cash game, 100, 200 blinds with a $200 ante. Minimum buy-in of $20,000. Some people buying in for as much as $200,000.
I grew up in Northern California, but then I moved out to, I've been in Chicago for about...
And it's crazy, Kane, because we are doing this weekly, and these games are running like this on a weekly basis. And we got some of the best players and the most action players in LA.
Oh, look at that
Wow.
turn card. When you call a continuation bet on the flop with 5-4, that is the turn card that you want. And interesting, Wesley kind of thinking before checking there, right? Continuing to do the opposite of what you'd expect.
That's right.
When somebody's strong on this turn, normally they'd like instantly check to feign weakness, right? Here, Wesley just being true to his emotions, thinking about potentially leading before checking. He does check and call.
Ben's going to get the bad news here, one way or another.
You think Ben's going to try to go for a third street of value?
I don't.
No.
2 pairs.
This is the right appropriate time. You know what I call it? 6-3. Yep.
Ben's brain looked a little scrambled for a second.
So when people say Northern California, does that mean like San Francisco generally, or is that like north of San Francisco?
I think anything north of San Francisco and above, Bay Area and above.
Is north of,
I think that's generally how people use it.
as opposed to like people would say the Bay Area for San Francisco.
Yeah, like I would include the Bay Area as northern, but where I grew up was like Mendocino, Lake County, up by
Oh,
Napa.
I've been to Mendocino.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 6,000 or 8,000 already. So yeah. It was like 4-5 pairs. Yeah. More than that. The turn bet was 4,000.
I grew up in like small but really beautiful places.
We got a limp from DC Lawyer. JR raising a little bit loose here with Jack 10. Tiger coming along with the 3-bet to 2,500. And DC Lawyer overcalling after limping. JR gets away. 2 players heads up. Not good for the hands of either player, but this is a good board for Tiger's perceived range.
1,600. Raise 4,000.
Wow, look at this.
You ain't kidding.
DC Lawyer had the best hand, but he still turned it into a bluff. Took down the pot against Tiger.
DC Lawyer's got moves like Jagger.
DC, yeah.
For some reason in my brain, that's not a place where people grow up.
True. Very rare to actually be born there.
Yeah.
A lot of people come to school in that area and just stay.
Yeah.
Or work.
That's what I assume is, either school or work takes everyone there.
Right.
Yeah.
Wesley limped a small blind, got a quick raise from Ben, and Wesley came along. 2 players to an ace-queen 6 flop. Good board for Ben's ace-10. As you can see, he's 97% to win that pot.
That's going to be that.
How often do you play in this game, Nick?
Well, so yesterday was one, what were we play? 51-1. It turned into 51-2-2 or something. And like tonight's game had a really high demand, and Ryan and I discussed it, and I said, well, I want to play one of them. And I wound up in the Thursday game, but I always play, this week though, I played Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. Yeah, and then Friday when I can get in. Because I always err on the side of what's best for business if someone wants a seat.
Sure. We got the straddle on this hand. Wesley raising up his button with pocket 3s to 1200. Here comes Ben.
There he is, true to form.
5-6 of spades and disaster for Ben. DC Lawyer has pocket aces behind.
Ben, the self-proclaimed Shamu.
That's a big re-raise with aces. 13,000.
Come on, Ben. 13,000? Put it in.
30 back.
You've played with DC Lawyer. Does he have this in his arsenal with air?
Negative, Ghost Rider. Nice. Although, we did see that nice little raise out of him with 8s with a...
That's true.
A ace and a queen or a jack on the board when he got 3 bets, so... You know, I should be careful because I don't have that much table time with him. I played a little bit with him online, more so than live. So I need to take that back. I think I'm under rep in DC Lore. I think he needs to do what he does, and we'll figure it out.
Well, either way, Ben correctly assessing the situation,
That's right.
letting it go. It was a large 4-bet size, especially when he was in position against the 3-better.
Now, Ben has a tendency, I will tell you something about him that I noticed a couple times when I played with him and commentated. When he has a big duke like DC Lawyer just had, whether it's pre-flop or post-flop, he will do some crazy things and make an absurd bet and put in thousands of dollars looking like just crazy. And every time he's done that, well, I don't want to be giving it away, but he's had it. And so... I'd like to see him do it once without it, and he'll get paid next time. Yeah, he'll just snap bet like 20,000 on you in the weirdest spot, and you're just like, what the hell is going on here?
Are you doing a round? We do project together. They went to my house from right now, so they live in my house, so they bring me the picture
And I'm sure these guys like Tiger have seen him do it when he doesn't have anything. I just haven't played with him enough.
So you said you've played with DC Lawyer online, though?
Yes. So we have played for the last couple years on our own group on an app when COVID hit. We all kind of got on there and just started playing so we could stay busy. And I only knew him as a DC Lawyer, and then I think I met him in Vegas when we put a game together at the Aria for a couple days. I met him there. Can't remember if he played here. Very nice guy.
Not me. I wouldn't do that. No. This maniac.
DC Lawyer doesn't strike me as the online poker
I get
type.
It. Yeah, you're right. And when I say online, it's our private group of about 20 or 30 people that we just, go on and do our thing. If he plays otherwise.
So you got to explain this to me. He lives in California. His name's DC Lawyer, but he's a Wolverines fan.
Yeah, he's a box of chocolates, this guy. That's all I can tell you. It's a box of chocolates. Really, really nice guy.
The straddle is on. There's a round of straddles. Wesley calls 400. DC Lawyer calls. Garrett's not folding his button here. It looks like he's attacking to 2,500.
As soon as he smells a straddle.
Here's Tiger in the small blinds, facing a large raise from Garrett here. It's tough to continue with the ace-10, right? But he knows Garrett well enough to know that his ace-10 is ahead of a lot of Garrett's range if Garrett's opening a
That's
hand
right.
as weak as ace-6 here. And Wesley fishing with his 4 deuce of spades. So we're going to have 4 players go into the flop.
Got a nice little $10,000, $11,000 pot here. Pre.
Not a great flop for anybody. Tiger with a gut shot to Broadway. Yeah, Garrett saying there's no way I'm going to steal on this board with 3 other players in the pot. Just checks it back.
Depending on this river, this is probably all these folks look like they're just going to check it all the way down here. And if this board doesn't improve, Tiger's going to, and it doesn't. I don't think anyone's going to make a move here. It wouldn't make any sense. Tiger's going to win this pot.
I have a pair.
Just like that.
You're absolutely right. Tiger takes it down.
He prints an $8,000 bill with ace-10, facing some heat. Pre. And I'll tell you, Kane, when we see the straddle coming on, you'll probably see it come on this round. They may take a round off. You'll eventually see Garrett say, straddle, 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 and if nobody says anything real quick, he goes, great, and he throws it in, and the straddle's on again, and then eventually someone will lobby for it to become permanent.
So it's normally Garrett pushing the action to try to get the...
It will be at this table here, I believe, because he does want to play bigger, and I believe that's what will eventually happen here. And these guys are all game, so this will become a 1-2-4 with a 200 ante shortly.
Big game. Big
yes.
Game. Israeli Ron finding a call with the 7 deuce. Wesley calling, so 3 players, all with suited, not great looking holdings. Going to the flop. Garrett flops a gut shot here. Let's see how he chooses to proceed. It'll be interesting how Wesley proceeds as well.
Wow.
His 10-7 of clubs. And remember that read about Wesley betting aggressively when he had it? Here
there
he
goes
does
that
not
theory.
have it. And yeah,
there goes that
he put
theory.
his chips in very aggressively. Here comes Garrett with raising chips. How does he know?
I don't know. I really don't know. I guess he just surmises that that's just not a board that's helped him there, and it's got to work.
Or does it? Wesley in the tank. He knows he has some backdoors here. He knows he's up against an aggressive player, but yeah, it's just too much heat.
It's too much.
And Garrett takes down another one.
That's why they love him.
Who do you expect to have the highest VPIP when it's all said and done, Nick? Tiger, Garrett?
No, I think Garrett's going to be at the top with, let me think this out for a second. Well, I think Tiger's going to be at the top.
Well, here we have the results so far.
Ben will be up there.
3 players in the black. Sorry, real fast.
No,
3 players in the black, 5 in the red. Israeli Ron bringing up the rear. Down the most right now. Michael up the most. And as you can see, Garrett has almost 219,000 in front of him. He bought in for 200,000.
Tiger, Ben, and Garrett should be at the top of the VPIP by the night's end. I would say those. Let me take that back. I'm going to go Ben, Wesley. No, excuse me. Tiger, Wesley, Ben, Garrett.
Interesting.
Tiger, Wesley, Ben, Garrett.
Wesley number 2, huh?
Many times.
As the game progresses. Now, next time we show the stat, I don't know. But as we get deeper into this, I believe it will be Wesley and Ben fighting for the top. That's a pick 'em. It could go either way. I'd probably just box them together if I was at the horse races. And then we put Garrett and Ben, probably Ben in front of Garrett. Because I don't think Michael is going to be up there. I don't think DC Lawyer is up there. I know JT is not going to be up there. And then I think Ron will take the 5th spot.
Well, here comes Michael with ace-9 of hearts. I like this 3-bet here, although it's sort of a small size, and it's unfortunately not going to work out for him because DC Lawyer has a real hand, and so does Wesley.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what.
Wow.
DC Lawyer is going to muck this.
Right. It's a
Suited or
tough
not.
spot.
Yeah.
But Wesley's shove here, because there's the straddle on, is only 60 big blinds in a game with an ante, right?
Here's where he got lucky. Not that he wouldn't have won this pot anyways. He got lucky because DC Lawyer is snug enough to let this go in the position he's in because he still has Michael behind him. Michael is not going to put all that amount of money in there with ace-9.
Right.
And even Tiger on the button has to let this go. So we're going to see Wesley take down this pot unless somebody does something crazy.
Are you that sure the DC Lawyer is going to fold ace
I'm not
king
that
suited?
sure, but if I had to put my money on it, if I had to put your money on it, 100%. My money probably still going in against him making this call. I just don't see it. There's better spots. Ace-King is a good hand, but he's got to face Wesley and the original 3-better, so I think this will fold. Garrett, I don't think would fold this, but I think DC Lawyer will, and that's no disrespect. I think it's the right fold, even though it's not because I can see the cards.
I think it's a close spot. If
It's
Wesley
close.
were deeper, then sure.
Yeah.
Right, but for 60, it is a close spot. Specifically, Ace King suited. You were right; he does let it go.
Yeah, but it would not be wrong to call that.
And now Michael thinking about his pot odds here, because remember Michael had made it 6,000, so it's only 17,900 for him to call into a pot of 35,000. Right, he's getting almost 2 to 1.
I think he's got the right price, but I've seen a lot of Michael play a lot of hands, so I'd be shy. Yeah, I'd be shocked if he put his money in.
Oh, easy game.
Show it, Wes.
Show the flop here.
Show the flop. God, he's having a good time, huh? God, he's having a good time. Look
Check the video.
at DC Lawyer figuring out what happened.
He doesn't have a pair.
I prefer to buy another hand. I prefer to buy another hand. I told you. It's fine. I just want to gamble.
I think if you're in DC Lawyer's spot, you make that call, yeah?
It is a close spot.
It's a tough one, yeah.
Honestly, it all comes down to.
I'm serious about giving my money
It all
away.
comes down to the range of the original 3-better, right? And I haven't played with him enough to know if Ace-9 of Hearts is or isn't in his range there.
Well, it is in his range, obviously, but I would err on the side to say, because it's him, it's a fold.
Magic, what are you doing, Magic? You're in action here. I'm like it. No, I'm going to do what Garrett did.
All right. There's Ben.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you. All right, party of 3. This is for a collection.
You can just put 3 right away. Oh, 7. 7, right?
It's going to be 2 for
Action flop here with Garrett flopping top pair, Michael flopping bottom 2.
Bet. 2,400.
25.
2,500. 25.
Garrett's going to look it up.
Heads up.
You know where Michael has to be careful here, even though he's got a hand that he's got to continue. And see what he bets.
Bet. 4,500.
If Garrett looks him up here, which he may, when I'm in a hand with Garrett, if I know I'm ahead right here, what I'm worried about is a jack, a king, or an ace. Because he is the 8th wonder to counterfeit my man here. But let's root for Michael on this one. Oh, shit.
How'd you know?
It's not that you know. It's just that, like, he's not only a great player, but he's just so pure when it comes to runouts.
Check.
So sick. There's the bad news, Mikey. Yeah. Been there, buddy boy. So sick.
Wow, and Michael's 2-pair gets counterfeited. Garrett takes down yet another pot. Nick, I haven't, I'm not from LA, so I haven't been playing this game. I haven't been commentating it. This is normal for Garrett? This is just how.
Oh yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. This stuff is like. Garrett will be the first one to tell you that he'll downplay that he's a great player. He will self-deprecate, but he will overemphasize how lucky he is and how pure he runs, and he's not kidding. Because I'm telling you, when you add that type of pureness to a talented player, it's a scary proposition, man. And I've been playing with him for years, and that's happened to me so many times that, like, I kind of expect it. I shoved on him. I shoved on him last night. I overshoved him last night because I put him. I knew I was in the lead on the turn, and I shoved. I don't know how many big blinds just because I thought he may have a spade, and I know he'd get there. So I had to put the pressure on him, and everyone watching is going to think, why would you take all that value away from yourself? And it's because he was going to get there. But he did have a spade, so it was a bad shove.
DC Lawyer with aces again.
Wow.
And look at that size. That's a very large 3-bet size with pocket eight. He just loves to pound those pocket
Well, you
aces.
know what that tells me? It tells me he does. I'm just being honest. It tells me he doesn't want a ton of action. Maybe heads up max, but that's just like you said, twice in a row, and it's just going to be hard unless someone has a really good hand to take that kind of pressure.
Yeah.
So you're just gonna.
This one actually not as large as last. I didn't see 3 players in, so a little bit more than pot, slightly more than pot. It looks like, or about pot size this time.
Which in this game too is smart because there's a lot of stickiness.
Right. Wow, but no stickiness this time.
Nope. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
So let me ask you this: it's a fresh stream. All players are with their starting stacks. It hasn't started. What would be your line on Garrett having a winning session on an average day?
On an average day or today?
On an average day from the start.
Oh, on an average day, he's given points away for sure that he's gonna book a win.
Yeah.
There's no Garrett's a winning player. Is what he does.
That's a minus 200 bet.
It's a minus 200 easy. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
The chat's coming in saying I see a 60%, 70%, 80%.
Yeah.
2/3. It's around minus 225 is what the chat's come up with here. Tiger now has raised to 700. Looks like the round of straddles is over. Ben taking the King 6 offsuit, raising up to 2,300. Now, is this because of the feud between the two of these?
The friendly feud. They go after each other like crazy.
This isn't because Ben happens to like King 6 offsuit. This is
well, Ben is Ben. Yeah, and it has a lot to do with being in with Tiger. See? This is what they do, man. And then they show each other, they needle each other, they make moves like crazy, they love it.
Yeah, but Tony had King 5. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hi, Tony.
He was ahead. He was ahead. King 5.
They live for this shit, Kane. They love it.
Who tends to be, Nick, the biggest chat favorite? Is it Garrett?
Oh, by a mile.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the golden boy. Even when, if ever he makes the mistake of misclicking or, doing something wrong, even we're human, right?
Mm-hmm.
They still praise him as if it was just so gutsy or, just can do no wrong.
Let's hear from the chat. Is that true? Who do you want to see walk away the biggest winner in this session? Is it really Garrett, or do you want to see Westside Wesley?
Well, they're gonna
end up as the biggest winner.
That's gonna be neck and neck because they love Wes.
So it's close.
Oh, well, yeah. I don't know if it's gonna be close, but he's been really a big favorite. So what are they saying?
I see a Ben in there and a lot of Wes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They love Westside. Yeah, because Wes comes in banging and firing bullets and going crazy. They love that. They love that. They hate you and I. Just so you know, I just want you to. We're good at like what we're doing right here, and we're good poker players. But you're not going to get any love in the chat, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You played too good Friday.
Right.
Okay. All right. And I'm not saying I am. They just don't like me for every other reason. But you could make a comeback if you just,
I still
yeah,
have
you still got
hope.
potential. Yeah, you still have
funny.
hope. See what this. Yeah, they're confirming it.
Anybody out there rooting for DC Lawyer to be the biggest winner?
Yeah,
anybody
Michigan
rooting
fans?
for Michael? Anybody rooting for our boy Tony? Or, of course, JR. Looks like it's mostly Wes. Mostly Wes today. Wes is taking over as the fan favorite.
Yeah,
People,
they
you
love
know.
him. Look at these two again. Mommy's going to have to separate these two if they keep this up.
Tiger and Ben. Mano y mano here, and Ben reaching for continuation chips. That's 1200 Tiger with
Tiger'd rather stick a pen in his eye than to fold this flop against his buddy.
nines going nowhere. Good turn card for Ben to continue to fire here. He picks up a gut shot to Broadway.
Come on, Ben, you got a reputation to uphold. Let's go, Shamu. Do a double gainer. No, he wouldn't do it.
And he does check. Take his free card. River card is a deuce.
Looks like Tiger's going to take a chunk out of the killer whale here. What do you think? There
Looks
it is.
like it.
Yep.
So far in this feud, Tiger has been getting the best of Ben.
Yes.
Today.
Yes.
He said, no bluff. And he said, he's not folding.
Yeah. How is he ever going to fold nines? Not folding nines.
I didn't fold nine. What happened to me?
I mean, if I bet 3x pot, would you consider at least for like 10 seconds?
I'm not folding.
No?
After that check.
3x pot, you snap. You don't even think
Don't
about
snap,
it.
I think.
Boys and girls, we got almost 7,000 people watching. We love that.
Maybe it's a 50-50 decision.
This is High Stakes Poker Productions. I'm Nick Vertucci. I'm here with Kane Callis. This is Hustler Casino Live. If you love what you see,
Do that all the time.
smash that like button for us. I'm watching. I want to see it go up. I know where it's at. Let me know in the chat when you do it so I can see who's doing it. Keeps us healthy, and we really do appreciate it. Hit subscribe, too, so you can see all our videos. And when we got some big games coming up, which is pretty much every night.
I'd never been here. Yeah.
West Side,
Or whatever, yeah. This is the
the
closest
new
to Manhattan.
favorite.
It's pretty fucking great.
Yeah. And it's been going for like a year, or not even.
That's like half a year, if I had to guess.
3 players going to a flop here, including West Side. Ace, King, 8. Not a good board for anybody. But Tiger
Depends who
as
wants
the
it, yeah.
pre-flop aggressor is going to stab here.
Gonna work.
The quality's so good, like it's.
Nick's
You know-
obviously like done a lot too. But
You know,
Bryan
so-
is, like the one who's like grinding.
Oh, let's
all
listen to
hours
Garrett.
all
They
day,
love
every
listening
day.
to him,
It's
so.
like, he's got a hell of a work ethic.
Yeah, as far as like card rooms, like there's nothing even close. Like certainly some of the televised stuff is really good production value. But as far as like games like this, like casino games,
Yeah.
this is
Well, that's like yet
awesome.
another like Ryan is the best there is.
Yeah, you flopped the nuts here with us, JT. So Wes told me I could share this. You know, he took a big dip in Bitcoin. I think you guys talked about this. He lost 20 million per what he says, and he was a little depressed. He was having to sell and was a little stagnant. And no matter how much money you have, it's relative. And now that he found poker about a month ago, it's rejuvenated him. It's given him something to look forward to. He's studying it. He's having a good time, as you could see when he's playing. He's having a blast. So it really pulled him out of, you know, a little bit of a funk, if you will.
Yeah, since we played together last week, he's been texting me every day. Get out of crypto, sell it all. He's been more or less needling me as it's been going down every day. I wake up to a text from Wes. Hey, did you see crypto's down again today?
Yeah, well.
Play poker. Yeah. And you can do that here, like in a fucking casino.
Yeah. With all the support infrastructure and everything else.
Yeah. The house isn't taking 50,000 a night. You know what I mean? It's just poker, right? Like so much of the other shit isn't even poker. It's like something else.
I think a lot of it has to do with like availability, right? Because there aren't big games like this available.
For sure.
Ooh,
for
top
sure,
set for Ben.
But like, now that there is, you know
totally,
what I mean?
Totally.
Like almost everyone sees, okay, this is a much more appealing option if I'm trying to play poker, right? Yeah.
The cards had not been falling in Ben's favor so far this session, and he got exactly what he needed, and now it's Israeli Ron with his gut shot and bottom pair who's betting out. Interesting bet here by Ron.
Let's see how Ben wants to play this.
17,400.
There it is, Kane.
17,000.
There it is.
You were dead on.
There it is, buddy.
Dead on.
There it is.
You are the Tony Romo of poker commentary.
My favorite commentator, football.
Really?
Yeah, I love him. I think he's well. And now you said this, I can't say this. I think he's the best.
Well, then that's.
I'm not the best, but I love Tony Romo. That was not why I said that. I just think he's awesome.
You are prescient, my friend.
Prescient. Never heard that word, but I'm going to go with it's good.
Ben takes it down.
Most games that are available to people like me are.
Is it anything to do with precious?
I find it really hard to keep my
Probably not, right?
Prescient means that you make statements that are likely to come true. They're well timed.
Got it.
They are well timed statements and likely to come true.
I like it.
I'm still considered big, but like a little smaller than this, and I would feel the same way. And so that was like one of the things I've kind of decided like myself. It's like these, let's call them upper medium-sized games, like I'm just never gonna play. And then I think that'll keep poker like more interesting.
I have to agree with Alex T in the chat that Chris Collinsworth is my favorite color commentator, but I may be biased because of how much I love Al Michaels.
Well, those guys are the nuts too, man. I know.
Al Michaels is, to me, there's nothing like turning on Sunday Night Football.
I agree.
And listening to Al Michaels call a football game and refuse to call Washington the Washington football team.
Good for him. I love that. I love that.
Nothing like that.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you. Those guys, like, when you hear that, when you hear them, it's just football. It's, you know, it's, yeah. They do have that. Tony Romo has not been around long enough. He's just really good at what he does, but those guys are the goats.
I forgot about that. Give my money back.
Give my money back. I like that.
Rebate. That's what we call it.
4 ways to the flop. Wesley and Ben sharing hole cards. Garrett flopping top pairs. Rayleigh Ron with second pair and some potential backdoor straight draws.
And the 8th wonder crushes the flop. Please, everybody, stand in line, move along, take a look, no pictures, and move on past. Get a good look at the 8th wonder.
Loose call by Israeli Ron. He's going to need some help. He's an 80-20 dog going to the turn. That doesn't help.
No.
It helps the 8th wonder.
It does. Ron sure does love queens, but not right now. That actually hurts Ron, seeing that queen, but I think Ron may not want to take the heat here and on the river. I think he may find a fold here, but there could be a case made for him to continue with the craftiness of the 8th wonder.
10 seconds.
And he's going to let it go, Kane.
Garrett continuing to add to his stack. I imagine that he's the biggest winner at this point after Michael had to fold that ace-9 of hearts, where he had 3-bet to 6,000 and then folded.
Right.
So but for Garrett, I mean, it's just slow and steady, right? He hasn't gotten in any big cooler situations. If anything, you know, it was kind of a cooler against him where he was able to fold the river, and he's just playing very, very good poker.
Yeah. And the thing about Garrett is this either gets run up to 5, 10x or but he doesn't lock up, and Garrett loves action, and I've seen both. I've seen Garrett stuck 100K and book a nice solid 100K win, and I've seen the opposite. So it could go either way, but generally speaking, Garrett's going to come out on the top of a lot of lineups that we're seeing.
Now let me ask you the opposite question.
Sure.
Is there a player on these streams, he or she doesn't even need to be in this game, who the chat generally likes to root against? You mentioned you.
Me.
You are the one.
Well, I don't. Let me think. Am I the? No. Probably they like to really go after Armenian Mike.
Okay.
Probably me because I'm snug.
Uh-huh.
So they don't like that.
I see a couple Bens in the chat. I see a Julie.
They are hard.
I see you wrong.
They are hard on Julie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're very hard on Julie.
She's such a nice lady.
She's
I played
a sweetheart.
with her last week.
I don't, I couldn't tell you. Maybe ask them, but yeah, it's unfortunate. And I'm always in here banging back for her too because she's great. Well, what happened with Julie too, because the chat's very results oriented. When Julie started playing, she's a very good player, but she ran really bad for the first 2 months here, just sick beats.
Sure.
But that just means she's horrible to the chat. They don't understand, downturns. And so, I mean that respectfully. They can push back and say whatever they want to me. But, and so they were really hard on her. And I'll tell you, me, sometimes I'd be like, oh my gosh, these guys don't stop. But, sometimes even like with Julie, she could be a little, maybe sensitive or someone else is or, and they read it and it affects them. I'm always going, come on, guys, keep it light. Let's go. But, this is what they're here for, man.
Right.
They're here to let you have it,
Well, listen, meanwhile, we're in a 4-way pot here where Tiger has a flush draw. Check this out. Tiger has a flush draw. He bets. Michael comes along with a number of players left act behind with second pair and a gut shot.
Yeah.
Right? And then you got Westside Wesley with the up and down straight draw. Again, not all up and down straight draws are built alike, right? And this one is not a very strong up and down straight draw because you're 9. If a 9 comes on the river, you're probably not good, right? So he came along, and now of course the 8th wonder of the world, Garrett raises it up. It's going to be 6,500 for Wesley to call, and Garrett is going to take down yet another pot.
There it is.
With his 2 pair, and when you have 2 pair, when you have Jack 7 in this spot, right? It's not like you're fist pumping. It's not like you know for sure that your hand is good, right? But Garrett correctly assessing the situation, raising it up, and denying his opponent's equity, which on that board is very important, right? We know that his one opponent had a flush draw. We know 2 others had straight draws, and he just takes it down.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's really, really beautiful.
Some meaningful.
Yeah.
I just won't.
Yeah, you want to be
I'll just play stupid because
you want to be focused and trying.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, I think that there's so many.
All right, Kane, let's see what time it is. I think I need to go make a couple calls that I said I was going to make around this time. So
it doesn't really get better than that.
It is all you for a little bit. I will be back.
Nick, it's been a pleasure, and I'm looking forward to seeing you back in here soon.
I'll be back in here in a little bit. NV out.
I want to compete in something,
The other thing too for me is like
those of you in the chat, that was Nick Vertucci. I'm Kane Callis.
I wouldn't call it
and you're watching the Hustler Casino Live. Big game. 100, 200 with a 200 ante.
Yeah. Versus like otherwise it's just spinning on work constantly.
For sure,
and this is something where I have to like.
That's great that you can do that. Yeah. I can relate to that to some extent. Yeah. Just in general, my brain is just always going a mile a minute. Yeah. So I wouldn't say it just shuts off. Like I can stop having anxiety about all those other things here, but it does. It's less.
Yeah.
I like the social part of poker too, where like, people can be talking, or if it's completely silent for a while, that's like totally fine.
Yeah.
It's like a very comfortable environment where it's like, if we were to like, go for dinner with our wives, like, it couldn't be silent for a minute. That would be super uncomfortable, right? Exactly. Yeah. So like the fact that like silence is like allowed and sort of socially acceptable on a poker table makes it that much more enjoyable. And I think that's why like it's super easy for me to be social and sober and whatever at the table. But like if I'm at a party, like it's pretty hard not to drink. You know, I just feel awkward, and of course everyone else is drinking because that's like what you do in America.
You got action here at the table. Wesley
I'll take a break.
flopping top and bottom pair, just calling Ron's bet. And Ben putting out a raise with his gut shot. This is an interesting raise here because Ben does have a gut shot, but it's not a gut shot to the nuts. Back over to Ron with his favorite hand, Queen Deuce, lets it go. And Wesley moves all in. Ben rolling his eyes immediately.
Count, please. Count, please.
Don't bluff me.
Count, please. Count, please. I was bluffing, but I have some equity. I have some equity.
I don't believe.
I have some equity in the pot. I was bluffing.
You know I'm going to all in. Why you do that?
I didn't know you were going to all in.
Ben does indeed have some equity, but not enough to make this call profitably.
20, 28, 29, 30, 31, 7.
How much more is it for me to call?
A lot.
A lot? I have a gutter. I'm thinking about it.
24-3 to call.
I have 8-5.
8-5?
Yeah. I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
How much more?
24,300.
You're all in, right? You're all in.
Ben exposing his
I
cards.
don't think I'm getting the right pot odds.
10 seconds.
Well, that's certainly true, Ben. The question is, do you want to gamble here?
All right. I don't want to see it.
Ben lets it go. Wesley takes down yet another pot. The fan favorite, West Side West.
Enough for I know. Enough. That's enough.
I will say we're definitely not getting the pot odds.
I could hear what's going on in Garrett's mind when Ben is talking.
I knew that you were thinking that exact thing because you were like looking at me. I'm like, I'm not gonna give you a read, bro. I can't influence the action. No. I know you didn't expect me to.
I can hear what's going on in your mind. What a retard.
No, I mean I bet so. I was just thinking that like you made the right decision. You were not getting the right price.
I love to see Garrett's impressions when
I raised so much that like I might have been committed, you know.
Yeah.
If I made it 17 or whatever, I would have to call.
How about a new straddle round? Sweet.
Like the hand against Ron, I made it 17, right? So if I made it 17, I would have had to call. I mean,
Garrett pushing the action up. Asking how about a straddle and then immediately putting out the straddle, making the game effectively twice as big.
What's that?
If you are fearless,
you get better luck too.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. That's the lesson from the last hand. Fearlessness rewards in poker.
fearless of anything.
But I guess you were bluffing with the best hand.
That philosophy hasn't worked out for Ben very well.
And look at this, right when Garrett puts on the straddle, increases the size of the game, he picks up kangaroos in the big blind, re-raising to 6,000. Wesley putting out a quick call with ace-queen. So we got two fan favorites going heads up. The kings of Garrett against the ace-queen of Wesley, and there's an ace on the flop.
You want to read the name?
25. Check. I'll make it 25. 6,000.
I hate you, Wesley.
Wesley casually tosses in $6,000 worth of chips.
Call 6,000.
Garrett makes the call. King's too strong of a hand to fold to one bet. And Wesley hits two pair on the turn, but it's actually a decent card for Garrett because he picks up a gut shot.
14,000.
$14,000 bet. Garrett does let it go. It's too much heat, and West Side Wesley takes it down.
I wish you bluff me.
What's that?
I wish you can bluff me.
Yeah. Maybe next time.
I know you are good at bluff.
Wesley, what would you do with your chips if there was someone in?
I don't know how to stack chips. I'm beginner. I didn't lie.
No, I love it.
That is a very good question.
Wesley says he's been playing poker for about a month. That's what he told me when I played in this game last week. What do you guys think? Do you think that's a true story? You think Wesley is really new to the game of poker? He certainly plays well for somebody who just picked it up. Couple people in the chat
Fucking Wesley just handed me my ass.
asking about whether or not I play poker, my poker experience. I played for a living for over 10 years.
My ass every week. 800. 35.
Online, live. I at one point had the largest televised cash game pot in poker history that I had won, which was 2.17 million at the Triton Series of Poker.
Oh my God! Yours. Wow.
And now I play when I can.
I did have a good hand.
I just know it.
Now I manage money, launched a hedge fund, and play poker whenever I get the chance.
When I have a good
As
hand,
Ben
he folds. When I'm
picks up the
bluffing,
pot.
he just snap jams.
That's what good players do.
Unreal. Snap jams. He doesn't even tank jam. Snap all in.
Professional.
Straddle is on. 4 to go.
Tony the Tiger with the straddle
I
on.
wish I had committed myself with the gutter.
Wesley
Then I could have
raising up pocket kings. He just cracked kings, and now he gets dealt them.
5 of hearts. Yeah.
7,000.
And Garrett picks a bad time to 3-bet, and look at this. We got a call by JR. Wesley immediately moving all in with pocket king.
Snap call! I thought you did a help you. No. I did not snap call, no. So sick.
Back over to JR. It's a big all-in here.
You just fold because you thought I snapped
God
About
damn it, Wesley.
120 big
Anyone else,
blinds.
this is a fold.
Hi.
How much is it?
I don't know.
He has more now.
Oh, you added on?
No, he won for me.
I win a little. 54? I don't know how much I have.
It's not a 54 hand.
JR correctly assesses the situation, lets it go.
Jack 8.
Thank you.
He does that with Jack 8.
Jack 8, 3, 9, 2, 4.
No, you don't go all in with 2-4.
I did.
You really did?
I did. Last Friday.
And look at this. There's a new sheriff in town, boys and girls. Wesley, the biggest winner this session, up almost 30,000. Garrett up 20,000. Saw an interesting point made by the chat that Wesley, with those pocket kings, may be giving off a tell when he's laughing as his opponent's considering a call.
Was it tighter than my fold?
Generally, when people are laid back, easygoing, laughing, having a good time, it actually means that they are in a good mood, right? That they're happy about their hand. It's a good point.
I don't know. I hate folding these big draws.
You call it tens there.
It's really close to service. Yeah, I really don't know. It's right there on the board.
I think it was a head. It's just not for 50.
Wesley picking up the exact same hand, suit, and rank that he did earlier, the 4 deuce of spades, limping in. DC Lawyer raising to 1,400 with pocket tens, and here comes Tiger, 4,100. It's a small 3-bet, less than 3 times the size of DC Lawyer's raise. Back over to Wesley. Is he going to get sticky here with 4 deuce?
He's like tripled his stack now.
It's okay.
It's mostly my fault.
We're going to catch you speeding, Wesley.
I'm the one who keeps raise folding every time.
He gets away.
So you have to do some adjust.
DC Lawyer makes the call, and already this pot is over $9,000.
Yeah, the more we'll play, you'll see I'll never adjust. You put money in, I'm going to keep putting money in forever until you take all of my money forever.
4, 7, Jack. DC Lawyer has to be pretty happy with that flop. And Tiger just electing to check his ace-king in a spot where a lot of people would continuation bet on this board. Deuce on the turn. You think Wesley's a little upset with his fold right now?
Just every day, punch me in the face till it's over.
West side. That's his game. West side.
10 on the river. DC Lawyer, who already had the check mark, but now has trips. Tony considers a call, thinks better of it, lays his hand down, and DC Lawyer wins yet another pot here. So for those of you just tuning in, you are watching the Hustler Casino Live, the big cash game. It's 100, 200 blinds with a 200 ante, but right now it's playing, in fact, 1, 2, 4. We got hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table, over $500,000, I believe, on the table right now.
I bet you wish you learned about this game earlier, huh?
Why? It's like free money.
Free money, but also the most fun thing in the world, right?
No. I can only play right now. Like when I get rich, after I get rich, I'm fearless.
That's what I'm saying, though. All right, yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, but
I bet you were both rich and learned about poker 10 years ago.
It would have been 12.
He would have been a billionaire by now.
Yeah.
Probably already is.
Wesley limped in early position here, setting the trap. He did this quite a few times when I was playing with him last week in this game. He did it, I think, twice with pocket kings specifically under the gun. And he successfully induces a raise here out of Tiger with pocket fives, and now Israeli Ron lets go of the pocket threes. Wesley with the re-raise.
8,000.
From my experience, when Wesley limps under the gun, now he does sometimes do it with weaker holdings. We saw him limp in early position with deuce 4 of spades, but a lot of times he likes to do that with his big pairs.
And I am back, Kane. And
welcome back, Nick.
Yeah, and I'm just now seeing this. And it's going to be hard to get Tiger out of this, even for 5,600. I hardly ever see him fold a pair pre.
Thank you.
I mean, if he calls this, he's strictly calling to try to bank a 5. This hand was so strong from Wesley.
Call.
You were absolutely right. He makes the call. It's pocket fives against pocket jacks, going heads up to the flop.
Heads up.
Oh.
There's a 5. It's
Bink.
the door card.
Bink, 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 bink.
8,000.
Right now,
All in.
All in?
well, there it is.
Tiger is all you can eat.
How much is it?
Nick, I don't think we're going to see Wesley get away from this.
I don't either.
19.
I don't think he
He's
can.
getting such a good price. If Tiger did have a hand like pocket 7s or pocket 8s here,
Yeah.
even a hand like 8-10 suited, right, which is in Tiger's range, he
Yeah.
could very easily play it this way. A hand like 6-7 suited, 9-8 suited.
Taking the 8.
There are so many hands that have a pair plus a straight draw here that would play their hand this way.
Price is too good. Too many possibilities for Tiger here. We're going to see Wesley put it in,
I can't tell
unfortunately.
So 17 more, right?
17,400 more.
17,000, right?
400. 17,400 more.
17,400.
Yeah.
You have a pair of 9.
I don't think Wesley's even going to use a time chip. He's just going to call.
10 seconds.
Looks like he just asked Ben if he should call.
I think he did.
Not sure that's allowed.
It is not allowed.
How many times he calls?
Whatever you want.
Twice. Twice?
Sure.
2 times.
These players will run it twice. Let's see if Wesley can hit a jack. He only has 1% equity left in the hand, so perhaps the jacks were folded pre-flop, and that's why.
That's
he
me.
bricks the first board. Second board, he bricks again.
Yep. Well, Tiger making a ambitious pre-call. Gets paid. Pays off for him. And he's going to win close to a $70,000 pot, and he just printed $35,000 profit. Boom. Bink. Just like that. Right in the door.
17-4.
Thank you.
That's pretty standard stacking there for Wesley. He likes to spread his stacks out to the right and left of the box. Always looks like a little city he's building, a skyline. He's got stacks, high, mid, low, tall, front, back.
Yeah, Wesley's going to be in trouble when he goes and plays the Colossus at the World Series of Poker, and he's trying to do that at a 10-handed table.
That's right.
And as we can see, after this pot, Tiger is in the lead, and, you know, we've had an alternating group of people who are the chip leaders here, right? It hasn't just been one guy dominating. It started with Michael. And
hey, look at it. Wesley, Tiger, Ben, Garrett.
That is absolutely
If I was
right.
at the track and I did like a box or a trifecta, oh, my God, we'd be printing here, Kane.
You would have paid on your what is it? What is it for in any order? What is that? Quinilla?
Quinilla.
Quinilla.
A Quinilla.
You would have paid on your Quinilla.
Oh, we would have just printed like nobody's business.
Your exacta would not pay though, because you did take Tiger to be number 1, and right now Wesley.
Yes, I did.
I did.
Well, yeah, you know, Kane, like that's what we said earlier. In this game, one hand here, one hand there. You go right from the top to the bottom and the bottom to the top. It's a big game.
These players playing massive stakes. 100, 200, 400 with a 200 ante. Every player at the table with at least $30,000 in front of them.
Has the 400 been on or grandfathered in yet?
You know, what happened is when you stepped away, it got to Garrett under the gun, and he did exactly what you predicted. He said, "Hey guys, straddle, anybody? Okay, great." And you know,
Didn't wait for the answer.
All of a sudden, right? All of a sudden, they were playing a straddle game.
There you go. Yeah. I got to go get another hobby, man. This stuff is just too seared into my head. You know, it's just crazy. Hours and hours of it.
West Side West has a check mark because he does have the 4 diamonds, giving him a flush.
He's going to get there.
So lucky.
So, Kane, tell me, with all the stuff you do, I heard about all the ventures, the business of this, that, all the different things you do. How much do you enjoy poker when you still play poker, and how much do you enjoy commentating, and which do you enjoy more and why?
Interesting question. So I can tell you I enjoy playing poker a lot more now than I did when I was playing for a living, right? When
I can believe that.
For a living, I was playing, you know, I wasn't putting in a ton of hours, but let's say 30 hours a week.
Could still make you cranky, though, can it?
Right, 30 hours a week playing and at least 5 hours a week studying every week, right?
Right.
So I was kind of bored of it, and now whenever I play, I love it.
Right.
And I actually feel like I play better in soft games now than I did back then, because back then you're just in the grind and you're thinking so GTO, and now I'm thinking about every hand and every player specifically when I play because I'm enjoying it. Right. I do think that today I would be a little less competitive in a high roller field than when I was playing full time, just because I'm not keeping up with the sims. But I've always loved commentating. That's something that I never look to make a living out of, right? It's something I just enjoy doing. And so I never got burnt out of that. And anytime I get a chance, I just
You
really
love it.
Yeah.
Well, you're like me. You got a face for radio. So
Exactly.
that's what we do.
Exactly.
That's what we do. I used to have a radio show, real estate show years ago, and I love it. I love being on the air. I love dissecting something, whether it's poker or real estate or whatever.
You're a natural, my friend.
I don't know about that, but I love it.
Are we cool to keep it going? Does anyone have a problem with that?
What's that?
Can we keep the 4 going? Everyone cool with that?
Wait till he comes back. Or...
He's not gonna care. Sweet.
I'm good.
You like how Garrett just throws it in there? Oh, guys, we'll just keep the 4 going, no problem.
There,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. It's like, hey, you
Yeah.
guys all good with that? Okay, it's on. It's on.
It's like, it's like when you're on a first date with a girl, like, yeah, I'll just go up to my room,
Yeah, let's come on up.
Yeah.
Well, I
So
don't know if I
you
should.
take,
yeah.
You take the assumptive approach.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll just leave it the way we have it. You mean, right? Yeah.
No, he's saying 1, 2, no 2.
Is there a race?
No.
No, that's on you. It's 4 to call. You can race. I know.
Your turn to raise.
Yeah, it's your turn, but
1200.
That's like a good salesman. They'll be sitting in front of you, and you haven't even said yes yet, and they'll go, man, you've made a great decision, man. I got to tell you, man, this is really, hey, so just, right here, if you print, boom, and then before you know it, you're just signing, and you're printing, and you're like, oh, shit,
Right.
maybe I did say yes.
Exactly. 6, 10, Jack, Ben flopping. Top 2 pair here. Unfortunately for him, Wesley doesn't have much of anything to continue. That actually happened to me the other day. I use a local suit company that's local to LA, and I had a couple suits that I've been going to the gym more lately. I've put on a little muscle, and I wanted to get them kind of tailored. So I bring them in there.
Yeah.
I go in there. They end up convincing me that the suits fit perfectly. And I ended up buying 2 new suits before I left. I wasn't planning on buying anything.
That's right. They don't want that.
Yeah.
They don't want that other business,
like,
just tightening up your
Right.
waistline and making your arms bigger. Who needs that?
By the time I got out of there, I'm like, what the hell just happened?
That's right. Well, some of the best salesmen are the biggest lay-downs, too. So maybe you're a good salesman.
I will add on.
1200.
Too funny.
Whoa. You all right, Tony? You sure?
Where you tilted, you just won.
No, it's
Tony just 4-bet the air filter.
Where you tilted, you won.
Where's the action? Me? Sorry. Try to fix it here too.
Not a bad flop for Ben again here, huh?
Not too bad.
And he puts in a casual call. Michael picks up a heart draw on the turn, checks it over to Ben.
Nice. They got you being the bouncer yesterday.
4,400.
Today. Thank you.
4,400. Uh-oh. What's Michael doing here?
Wow, Michael reaching for
He's
raising
got
chips.
ideas, yeah.
Raise 13,000.
Oh, and the Academy Award by Benjamin.
All in.
Oh, I'm all in. I bet you Michael would give anything to take that back and just, wow.
You have me covered?
I don't know.
I have like 60 total to start.
I got to tell you, though, Nick, I like the idea by Michael there, because this is not a hand that you can really profitably check call against that size.
Yep.
And he strikes me as a guy who has an image that he wouldn't really be looking to get out of line in this sort of spot. So
great move, just the worst time ever.
Exactly.
Forget it, I fold.
Yeah.
Fold. Show me the river, though.
Oh, don't look at the river. When you rabbit hunt, it's a heart. Stop it. Oh, come on. Everybody knows that.
You are Romo.
Everybody knows that. If you call,
Dodged one.
it's a spade. It's easy. It's black.
You had a 20% chance.
I don't care. When you
right.
rabbit hunt in a situation like that, it's a heart. If you call the hand, it's black. Everybody knows that, Kane. I know that. Everyone knows that.
Now I know what I've been doing wrong all these years. I gotta believe more in luck.
Man, there's nothing worse than, like, if I'm in a hand, and in the games that I play, everybody wants to see the turn in the river, no matter if they're in a hand or not.
Sure.
And you got to just kind of put up with it. But, man, there's sometimes I'm like, oh, God, please just don't show the river. Don't show the river.
Well, it sounds like you play in the right games anyway.
They're not bad. They're
Yeah.
fun. Yeah, they're fun games.
Yeah, back when I was playing for a living, I was invited into the games where people were talking about how many Skolansky bucks they've accumulated.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, the Skolansky system or something. Was that his book?
Yeah.
Or something like that, right? I read that book back about 1 billion years ago. And I used to bump into him in Vegas. God, he would get chewed up in today's game.
That's a blast from the past, huh?
Oh, my God.
Skolansky.
I wonder if anyone knows who that is in the chat. But those systems are old school. They get chopped up like a chopped salad in a game like this.
We should do a Hustler special game with Skolansky, Mike Caro.
Oh, my God. The Mike Caro Tell book? I read that twice. Kidding me? And the super system with Doyle? No, of course not. Nothing's helped me. The super system with Doyle?
Nothing.
Jeez. What's that other Yokoheimer? God, you see him in Vegas all the time.
Well, the one credited with the book that the most pros liked at the time was, other than Super System, of course, was Dan Harrington.
Oh,
Dan
is that
Harrington
right?
was the first one to really kind of post pre-flop range, like his.
Oh, okay,
pre-flop
yeah. I never
ranges.
read that one, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah. Wow, that is a blast from the past.
Yeah.
I'm old, so I go way back. I'll tell you, Kane, I'll say it really quick. I had a fake ID to play poker when I was like 19, 20, and I used to play at the Commerce, 50 cents, $1, 5-card stud, 5-card draw, and we used to take turns dealing. It was such a small game.
Wow.
We would deal our own hands.
Heads up, you two. Yeah, confusing.
Yeah, confusing.
And I'd be there shitting a brick trying to hope they don't card me, you know.
I got
You ever get any mechanics?
In the game like that, I wouldn't know because I was so green that I wouldn't have known if my life depended on it. They could have scammed me up, down, and sideways. I was just happy to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Skolansky.
Raise from DC Lawyer. Call from Michael. Michael flops. Outflops DC Lawyer with 2 pair.
How do you feel about players acting so fast like that? Do you think that's a problem? Like, if you're really paying attention, like maybe I don't know. I'm just going to leave it there.
Well, Nick, it depends. If you're the type of player who, when you're considering a bluff, right, you need to take time.
Yeah.
Then it's obviously going to hurt you to act that quickly, right?
Yeah.
But if you are the type of player who kind of already knows what you're going to do ahead of time, like, Garrett,
He didn't take his blinds, no.
regardless of the size of the pot, whether he's going to bluff or value bet, right? He takes a pretty consistent amount of time.
He does,
and he
very
plays
consistent.
pretty quickly. And somebody else who I recently commentated, who's the same as Viffer, right? Very, very fast
Viffer.
player.
Yes.
Yeah. And he's bluffing a lot, right? It's not like he's just fast because he has a value or a showdown.
It's
hand
just
and he knows what to do.
consistency is what you're saying you're looking for.
Right.
Right.
You don't want
I
people
agree.
to get a tell on your.
I agree. They say consistency over time is success. I've heard that. I don't know if it's true. Sounds like it is.
You ever think of trying it, or?
Hell no. Hell no.
JR with bottom set.
There isn't a bad habit I'm looking to break. Well, we're close to 7,000 people watching. We got 1.5 likes, 1,500. We could use a few more. If you're new here and you haven't pressed that button, please do that for us. It helps us. Subscribe so you can see all our games and videos. They'll pop right up on your phone. And we are High Stakes Poker Productions. Nick Vertucci and Ryan Feldman. I am here with Kane Callis, and we are commentating this 1-2-2 game, which will become a 1-2-4 soon.
Yeah, I think it more or less has become a
Yeah.
1-2-4 at this point. I mean,
Kinda
as long as Garrett's at the table, he's going to make sure
Kind of
that
on, yeah. Garrett won't let you miss your straddle either, boy. He's on it.
Speaking of Garrett, here he comes with the 3-bet with pocket eights,
Oh,
flops,
God.
middle set.
Yeah.
And Michael with the hand that he's going to be very reluctant to let go here. He has a gut shot, backdoor flush draw.
Wow, quick call by Michael.
What was the turn?
It's a 6 of hearts right behind whoever's head that was.
Do you have big chips, Michael?
No.
Just thousands, right?
Yes.
Okay, I can see those. Thank you.
Yeah. Garrett, you don't know it, but this would be a great check time. It's the only way you're getting another street here, buddy. Maybe, and you still might not.
10,000.
Just no meat on that bone. There is just no way you can make this call. Looking at his chips, but not going to happen. And $35,000 pot goes to the G-Man.
Yeah, Garrett takes down another big one. Staying in the running for that biggest winner by the end of the show right now. I believe Garrett, Tony, and Wesley are the big winners. I believe DC Lawyer is up as well.
Yeah, the momentum is looking that way. Garrett's playing good. He's running good. He's feeling good. Something outrageous would have to happen for this to turn around.
So, do you want to buy you or two right here? You'll be the 4.
The blind is 1,000.
West Side just happy to be here, sporting that high stakes poker production mask. Again, if you want high stakes poker production merch, go to pokerrags.us.
What horrible shit is going to happen?
Grab a shirt, grab a pullover. We'll have masks soon. We'll have hats soon. We're going to have some polos soon. We just put it up, and I just wore one last night. They look good. 1,000 straddle from Ben. And the game is 1-2-4 permanent now with a 200 ante. It is on. It has become official. It is grandfathered in.
Look at this raise size. from
Wow.
Garrett. This is quite a raise. I mean, he was facing an under-the-gun limp, but 7,000.
Yeah, and a $1,000 straddle, and look what Ben wakes up to here. Just going for it, huh? Just,
I think we get the gist there.
yeah.
I mean, what other size is he going to make it, right? Does he really have a size he can make it to where he's re-raising, 3-betting, and folding? I don't think so, right?
No.
Against 7,000. So this is the right play with any hand that he's going to re-raise here. And it just comes back to Garrett's raise size, which I find peculiar here.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I guess he was a small blind, so he was facing players two limpers. He was facing 2 limpers who had limped. Or I'm sorry, Ben straddled out of position. Is that you're allowed to straddle from any position?
You can
in this
straddle
game?
from any position
That
except
must be what
the button, and he did
Okay.
straddle from that position.
Got it. So now I understand what happened. It was a straddle and then a limp.
Yes.
And Garrett came in. 7,000 was still a large raise, but
Yeah, not as bad as you thought at first.
I'll tell you what, that's a good. When you throw a green chip out there, right? Mm-hmm. That's not a bad hand to pick up on your straddle, is it?
It's better than a stick to the eye. That is for sure. Yeah, that's the right time for that, man. Garrett marinating on all that.
Sometimes if I do that, you go all in.
We're on here for 4. It's an auto 4 now. Wait, is it for me? Well, I wasn't here when
Are you cool with that? Ron, are you cool with that?
I was not here for the discussion.
Card, please. Card run.
When did
He's
ever
cool
did I
with it.
say
He just wants some attention.
So they are getting Ron's final approval because he was away when they grandfathered in the straddle. Ron said I wasn't here for it, but when have I ever said no? So that means it's a yes. And everyone's in agreement. The bill got passed through Congress, and it is on. 1, 2, 4.
Unlucky, man.
Ron's filibuster, very short-lived.
That's right. I like it. Quick-minded. I dig it.
Four ways to the flop. DC Lawyer way out in front here with ace-9.
Israeli Ron taking a poke into 3 or 4 players.
I'll tell you what. Show me Israeli Ron with a queen and a rag, and I'll show you a man who wants to bluff.
You ain't lying. He loves that queen. You throw a deuce with it, huh,
Queen deuce?
get out of here. You know another hand he loves to play? He loves to play 7 deuce because nothing gives him more joy than to get it through and to turn it over. He loves it. It's always an option with him. And no matter how hard he's pressing a hand, it's always a possibility.
No. Go. To get into the game, it's funny, right?
But if you get stacked, you have to buy in for 20.
Yeah.
So try to mandatory enough?
Yeah.
It'll be 4 in front, 5 in the middle, or you can straddle in for 1,000.
What they're talking about, it's a $20,000 minimum, and if you get stacked, you do have to rebuy in for $20,000 more. But there has been times in games like this, if someone's on their second or third bullet, sometimes there's exceptions made, depending if everyone agrees.
Raise 1,200.
$90,000. I have $90,000.
Does he have 10?
No one has. I have.
There's 3 of you guys.
Yeah. I have cards left.
Ben is trying to trick you.
I have a hand. I'm not trying to trick you.
What is he tricking him with?
Won't do that.
Right. I'm angry.
Ben starting to get a little prickly.
And I think that was Ron who said that as a joke. He's got some big balls, doesn't he, to go right back into the eye of the storm?
Poking the bear.
Just poking the bear.
Well, he might not like having poked the bear because you woke him up and Ben taking advantage. You think that was just a raise out of frustration right there?
That was just, he got frustrated there. I don't think he quite understands Ron's humor because Ron is not trying to poke the bear.
Right.
But he did. And he, Ben did what he did.
Be careful.
Well, we got a $1,000 straddle from Tony the Tiger.
He's straddling?
Yeah.
Right before the button.
1,000 last straddle.
Same spot as his buddy.
Fold. Oh my God.
I can't believe he gets a walk.
First of the whole night.
Yeah, first one.
First one of the night.
Second maybe, second one.
Second.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable. I have a very shitty hand. Otherwise, I'm gonna.
Every other hand, there's
I'm
so
like
much action.
3-7.
And Tony gets a
unsuited.
walk.
How can I call?
Suited, you go all in.
No, unsuited.
No, but if it's suited, you go all in.
Yeah. Oh.
Raise 1,200. Call.
Michael raises up. We got two players heads up. Michael and DC Lawyer. DC Lawyer flops a gut shot.
Interesting flop.
Michael, a top pair of queens. Backdoor flush draw. Bet and a call. Players go to a turn 10 of clubs.
Whoa.
So a pair now for DC Lawyer. Michael picks up a potential backdoor flush draw.
2,500.
Michael successfully eking out value here, betting less than half the size of the pot. So we can see, though, DC Lawyer does have 19% equity going to the river. That card will not do it. But DC Lawyer's reaching for chips.
32.
No, it needs to be more.
32. Nick, I don't get this bet.
I don't. Well, yeah.
Because the problem is that DC Lawyer likely would have 3-bet a hand like Ace Queen pre-flop, right? And if he had King Jack, that hand was already made on the turn. The Ace did not complete any straights. But look at this. It works out. Michael quickly folds.
And, you know, I was going to say, if you're going to do that, I think you got to make it bigger.
Right. Well, we were both wrong. DC Lawyer takes it down.
Nice bet, DC.
Yeah, nice little bluff there.
Go,
turning
buddy.
the pair of 10s into a bluff. And remember, we were talking about timing.
Yeah.
It was about DC Lawyer, how quickly he was checking back Ace-8 just to show it down in that hand. On that river, there wasn't even a thought.
No, right in. He was balanced.
Right.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, don't listen to us, DC. What the hell do we know? Good job, buddy.
Just hands like that just go to show you, you know, whatever a solver would say or whatever standard, there's so many things you can do in poker.
It's crazy. Totally.
Especially in a game like No Limit Hold'em, right? More than any other game where equities run so far apart, where you can bet any size. In a game like this where players are sitting, you know, 200, 300, 500 big blinds deep sometimes.
But isn't that why we dig it?
Oh, it's exciting.
It's the best, yeah.
So exciting.
I think Garrett I mean, he may float this, but no doubt with the backdoor diamonds in the pair, but he by now knows JR's not giving much away in his play. And this is where you become vulnerable against Garrett. But
it runs out all spades.
Yeah.
Garrett continues to check. Did it run out all spades? No. Jack of hearts.
Well, I'll tell you what. It looked like it for a second, too. There was something that I saw that thought so, too. And then when they came back on, it was a Jack of hearts. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, what was interesting to me is whether or not we would have seen Garrett bluff, albeit it would have been unsuccessfully had the river card been the Jack of spades.
Right. Because of the queen, but yeah. That's what I thought at first, too. And then it ended. I want to thank you guys for the last push on the likes. I do appreciate it. I am watching, and I did see the bump, and thank you. Really does help us, and it really does help you.
No, I was telling you not to fold.
Very nice one, Garrett's Tupperware. I know where you're at with that. You clearly watched the Doug Polk podcast.
Say it one more time.
Somebody in the chat.
What'd they
Garrett's
say?
Tupperware.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. He watched my recent Doug Polk podcast. He's taking a dig at me for believing that Craig Wright is Satoshi. That's a whole nother debate.
I totally missed all that. So yeah, when you said it, I didn't know what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Nice.
It was a funny comment.
I mean, 900. Yeah, Ben, come on.
What happened to the 55 pounds?
Gotta mix it up.
Ben raises small to 900 with pocket fives. JR defends the ace deuced. King Jack Jack.
400.
He continues with the craziness. I've been calling JR JT all day, but I don't think it matters.
There's the 5. Fills up on the turn, and Ben has been getting a pretty good run of cards here lately.
Check that. Yeah, he sure has. The self-proclaimed Shamu.
Magic 8 ball.
He's splashy. He's loose. He's unorthodox. And he's a whale.
Aaron People, Ben. Too professional. Too professional with your bet sizes.
Yeah.
And he's emotional.
De-escalating just means mindfuck.
Downshifting, upshifting.
Like a min click +1.
Raise 1,200.
I will say, even though Ben has been, getting some good hands, he did make that very good bluff against Israeli Ron in a pretty big pot.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
And I rebet to 15,400.
Yeah.
He jams like a total donkey.
Michael raises under the gun. Wesley can't resist the Jack-9 of spades, and it's over to JR with pocket kings. You said he's been playing a pretty snug game. He makes it a total of 7,000 and disaster for Tiger.
I will tell you this. These two also play a ton together. So for JR to make this 7,000, the best you're going to see here is a flat. If this was his buddy Ben, it's a 4-bet. If I'm wrong, I apologize.
Well, the other, he did call. The other
Did he
thing,
call it?
Yeah, very good prediction. I mean, the other thing to consider here is these players are 70,000 deep, right?
Right.
It's about 175 big blinds effective, or 175 straddles effective, which plays like the big blind. Now it's back over to Michael, and the question is, does he want to?
He's got a pretty little playable hand. I think he's going to let it go, but he sure wants to play this hand because it plays so well against what he's probably up against. And West Side's going nowhere.
With Jack-9 of spades. The chat rooting for spades on this board, and they won't
they're
get
not going to see it. We're going to see.
I like this check from JR.
Of course, yeah.
I like this check because.
But this is going to go check, check, bet, fold, fold.
What?
Check, check.
Yeah.
Turn, bet.
Oh, okay.
Fold, fold.
Okay.
Oh,
I thought you were saying Wesley's
No,
gonna bet
there was
the
like
flop.
6 people in. No. Bet.
So
fold, fold.
Interesting note, real fast on checking second set here.
Yeah.
While I do like the play against certain opponents, right? The hand that is a more or less mandatory check would be top set of aces.
Yeah.
But when you have second set of kings, right? Even though you have such a stranglehold on the pot, you're not blocking your opponent from having top pair, and therefore it is better against opponents who you don't think are very bluffy and who aren't going to be running big bluffs. It's better to go ahead and continuation.
You got a
there.
good possibility there's a big ace somewhere in there, and you're going to get paid.
Your whole life.
Yeah.
That's what you mean?
You almost
exactly.
can't
Yes.
claim to
Okay.
be part of the tribe.
Yeah. I mean, I do it with the Lakers anyway. I don't care. Everyone yells at me, but I don't care. Yeah. I know what you mean, though.
But yeah, like,
Bulls are
so
sick
when I
this
first
year,
moved out there, I was doing like 30 or 40 baseball games a season.
Oh, nice.
And
Which team? Sorry.
the Cubs, just.
Have they been good in the last few years? I mean, I remember they were for a while.
Yeah. No, so they were really good when I first moved to town. I remember that. They went deep.
Yep.
And then, obviously they had
Ron,
a couple
you're
of
happy
years since, but
under the gun.
games just aren't really an
You're
attraction
happy. Take
now,
it.
COVID and everything else. And then the Bears games are a lot of fun. Blackhawks is actually like amazing.
Live hockey's pretty sweet.
Yeah,
I don't even like hockey, but live hockey's
Yeah, totally.
I got to get that hat. It's the wolf. I like it.
But actually, so I grew up in these tiny towns, not close enough really to the Bay Area to be like, 49ers fans or anything like that. So it was kind of just whatever was on TV.
What cities? I mean, my sister lives in the Bay. I know.
So a place called Lake County, which is on the other side of Napa, the other side of Healdsburg.
My sister basically lives in Napa, so.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
12.
Raise 1,200.
Garrett got bored. He's on the cutoff. Jack 8 off.
So it's just kind of like whatever teams we could get on the rabbit ears, which is always like TGS. So it was like the Braves.
Yeah.
And
Was trying to grab position too, but JR woke up with a nice hand. Ace-3 of spades on the button.
Yeah, JR just calling on the button with a hand that a lot of players might 3-bet.
Yeah, that's a squeeze hand right there for sure.
Now we're 3 ways. Garrett with a small continuation bet. And this is going to be good enough to take it down.
That's right.
That's why he's the 8th wonder.
Well, I think
He
I'm a
is.
little older than you, but like David Justice.
He's the 8th wonder. He's the boy wonder. He's the G-man.
Garrett and JR with a budding camaraderie throughout this game so far.
Yeah, they've hit it off.
Grew up in Arizona, right?
Arizona.
Good thing there aren't any rooms here at this casino.
So I still cheer for all the Arizona teams.
Yeah,
And then adopted the Lakers.
Yeah.
Which has been a mixed bag.
Yeah.
I'll bet 12.
Raise it at 1,200.
Garrett in the hijack.
Garrett raising it up again, and you do wonder if it's part of Garrett's strategy as well, right? For the player on his left who knows how to play the game, right? To have a friendly type of relationship with him, because Garrett wants to play so many pots,
right?
And he doesn't want the player on his left to abuse that and start 3-betting him. That's why he's able to open up hands like Jack-8 offsuit in the cutoff.
Right. Let's hope Westside hits a little queen ball here. Boom.
There it is.
Bing, bang, boom, bink.
Yes, Wesley, you have top pair, rechecking his cards.
I think Tony the Tiger is going to check this back. All right, Wes, look at that. 91%. You got spades, you got top pair. Oh, well, I don't think anyone's going to take the bait. I think Wesley will decide to bet this river. How about you? Nope.
He does not.
He doesn't. That's going to check all the way around unless someone wants to take a poke at it. They got too much showdown value.
I can't see his hand. Queen 10 of spades. That's going to win the hand.
Nice pot, Wesley. Good job, buddy.
You're waiting for them
like
to bluff.
There's a few others. So I like the Clippers also. I just don't like baseball. And no, because I'm a big Cardinal fan. So NFC West, there's no fucking chance.
Especially on the turn, you have a very
Yeah, but those guys, they don't bluff me.
It's interesting not Arizona being such a huge baseball.
Wesley, where do you live?
Pasadena.
Where? Oh yeah, you told me. Pasadena.
I guess I just equate it that way because all the spring training's in Arizona.
Yeah,
so
of course. It's a big event.
Yeah.
Pasadena's nice.
After college, I lived in Scottsdale for a few years. There's like,
Okay.
I think it's like 8 teams or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Phoenix area. It's just such a party that whole month.
I never went, but I heard it was a blast.
It was super fun. Yeah. It was like all day, every day, day drinking.
Yeah.
Because like, I don't know, it's just like a bunch of apparently wealthy people that would just go watch their team's spring training and party for a month straight.
No, they would travel out there for the whole season.
Years ago, I went to a Dodger game with Garrett, along with some other local poker players. And whenever we go, we'd play the hat game. Are you familiar with that, Nick?
I do not know what that is.
It's a game that local poker player Adam Johnson came up with, who's just a great guy and a very good player.
It was a great place to hang out.
And the way the game works is everybody antes a set amount, right? We were playing $200 antes. So everybody puts in $200 antes. There were like 6 of us. And whatever the first batter does, you're either going to add in additional antes or take antes out of the hat based on how that batter does.
Wow.
So if he hits a single, you take out 2 antes, right? If he strikes out, you add in 2 antes, right? If he hits a home run, you take out the whole hat.
Okay.
And Garrett was playing a side bet with another poker player. I think it was Bryan Kim.
Okay.
Where if there was a hit by pitch and one of them had the hat, right? Just in a hit by pitch, the one guy owed the other guy $15,000.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
Yeah.
Now that would make a baseball game are sometimes fun, but sometimes hard to watch. It's better when you're there.
Right.
But no, I know the Philly. I got it. But just generally speaking, but that would make a game fun, man.
Oh man, it does.
Oh my gosh. And Bryan Kim, that's a name from the past. What a great player he is.
Oh yeah.
I mean, just a great
He's out playing in Australia now, from what I understand.
Yeah. And he's a top player wherever he is. Nice guy.
4 ways to the flop. 5, 6, 7 of diamonds.
So you'll invest in companies that are real estate investors. You wouldn't do any of your own work with that, right?
I'm looking to do a bit of that now.
Oh, okay, cool.
Just personal investments.
Got it.
Away from the day job.
Yeah. Your day job mostly is
venture capital.
Just like looks like pitches, or?
Yeah. So pitches, managing the portfolio, supporting them where needed.
Yeah.
Helping them to raise more.
Yeah.
Helping them with management issues.
Super cool, man.
Michael's got a couple overcards and a backdoor flush draw, and he wants in.
For sure. I know, like, obviously, like, Shark Tank makes everyone want to do it, but the show's so goddamn good that, like, I constantly be like, what my life would look like if I could do something like that.
And that's why he wanted in.
You probably could.
Yeah.
It's not that hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that show paints a weird picture too, because that's like the retail version of investing.
Yep. I mean, it caricatures the whole space. I think it is the retail version. It's the mass market version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, DC Lawyer's got a decision here.
Yeah.
You
5,300.
So we have seen that Michael is certainly capable of mixing it up, right? He made that bluff with his flush draw on the turn when Ben had trip eights, and he also 3-bet ace-9 of hearts pre-flop. But to bluff into 3 other players in this particular spot,
he's going to let go.
DC Lawyer makes the right decision. And I'll tell you what, today DC Lawyer has really been playing well. I mean, he's basically made the right decision every time.
Yeah, he's a solid, sound player, and a smart person, great guy, and he's, like you said, he's playing good poker tonight.
A lot more time on late stage.
Well, here we go.
Phase of the
Let him have it,
right now.
Kane.
Look at this. We got updated chip counts. Tiger in the lead, up 19,300. Then Garrett, DC Lawyer, followed by Ben and JR. Wesley barely hanging on to his lead. Only 2 players in the red right now. That would be Michael and Israeli Ron.
And after they show the rest of the stats, if they are, I don't think we will once we show the winnings, right? But no, they're going to show the VPIP. We got Wesley, Tiger, Ben, Garrett.
Project, that's right.
Just exactly as you predicted, those 4 on top, and Tiger getting a little closer now.
That's right.
To Wesley. You predicted that it would go Tiger, Wesley, Ben, Garrett. You're almost perfect on that.
Yeah, it's close. But you know what I find interesting about that board, that first board, is for as big as this game's playing, it's playing pretty even, meaning there's not a lot of carnage yet, and being up or down 15, 18,000 is nothing in this game. The big hand Ron lost with his 9s full is brought him to the bottom at stuck almost 50,000, but that was just a big hand. I'm shocked by now we haven't seen some bigger spreads, and we will.
Oh, that's very impressive.
Yeah, it's anybody's game at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, what separates, 6 of these players from each other anyway is just one pot, right?
You got it.
And of course, we could have done that one last round before.
Yeah. With our special sits, what we really do is we buy secondary. So we buy it.
Tiger picks that one up, adding to his lead. What do you guys in the chat think? Who's going to be the big winner today? As we were talking about, right now it's all pretty even. Tiger is up the most. He's up 20. But right behind him, DC Lawyer, Garrett, Westside West up a little bit. Ben up. Who's going to be the big winner at the end of the day?
And for fun, when they're done with that, when we think it's complete, let's see who they think the caboose will be. I know that's not couth, but let's do it. Who cares? You think maybe we should stay away from that?
Listen, they can answer anything they'd like. Just so there's no confusion, right now, put in the chat who you think is going to be the biggest winner.
There you go.
Too slow.
As Michael picks up ace king, raises to 1,200.
I think with the momentum I see, and this is not just because he's a great player and because he's a favorite, I would not always say this because there are some sessions when I'm watching Garrett where I just know that it's not going to work out that way. I can see some of his tendencies. I played enough with him, and you know, obviously the cards have to land, but I think Garrett just has my vote tonight. Like he just has my vote.
Very stable. Very stable.
I think Ron can turn this around. He's very capable of it. He is playing really, really wide out of position, and so he's got an uphill grind if with that style. But sometimes that style gets you there too. So we'll see what happens.
Ron right now is stuck almost $50,000. So, you know, just mathematically, it would be the least likely for Ron to be able to come back and end as a winner.
I guess that is like betting the favorite at the horse race. That's like a 20-to-1 favorite, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, Ron's about a plus 2,500 right now to end the big winner.
But after us, like where they could see.
But I am rooting for him to at least get it back. Come on, Ron. Let's get it back. Let's get even at least. Let's go home at least with all your money, buddy. That's what I want to see.
Did you used to?
I used to. Yeah. I used to work like $100 a week.
Yeah. Pretty typical. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Check.
I'll tell you what, JR is a smart enough and a snug enough player. He may let this top pair go. We'll see. But he doesn't like to take a lot of heat with a pair like that with a low kicker, so he does give it up.
Yeah, great fold by JR.
Yeah, good fold, buddy. Come back another day. Man, I'll tell you, you know how I've been asking for likes and we're having fun with it? And wow, you guys are close to 2K. I appreciate that. Well, I was here with Billy DeGaff one night, and we had to go 500. I think we were close to like 500 more, and we booked a bet that if we got there, I would wear earrings for the whole show. Now, they'd have to be snap-on because I'm not going to pierce my ears, and DeGaff could pick whatever pair they were, and we didn't make it.
Oh, you didn't make it?
No, we didn't make it, thank God, even though I wanted the likes. But they just made it to 2K, so good job, guys. We got 6,700 people watching.
You're telling me those 6,700 people don't want to see you in earrings, huh?
Even if we did it, I don't think we'll get there. We tried last time, and you know, and I would honor a bet, but I don't know if I want to do it again because these guys look pretty wiry, and they might get there, you know. So, I mean, if we get to another 500 to 2,500, and I see some momentum, I may book a bet to wear some earrings of your choice, Kane, but, you know, it's not, you know, I'm not looking forward to it. So, I don't know. I got mixed emotions. We got a big hand here, Bruin, pre.
Only Tiger will call me. It was like pair of 5. 8,000. Pair of 5.
Wesley,
what was the line on that? How many likes did you need to get?
Well,
did he call 8,000 with a pair
we
of
missed by 500,
right.
But it was
Right.
not as many people watching, and I think we wanted to get to like 3,500.
All right, here's what I want. Forget the earrings in the broadcast booth. That doesn't mean anything, right? If we reach, how many likes are we at right now?
We're at 2,000, and we got 6,700 people watching. So you're a good math guy. You figure out what's real probable.
Yes.
But we got to stretch it a little bit. I mean,
I'll tell you what. If we get to 3,333,
okay,
3,333
yeah, that's fair.
likes, here's what I want from you. I want you to link up with Poker Bunny, get her outfit, wear it on stream.
Negative, Ghost Rider. Never happened in a million years.
In the game.
First of all, how about just no? Let's just keep it right there. You were way too bullish on what you were looking for. I mean, way too bullish.
3 likes is tough to, you know.
I mean, you could have went with like lipstick and earrings, but I'm not putting on Poker Bunny's outfit.
Jeez.
Come on. The shoes, too?
She's got some good style, man.
Oh, her style is amazing. But, man, come on, man.
You don't want to rock that around the Hustler?
Dude, I'm only like a small C cup.
I'll tell
How
you,
can I wear that top?
Nick, I'll bet you if you wore Poker Bunny's outfit, if you lost this bet, wore her outfit
we'd
one
get
day,
6,000
that
likes.
would be the one day. That day, the chat would want you to win. That day, they'd be rooting for you.
Yeah, you know what though? I'll just hang on to the like. No, just can't do it because if it happens and I book it, I got to do it.
Right.
You know, I'm a gambler. I can't go back on a bet or else I'll never be respected. So I can't book it, bro. I can't do it. You were way too bullish. I mean, like a T-back thong sticking out, maybe.
Right.
You know, the earrings, but yeah, you want me to put on the full garb and the whole thing. I can't do. I can't.
Well, how close can we get you? What about if you're playing on a stream with Poker Bunny? who's another player in the game, then you need to wear bunny ears and a bunny tail.
Done. Booked.
We can do that?
Oh my God, I'd wear bunny ears and a bunny tail all day long. I just can't get into a dress. Or whatever else that is.
But it needs to look feminine, though. So you got to put on some, like, red lipstick, too.
Oh, see, now I book it, and then you want more.
Well, no,
You're that guy.
You had to be like a real bunny. You know,
I'll tell you what. No lipstick, but I'll meet you in the middle. I'll let you add, even though we already booked it. Bunny ears. I think the bunny tail, you're losing something because you can't see it. And and the earrings.
And the earring. Okay.
That's it. I don't want to do the lipstick too.
I need to find bunny earrings. I'm going to find bunny earrings for you.
Okay,
I'm
that's
going to
fine.
buy you bunny earrings.
But I want 30. Can I go to 3,500 or is that
3,500?
3,500? If we get 3,500 likes, I will wear bunny ears, a bunny tail, and bunny earrings for the whole stream one day.
Right, and you need to insist, just because it would be funny, you need to insist to, what's her name? Paulina?
Yeah, Paulina.
You need to insist to Paulina that you're the new poker bunny.
Done.
Great.
Oh, yeah, she has to make a public statement that says, I am the new poker bunny.
Love it.
And if she wants it back, she has to get my approval. Okay, back to poker.
It's a bluff.
4 ways to this flop here. Pocket 8s in the lead, but there's no way for JR to know that, but he does make a good call here. He knows that Garrett is wide in his c-betting.
Drinks? Yeah, actually. Yeah, I want a drink. Coke, please.
Diet.
Strawberry milkshake.
10 seconds.
Diet Coke. Wow, so I'm healthy to very healthy.
That's like 55,000. Then 400.
So 2 players going to the turn. JR making a good call with Garrett c-betting into 3 players.
Very good call. This may scare JR a little bit if Garrett decides to keep barreling.
So I think that this is a good card for GR to continue because he did pick up the flush draw on the turn to go with his pocket 8s. Also,
Yeah,
of
he
course,
does have the blocker and the king, yes.
Yeah, of course, 5 is below the board, but
good bet.
Garrett, good enough to pick it up.
I know my players.
It's interesting because when you peel that board with pocket 8s, right, there aren't too many.
That's like the perfect turn to
cards that
continue.
you're looking for, right? And the 5 of diamonds would have been one of the ones where I would have continued.
Yeah, you got to either fold before the turn or you got to continue at least to the river there because you got the perfect card. I mean, you can't just depend on an 8.
Off air, yeah, no worries. Pretty standard also, no problem.
Yeah.
West side wakes up with an ace-9 of spades under the gun. Ben, having a sincere moment with his hand on his heart, decides to come along. Either that or the national anthem's playing.
Israeli Ron, ace-9, will check his option. Six, 7, 10. Ben with the best of it, but it would be impossible to know with the queen 6 on this board.
$600.
I'm gonna borrow a tiny bit of this.
Now he's got both hands on his chest, and he's going to come along for 600.
Yeah, you can see Ben a little bit confused by that bet, furrowing his brow, looking his opponent Wesley up and down, and Wesley kind of smiling at him coyly.
Wow, and then Ron getting the right price here for his gutter, huh? I mean, if you're looking at right prices.
Yeah, this is a loose call here by
very
Michael.
loose,
There's
yeah.
not too much that you can hope for with
Make the pot a little bit bigger
6-3.
We will see.
Ron comes along too, 9
Aha.
on the turn, and now Wesley and Ron have the best of it for the time being. Of course, a very dynamic board.
Well, Wesley's going to continue into this one-liner here with 3 people behind him. Hard to imagine someone doesn't have an 8, but
well, Ron
is going to come along too.
Identifying the situation makes the call. That's a tough call to make on this board.
Totally is. He made it fast. There's one of Ron's favorite cards, the deuce.
Wesley's going for the bluff here.
He sure is. You know, again, I'll say, you're going to bluff this. You need to make it bigger. Looks like Ron does not want to go away.
Wesley's going to be shocked when he gets half this pot back if Ron makes the call.
Yeah, that will be a gift if he gets called here.
Whoa.
Wow, chop, chop. So Wesley turned his hand over as though he were value betting.
Yeah.
You think he was trying to get value? I mean, Ron did call pretty quickly with ace-9.
I can't say what's in Wesley's head, but the way he turned his cards over and the amount he bet, it just looked like value.
Yeah.
Because I think on that board there, if you're going to bet it into whatever it was at the beginning, I think you got to bet at least 4, 5, 6,000 to make it work. Unless you bump into the 8, then you're dead.
I have no idea. I'm learning from you. You're the guy who puts the W up every time you play.
I think those are the sizing things that Wesley's going to come to terms with soon, because he's new. It's not going to take him long.
Winning Wesley, WW.
Okay, that's good. I like it.
Garrett just taught Wesley what a W was.
Win-win.
I've never seen you lose. I've never seen you lose.
No, I lose. Yeah. I lost a lot.
In the small game.
Oh, yeah, still a lot.
He got lucky to chop there.
Yeah.
Garrett recognizing what in the hell.
Anyway. Oh, yeah, Garrett. Did you see Garrett got up from his chair in that hand and said, what did you guys show?
I said in.
I'm taking the bait.
Benjamin with a couple of ladies. Wait a minute,
I think Israeli Ron bumped it up to 1,400 with 4 deuce offsuit.
Where's
got a call from Wesley
to 400? You're saying?
No, to 1,400.
40,000? Do you have about 40,000?
Okay.
Yeah, 40K.
4 deuce offsuit. Wesley calls back over to Ben. Pocket queens.
Ben show.
Well, this is a nice spot for Big Ben.
Hey, this is something I have to do.
10,700.
Puts out a re-raise, 10,700.
It would have been fun to beat you with those 2 cards.
Nice, Ben. You wait.
Bluff? No bluff.
No, bluff. Hey, Magic, can you cut my mic?
Yeah.
It's good enough to take it down.
It is.
These early position limps with strong hands have proven to be profitable for both
very
Wesley
risky.
and Ben.
Damn it.
But it worked.
I'm looking for someone who has ace queen.
Wrong time. Damn it.
Yeah.
So big.
Actually, I'm lucky. I lost the minimum.
I lost the minimum.
I played it terrible.
Nice.
Agreed, Ben. Agreed. You don't want me saying nice things, I'll just agree with you. You did play it terrible. That's why you're the killer whale. And he told me this himself, just so you know. I'm not picking on Ben. He was pissed I said nice things about him.
Since you like it.
Jam. People will say that at the poker table all the time.
We know Ben can get pissed.
Jam.
Yeah. Nah, he wasn't mad. He just nicely told me, hey, man, keep it real.
Fuck
I'm
off.
splashy.
Take it.
I'm crazy.
Yeah.
And if you win and all in, you have to say send it.
Send it to mama.
Yeah, or ship it. Ship it's another one you're going to need to know.
Ship it.
Such a pretty
If you win a big
hand
pot off me,
on that
Wesley,
button
I
there.
demand you look at me right in the eye and go, ship it. It's not an option. You must.
You bluff me.
Oh, especially if you're bluffing. But either way, do it. Yeah.
How many? Ship it. 3.
Wow. Whoa.
3-4 jack. Good flop for Wesley and Michael with the flush draw. Israeli Ron with a backdoor straight draw, backdoor heart. So everybody with a little something here.
Yeah, we're going to see some fireworks here. We'll either get a turn to slow things down big time, or we could see some real cracking.
Wesley bet 1,700. Michael with the hand that some players may raise. Some of the time he just calls.
How do you not jam ace queen run? I don't know. You didn't have ace.
Sorry. Of course I would. And you would have doubled up, but stuck me.
Wesley's going to continue. Michael's going to have to look this up.
Wrong time. You know what I'm saying. Told me you wrong.
Betting a call. Michael needs a spade on the river, and it is a black 3, but not a spade. Back over to Wesley, who now has filled up.
Now, Wesley in situations like this likes to slam down a pretty big bet. What do we think he's going to put out here? I think he'll put out whatever greens he has, or maybe the chocolate too. Oh, there it is. Yeah, he's just stacking. Oh, it's stacking. Yeah, he put them all. Boom.
It's an $11,000 bet from Wesley over to Michael. Michael with
Michael's just a bird that hit the window. He's a little stunned. There's no way he's really thinking about doing anything here. I don't think so.
You're absolutely right. Michael folds. Wesley takes down a big one.
Good job, West Side.
You're going to have to watch it on TV.
Yeah. All right, every time.
I don't know if I can go through it twice.
That's actually like as much as it's kind of awkward when everyone can see you playing.
Yeah.
Being able to see it back just to learn. Super valuable.
Everyone's learning about everyone else. You know what I mean?
Your three
That's so sick.
It's great.
Yeah, you're right. I see your moves in my sleep.
Their own play that way.
Yeah.
It's haunting me.
And then the next session you do the opposite because people are putting a read on you based on your last session.
1,600.
I'll tell you, Kane, though, you could sit up here and know what they're going to do, but no matter how much you know what they're going to do, you get down there and you can't see the cards. It's a horse of a different color, man.
A little bit different, huh?
Totally.
Not really. I just have got shit cards on there.
You are.
Yeah.
You are.
Don't bluff me.
Raise from JR. Call from Wesley. Queen, deuce, deuce.
We got the Israeli Ron flop.
Very dry flop, and Wesley now is putting together chips for a lead.
Well, he's betting into the right person, but yeah, JR says, no, not this time. I'm going to float it. See if you're
Wesley
serious.
Bets a little bit less than half pot, and now a 9 on the turn gives JR 2 pair.
Yeah. That turn was bad news for Wesley.
3,500.
Not, yeah.
Wesley calling with his flush draw. Wasn't meant to be.
Check, check.
That did not go as planned.
Well, it went better than it could have.
Yep.
I'm not a tight player. I've just been getting shit cards. No, you are. You are.
You'll see. You'll see when you go home.
Ben has tight player guilt because he's card dead.
Fucking 4-6 like 20 times. Actually, 4-6 I probably would have played.
Did you watch yesterday at all?
I didn't know.
Okay, so
It's a new low right when you're
Garrett
like,
was sitting back to
looking at your
the
cards and you're like,
doors.
please give me 4-6.
A fan walked up, got past Louis, who was on a union break, and stood there and awkwardly said, "Hey, Garrett, hi." And I immediately knew Garrett didn't know him. By the way, he was kind of like uncomfortable, And the guy never looked up at me, never said a word to me, and just says, hey, taking all Nick's money tonight? And then he got kicked out. Just came in, trolled me, didn't say hello, complimented Garrett, and got kicked out.
Was Garrett,
That's the kind of shit that I got to put up with.
Was Garrett taking all of your money?
No, not last night. Generally speaking, but
Okay.
last night, no, not last night.
Yeah, that would have made it even better.
Yeah, oh, that would have been like perfect. That would have been insane.
Check around. Check. All right. Looking around.
King on the river gives Wesley the check mark, but we don't see Israeli Ron's hand. Pot has just been checked down.
Well, Ron sometimes purposely doesn't put him in the box, but not for any angling. He does it because he says he's not looking at his hand, which he really doesn't. And I don't know how he makes this call, but he did. I don't think he looked at his hand until he made that call.
Makes the call with a pair of eights. No good against Wesley's rivered pair of kings.
That's a value bet.
Well, he's playing like a man up a hundo ball.
And, yeah. And now Wesley has to be nipping at the heels of Tiger, I'd imagine, for being up the most.
Yeah, and he's definitely pulling away, I think, with his VPIP.
You take their money.
Every time I turn around, he's in a hand, so I think he's going to stay at the top.
Right,
I'm a better man than you.
pulling away with his little Sim City over there as well.
Yeah, look at that.
In front of him.
Such a nice little city. It's like Gotham City over there.
For those of you just tuning into the stream who are new to the show, this is Hustler Casino Live, brought to you live from the Hustler Casino right outside of LA. And we're playing 100, 200, 400 blinds. No limit hold'em. It's a $20,000 minimum buy-in game, but some of these players have bought in for as much as $200,000. And one of the players who bought in for $200,000 is right here, Garrett, with ace-jack of clubs, re-raising pre-flop and taking it down. We're playing high-stakes poker. This is the biggest game you can find in town right now, Nick.
You know, it really is. And some of the other games during the week, you know, are smaller, but not much. We're running 5 days a week, really, really high-stake games. Action, just high quality. So far, my opinion, best in the business. Even if we weren't, I wouldn't say it, but I believe that, and we're going to keep it up. And we couldn't do it without all you watching. We got over 7,000 people watching tonight, and we appreciate you. Even all the people trolling me, I appreciate you. Keep watching. Keep doing your thing. Kind of be sort of nice, you know, just, you know. You know, it'd be nice maybe if they all took a little ecstasy before they got on the chat, and then everyone would be like feeling
a requirement,
just nice, saying nice things,
Right.
feeling good.
Should be a requirement for using social media in general.
I think so. I mean, I'm not promoting anything, but I'd like to see the vibe. That's for sure.
5-6 for JR, checks over to Tiger. King 4 check behind. 3 spades on the turn gives Tiger a flush draw. No, not Xanax, Justin. Then you'd be falling asleep.
Yeah, Xanax no good. Snap call by JR. You got one way to win this pot, Tiger. You're going to have to barrel.
Well, he heard you. Here he comes.
Yep.
Wow, and before he even puts the chips out there, JR's cards are in the muck. Tiger wins a nice one.
Aggression wins the day.
I'll give you a reason not to take Xanax behind your computer, Nick. So a friend of mine at one point had accumulated, back when Bitcoin was a couple $100, $200 a coin, something like that. He accumulated a couple hundred Bitcoin.
Wow.
And he was on this website called Bitcoin Video Casino. Anybody in the chat who ever heard of that website or played on it back in the day, let me know. But it was an online casino, Bitcoin casino, and they had a progressive jackpot. And my friend very quickly realized that at a certain point, every 36 hours or so, the progressive jackpot would get to a point where it was actually plus EV to play the casino game because it got big enough. So one day he was sitting there, you know, he'd been doing this for a while, and on average he'd earn 1 or 2 Bitcoin a day doing this. And he was sitting there, he had taken some Xanax, and he had his thing on auto bet until the progressive jackpot got hit. Well, sure enough, 11 hours later he wakes up, right? All of his Bitcoin are gone. He's been auto betting for the past 11 hours.
Oh my God!
His account has 0 Bitcoin
That's
left
so
in it.
sick.
Yeah, and I actually got the story slightly wrong. It was actually when Bitcoin was around $1,000 a coin, so
God.
it was worth $250,000 or so at the time, and he just woke up and all of it was gone.
I mean, literally make you want to puke, die.
It's unbelievable.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's a good reason not to do that.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was doing the same thing at the time as my friend Ben. And he called me the next day, and I'm like, dude, only you, man.
Yeah.
Only you this could happen to.
Oh, my God.
And then he never rebought Bitcoin. You know, that's the worst part of the story.
That's so sick.
Yeah.
I almost don't even want to hear it. It's so sick.
Now Tiger with 2 pair.
That'll do it.
3,500.
Putting out a big bet, and I wonder if JR might want to look him up here just because he just did lay down something
right.
to look at that.
You're
Reaching
right.
for
Check
chips.
the turn. He knows Tiger.
He puts
Wrong
it
time
in
there. Shit.
And Tiger, look at that timing from Tiger. When he had the busted flush draw, he successfully bluffed JR. Very next hand, he takes him to value town.
He did. He did. He's oking him and he's doking him.
Can you tell her after an hour?
Yeah. 2 well-played hands by Tiger. Right in a row, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Tiger really playing well today.
Yep. You know, Ben still in the top 4 or 5 on the VPIP, and he really is sort of card dead. I mean, no joke, it does happen, because if he had any run of cards, he would be right there fighting for the first position. And I think he's frustrated about it because he takes real pride in playing almost every hand that he can.
Wesley raises here. DC Lawyer with just a flat from a hand that many players would 3-bet in this situation. Now let's see what Wesley does on a board that really doesn't have anything going for him. He does check. And we see DC Lawyer stick with his MO, quickly checking behind with a hand he wants to show down.
That should get it done.
Thank you.
Ben, what time is it?
4:55. So we have slightly more than 3 hours.
Yep.
Ben limps in, which we saw him do under the gun earlier with pocket queens. Garrett, however, undeterred with his ace-queen offsuit, raises it up.
Wesley playing a little loosey-goosey there on the third blind. And Shamu going to make the call.
3 players headed to the flop. 6, 8,
wow.
9. Look
Whoa.
at that board. Wesley with top pair, up and down straight draw. Ben with second pair and a gut shot. Not much going on.
And with those
for
two
Garrett.
to his left, I would have loved to see maybe a check and just hope one of these guys bet. But he's still going to get some cooperation. I don't think Garrett knows better. He's out.
Heads up.
5 of diamonds, and that gives Ben some more outs
Sure
in
does.
this hand. But Wesley, of course, picking up the straight.
I wonder if Ben has any. No, he's just going to.
Yeah, Ben continues to call. He thinks that Wesley might have a hand like Jack 10 that he's already ahead of.
Yeah.
River card's a king. From what we've seen from Wesley, I imagine he'll continue to fire. Wesley is the type of player where when he has it... And
He just looked at Ben and laughed.
Did you see that? Look at that. Oh, and he put his chips in a totally different way that time.
13,000.
He looked at him, laughed, and put in 13.
Nice hand.
Well, he does not get paid, but he does win a nice one. Wesley continuing to add to his winnings
Good
today.
job, Wes.
What? Where? Oh no, she's lot. Just cut this off. I don't wanna. It's just another girl. Why don't call me?
Sure, thank you. You had it? You had a 7? You had it?
I'm very
you had something.
I'm a very shitty hand.
Well, Tiger at the top, 29,000. Garrett at 23K. Wesley 22. DC Lawyer up 10. Unfortunately, Ron is down 56,000. One hand really dictated most of that. Michael down 17. JR down 11. And Ben just down 9,100.
Here we have the VPIP, and Wesley's actually
pulling away.
Yeah, 53%, playing more than 50% of his hands.
Like
And
the same thing had happened.
the odds for Israeli Ron being the big winner at the end have gone up to plus 4,000.
And I don't know if you saw, but Ron took third place in the VPIP. He's playing pretty wide, in and out of position, and I thought he may creep up there. He's playing a lot of hands.
He's messing up your Quinella.
Yeah, he's screwing up my Quinella. It's typical Ron, screwing up my Quinella.
About that board for Wes.
Yeah.
Nice big blind special there,
Not
the
too
10-3.
How much did Wes have to put in pre? I didn't catch it.
He was in the big blind in a limped putt.
Okay, makes sense.
What do you have?
What do you have? You gotta love him, man. He's a sweetheart. What do you have? Well, he has an ace blocker with the club. If he thinks you have clubs. And he's frustrated. His hands up in the air. Starting to get to him a little bit, the west side. It is frustrating if there is just one guy just continuing to put you in those spots.
Wesley every hand.
Yeah, there
It's
it is.
ridiculous.
He really is. He really is just antagonizing Big Ben.
Can I get 240 for the house?
Blank Check Ben is another one of his nicknames.
The chat wondering if Ben is on the verge of another blow-up.
Fairness, Ben.
Well,
last week he got into it with Israeli Ron.
Getting good cards.
Yes, and the Poker Bunny.
And the Poker Bunny. So far we haven't really seen interpersonal fireworks between Ben and Wesley, but
no,
it could be brewing. Certainly some story brewing between the two of them. We have Garrett raising King 10 of clubs and Israeli Ron calling on the button. And Wesley coming in with the 8 deuce.
Yeah, Wesley feeling his oats. Starting to hit a lot of flops.
Well, one of the pieces of advice in Super System is when you're on a hot streak, keep that streak alive.
That's right.
Maybe Wesley has been studying up on his Doyle, but not a very good flop here as it goes check, check over to Ron, who's up and down, backdoor heart draw. Strong hand. He bets 2,000. Garrett won't let middle pair go here.
Well,
deuce of diamonds. Now, we haven't seen very many players fire multiple barrels in these type of spots, but here we see Israeli Ron continue to fire.
Yeah. And it's a good bet. This is the time to do it in the right spot.
It is. And we've seen Garrett lay down hands like this when facing multiple streets. But not this time.
Nope.
Garrett correctly sniffs it out, calls the river card a deuce of hearts.
Wow.
So hearts got there. Israeli Ron has just the king of hearts in his hand. Oh, and he checks behind, and bad news for
couldn't
Ron.
find that third barrel.
Garrett is going to win this. Do you think Garrett would have found a fold there? Do you think he would have successfully made a call and put Ron on a hand like he had?
Well, if Ron shoves, or what type of bet?
If Ron had bet something like 70% pot.
Yeah, I think Garrett would have found a call. I really do. I really do. It's that kind of night for both the players in different directions. And I don't think Garrett, well, I mean, let me take that back. That heart might, on this one, I'm not sure, man. I think it's a pick'em. The heart was a tough card, I think. But, you know, Garrett's just making all the right decisions tonight, man, and it's just not working out for Ron, so I'm going to go with that.
Yeah. Yeah, Garrett playing very well.
I said call.
Wesley table captaining.
Thank you.
Dealer's trying to angle you, he said.
He learned that word last week.
Wow. Good job, Wes.
I learned from the
Hard to be mad at Wes because he's just really kind of pure, man. He's not, doesn't have a mean bone in his body. He's just having a good time. Win, lose, or draw, too.
Right, very affable.
Yeah.
Today you learned about Gem.
5 players, check.
No.
Deuce,
I learned
5, queen. Just wait. He's been playing the game for a month. Give it a year, 2 years, and watch Wesley. You know, he's going to be sitting there.
He'll be cranky just like everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah. For sure.
If you ever want to hang out with cranky poker players, the Commerce Casino in LA is probably the best place in the world.
That's where they're breeding cranky poker players. Go jump in the 1020 or the 1500 max 510, and you need to wear a helmet. Just one of those nights for Ron. It's not working out.
You have 2? Queen deuce. Full house.
And Wesley throwing in the
Why
friendly queen deuce needle as he takes on the pot.
Stable investment. Just dunk. Bet. I get money.
That's right, Wesley.
Dunk.
And get money.
You just can't make this up, man. So
Wes,
funny.
I thought you did this shit because you wanted to stop having your life be about money so much.
I just want to get rid of my work.
Now he's addicted to
Because
just
if I work, I lose
crushing
more.
souls.
Yeah.
I lost 20 million like 3 months ago.
Still addicted to money, but you want the money here. Is what you mean.
Wes doesn't know what the hell Garrett's talking about, but
Sure.
well, JR must be getting a little frustrated with not getting cards or something, because I've seen him doing and calling and doing some things I haven't seen from him until the last maybe hour or so.
Well, in this spot, he makes it to the flop with a hand that's dominating his pre-flop opponent.
Yeah.
But it's going to be impossible
knew?
for him to continue on this board. But
Okay.
here he comes.
What a great move.
Raising chips.
Great move.
Taking a hand with
he
no
had a
equity.
plan. He had a plan, and he executed the plan. It's going to work. It has to work.
Can you use this?
This is just
Both players with nothing.
That's good.
What a great raise by JR. This is just taking time to accept the fact that you're going to fold your hand.
JR makes a great play. I mean, especially on a board like 7-9 king, there are so many other hands that you might want to have in your check raising range. Maybe a hand like Jack 8 or certainly a hand like 10 Jack to take a stone
The
nothing.
zero equity raise.
Really put his opponent
I don't know
on
if that's an aspect of
nothing, and he was absolutely right. Great hand.
And even though it was a bluff, he was ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A very good side.
He didn't know it. Ooh, Wesley's taking over more real estate. Looks like he wants to go into the real estate business as well.
How old are you, Wes?
What?
How old?
26.
26. Nice.
26.
That was a great time.
Give me a break.
I remember when I was 26.
You married?
I'm married now, yeah.
10 years ago, he was what?
Not when I was 26, though.
No, he was 16 10 years ago.
You said 22.
He said
26.
26.
Oh,
yes.
4,000.
So you're going to marry right now?
35 and married, yeah. Recently, though.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
You want to have a
Late
baby?
20s were pretty dope years. Yeah, for
You want to have a baby?
We will. Not yet.
Raise 12,000.
You want a baby at some point?
He is a baby.
Yeah. Maybe later or not later?
Later.
Later, yeah.
Maybe do
Tired
like
of the crypto honey?
surrogate?
I can't see it.
Uh-huh.
Is that called surrogate?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
some
understand.
greens.
Is that called surrogate?
That's the right word, yep.
I wonder why Wes would want to use a surrogate.
42. You think you'll stay where you're at when it starts to become family time?
For sure, yeah. We,
I wonder
the
if he-
house we just bought, that's like the forever house.
Awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
I wonder if Wes knows the word
My
prenup.
house I live right now is not for. It's not good for the kid.
I'm gonna
Not
do
for a
something
family, yeah.
scandalous.
Yeah, my house right now is
This
like 6th
scandalous.
floor. From the top of the mountain down to the mountain.
stairs.
Yeah, lots of stairs.
What city?
Pasadena.
With my cards, yeah.
Well, that scandalous play working out so far for Ben. He flops bottom pair, backdoor flush draw into potential backdoor straight.
Not good for the old, like my parents or Chinese we live together.
All in.
All in.
And the stairs aren't.
All in by Michael with just ace king high. This is a $43,000 bet into a pot of 25,700. He's over betting the pot.
42.
And Nick, you've played enough with Ben. You've commentated enough with Ben. Is he going to sniff this out?
I think he's got a real potential to sniff this out. I mean, of course, we got to lean towards a fold here. We really do. But Ben is, believe it or not, I don't care if you've seen it or not yet, anyone out there, he is the type of player to make this call. He's not afraid. He's very sticky.
I mean,
and he's got a ton of donk in him.
It doesn't really make sense,
doesn't.
right? If you have a hand like aces, kings, queens, you don't need to bet this size, especially on a board with no flush draw.
Did you hear what he said to him? He said it smells like ace king. He told Michael, feels or smells like ace king. So he's
puts in a time extension.
Yeah, so he's on the right track. He's sniffing up the right trail for sure, and he's not flexing here or show timing.
Now, if you look at Michael's body language, he's a little bit hunched over. He's playing with his cards.
Yeah, that's nervousness.
And you kind of saw his eyes darting around.
Oh, Ben.
Ben wants
Ben.
to do it. He wants.
Ben!
Oh, he lets it go.
Oh, you got to show it.
He does show.
I had a 4. Yeah.
Nice, nice. But right, man, it didn't add up, but it got through. It's a lot of money. Wow, Ben.
I had a 4.
Well, no, yeah, come on. Where's the gamble?
Great play by Michael. He wouldn't have gotten Ben to fold for any other size on the floor.
No, of course. He has to do what he did there.
I was trying to play correctly.
Stop that. You know better than that.
I mean, pre-flop was definitely incorrect. Yeah, you had a 4, and only one of them.
I think this would be the time right now. If you poke the bear, the bear's
it's time for Wesley.
The bear's
to
going to
throw
shit
in
in the woods. I'll just tell you.
It's time for Wesley to throw in a little needle right
Wesley
here.
I mean, Wesley would be the only one that could get it through. Anyone else, drawn dead.
I feel like though with Wesley, it's almost more of a needle because Wesley's doing it, sometimes in a way where he's just asking for,
Totally
asking for advice.
Totally.
I can see that happening.
And you can't put your finger on him because I think it's sincere.
Yeah.
But there's always a shot.
Right.
He's smart like a fox.
He's on another level.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would have loved for Wesley to turn to Ben and ask. In English, you say that's called bad fold? That's called bad.
What's the called? What do you call this term?
This is called fish fold, right?
Fish fold. Oh. And then laugh.
Yeah.
Like he does.
Oh, we're 3 ways to the turn. Israeli Ron with a pair of 3s, and Ben and Garrett both ahead of him with 4s. Both players sharing cards, and it's Garrett who's the aggressor here. Betting 4,000.
Aggression usually wins the day. Just between me, you, and the ceiling, Ron is not calling this hand. Did he just call?
He did just call.
That's okay. Tony Romo
card is a 3.
Does not exist. I am wrong. I am sorry, Israeli Ron.
He gets rewarded and
you
he leads.
Sure do.
This.
Wow.
I
did not see that coming, Kane. Wow.
Okay, so for those of you watching here, when you're Israeli Ron and you call the turn, right, you have to believe that Garrett is bluffing. The only reason to call the turn is if you think that your 3's good and Garrett's on a bluff. So if you think that that's the case, why not check to him on the river?
That is such a check, Kane. Oh, he could have got so much more. I believe Garrett is.
Do you think Garrett would have fired, or do you think Garrett would have just checked and shown it down?
I mean, would he be afraid of a 3? I don't know. I don't know. On this one, I'm stumped.
Yeah. And especially because it was very difficult for Ron to represent a bluff on that board. It was Badoogie on the turn, which means that there was no flush draw.
Yeah, man. That one was perplexing. All the way around. But
either way, though.
Good job, Ron.
Yeah, Ron takes down the pot.
Yep. Good job. He deserves it. He put in his money.
Back.
Very interesting hand. I'm still stuck back in that hand, my head. I'm telling you, Ron he's just wants his chips back. He's playing some crazy hands early, and too bad he doesn't have queen deuce here.
Pretty soon could be nipping at the heels of Wesley in terms of VPIP.
For sure. He is. If you saw this graph, it's straight up rocket ship.
Here's Wesley, who thinks he's protecting his equity with 5-6. Little does he know, Ben has the pocket tens, but now Wesley picks up a flush draw.
I'm going to tell you right now, if Wesley binks whatever the hell he needs to bink here, all hell's going to break loose. Oh, Lord. NASA, stand by.
Wesley needs a 5 or a heart. It's not. It's the 9 of spades. Ben
I am
gets
not
the
rooting
check
against
mark.
Ben, but the drama.
But wait. Wesley putting chips together here. Is that going to be enough?
He's
7,000.
Oh, he's owned him tonight, and he's going off of that. Wow. And if he shows and this gets through.
Wesley's trying to represent spades here.
What a great bet. Good job, West Side.
Wesley shows.
Stay away? No.
Oh, my God. That is a needle.
Give me 15 back. Thank you.
What did he ask him? Do I still win?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think his little toes are across a little starting to get close to that line. How about you?
Oh, yeah. And with all the chips making their way into Ben's personal space.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, he's taking over real estate. He's taking, nice belief. He's taking over chips. He's taking over the chatter. West Side. Now you know why they picked West?
Unbelievable showing from Wesley, who's been playing about a month of poker.
Nice belief.
Now, something interesting to look out for as you continue to commentate and play in these games, Nick. We talked about Wesley, how when he aggressively puts those chips together, that it may or may not be strong. But we've seen him do...
No, he's balanced.
We've seen him do a bunch of different
Both.
things, but one thing I haven't seen him do on a big river bet is announce his bet. And
Correct.
that time he announced 7,000
Yes,
with a bluff, which is something to
Got to keep a watch out for that.
pay attention to.
As
So,
I told you, Israeli Ron called 1,900 pre with 7 deuce off.
wow.
Back to my point, which was originally he'll do anything to win with this hand, and he is calling and in every hand now.
Are they playing a 7-deuce bounty?
They are not, sir.
Well, Israeli Ron just has his own personal bounty on 7-deuce.
He does. Ben.
5,700.
Pocket queens for Garrett, sizing up the situation, saying, I bet into 3 other players, I'll let it go.
Yeah.
And Ron
You're not
lets
going
it
to
go.
trap that rabbit. That ain't going to happen.
It's going to be tough to win post-flop with that 7-deuce 4 ways, you know?
With you, buddy. With you.
Huh? Do you want to put in his 100? All right.
Ben just pining to get those Wesley chips in the middle of the pot.
You're a 2 and 2. Raise 1,200. Call. Call.
Well, there's his hand from the button. I don't care what you bet or who it was. He's not folding that. Came right off a 7-deuce, which he adores.
And it is a favorable flop for Queen Deuce. Israeli
Wow.
Ron now
Sure
in
is.
the lead.
How about a deuce of clubs?
Garrett c-betting about a third the size of the pot here with a backdoor flush draw and a gut shot. And Michael makes a loose peel, putting Ron in a tough spot, but Ron, of course, not going to relinquish the queen deuce, and he does make a correct call. 4 of hearts on the turn. I imagine we'll see Garrett want to slow down here after getting called in 2 spots.
Yeah, he has to, and he knows that.
Does, and it goes check, check.
Check it, Ron.
That's
That's gonna work.
5,000. That might be good enough to
That's going to be good enough.
win him the pot. He shows.
Yeah, of course. 7 deuce and queen deuce is always going to be shown, even if he loses the hand.
Like every board I can hit or something.
Queen deuce, the Israeli Ron special, works out for him.
Go all in or something.
And Israeli Ron is clawing back.
Let's go, Ron.
Yeah, that's what hedge means, hedge fund.
Raise 1,200.
What?
Sorry.
Next time.
Pretty likely.
Heads up. Check.
15?
1,500.
How much? 15?
15. Next one is 50K.
Bring it.
Garrett, follow my Twitter after this.
Well, a really, really strong turn here for JR.
Just follow you.
Ron is going to continue to try to tell a story here. It just happens to be really bad timing. 3,000. JR really deciding, does he need to make a move here? Does he need to flat? He, of course, is out of position. If he was in position, that is complete flat, but I think out of position he did the right thing.
I should have let you go one more.
You got an 8? Yeah. Joined it.
I don't know if Ron would have found the 3rd barrel or not, but wasn't going to work there. For those of you watching, we have a lot of you watching. We're at 7,500 people watching. We got a ton of likes. We are High Stakes Poker Productions. This is our Friday high stakes game. We're playing 1-2-4 with a 200 ante. There is blood in the water. I am Nick Vertucci. I am here with Kane Callis. He is on a quick break. High Stakes Poker Productions is Nick Vertucci, myself, and Ryan Feldman. We bring you High Stakes Poker 5 days a week, Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific. If you love what you see, smash that like button. Hit subscribe so you can see all the stuff we got coming. It'll hit you right on your phone as soon as we put it out. And we're going to continue to bring the best high stakes poker live streaming in the world.
You were born in China?
Me? No.
Born here?
I grew up in the Bay Area.
Okay, yeah. Are you live in LA or you live in the Bay?
I currently live in LA.
Yeah.
We got a bet and a call, a float. We got nothing burger.
You from China? What?
Originally from China.
Yeah. What's it?
We got a split pot here.
Chongqing.
What is it?
Chongqing.
Nobody folds. Split it up.
Place.
Chop.
Still pretty big?
Yeah, very big.
Oh, yeah? 10 million, 20 million? Maybe?
50 million.
50 million? Damn.
50?
Yeah.
I'm supposed to. Well, I'm not very good.
Biggest has the biggest population, like 10 times Beijing. Yeah, because Chongqing it should be a province, but they make it as a municipal city.
Yeah.
它的面积很大. It's very big. It's like province, 10 times as Beijing.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's supposed to be a
turn. I fold.
How long you live in the U.S. for?
8 years.
8 years, nice. English is very good for only 8 years.
I went to university. I got educated.
Yeah. Went to Berkeley?
UC Santa Cruz, then Berkeley. Yeah.
Got it.
Just in case.
I learned.
Yeah.
Raise 1600.
Hard
Well, you
language
did a
to
good
learn,
job,
English, huh?
Yeah,
Wes.
easy. But useful.
Yeah. Same with Mandarin. It's a very useful language.
Oh, the Mandarin?
Yes.
16?
Yeah. Yeah, Ben can speak.
Well, we got Big Ben in the cut with Ace King, and JR is widening up a little bit in the big blind. He's going to call 1400 to see a flop.
Especially in crypto, you know, like 5 years ago or 2 years ago, like China has
This
like
is
made
Ben's
hash-
pot to
hash
lose.
rate.
I think if he continues a
coin
street or
and then
two, he's going to
exchange.
take this down for
You know Coinbase,
sure.
right?
Of course.
Like 5 years ago, like 90%
That smile
of the trading volume is in China.
Ah, interesting.
Just means they have a ton of history, which they do.
But I also do investment here because better depths, depths.
Ben, one more barrel, you win. Got to make it good though. You're going to need to make it a little bigger.
1900.
He laughs again, but I think he's going to have to let this one go. I don't think you can laugh call twice.
Trying to decide if I should interpret something by that size or not. I think you had diamonds. That's why you sped up.
He had a better hand than you and a handful of
You'll
spot
see it
douche.
eventually.
Yeah.
In fact, it's probably going to play in like an hour. Where the hell did Tony go?
I didn't have anything, so it didn't matter.
Ben having separation anxiety. His good buddy Ben, his good buddy Tony's taking a break.
McDonald's.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, he gave me
I
a
pounded a
bird.
cheeseburger.
Raise 1200.
Yeah, and West from under the gun's going to make it 1,200. He's raising it up. DC Lawyer in the cut with Ace Jack going nowhere. Michael needs to let that go. And Ron with deuces. We know he's game right now. Not folding much.
Almost? Nice, yeah. I learned Spanish in school. Like, I can get by, but fluent, no way.
It's been a long time.
This is DC Lawyer's pot right here.
Me at a normal pace,
Unless something crazy happens.
if I'm lucky. Yeah.
Wes wants to rep that board. It's going to be really tough with second pair and the nut flush draw
because I have like
to
the
go
vocabulary,
anywhere.
so I can slowly piece together grammatically terrible sentences. But that's it. Yeah.
Arabic is very hard.
The turn is
Very hard.
gives Wesley 2 pair. So no longer is there a lock on this hand.
Like being able to speak Spanish.
Totally.
So beast. Totally. I practice
That
whenever I can.
that would have worked
It feels like I'm
on the
just
flop. That is not
never
going to
really
work
get
here.
better.
Whoa, it is going to work here. Oh, wait a minute. Wesley's got moves like Jagger. I don't think he really knows what he wanted to do, but he decided on, well,
Feels like they're speaking so fucking fast.
if he sticks with it, man, that's weird. He totally just paralyzed DC Lawyer here. And he's going to get paid. Can Wes make the call? Yes. Payday, Wes. Payday, buddy boy. Wow. That was the most goofy-footed
I
hand.
have a 6. I'm trading for an. Oh my God! I have 2 pair. Fuck! I'm going.
And you know what's funny is I believe him. There is
Best
no way that
value.
was anything but sincere.
Value. I got the most value with 2 pairs. The 8-6.
DC Lawyer perplexed on what just happened there, all the way around. With the juke. I'll tell you what, if he was a receiver and running a pattern, the DB would be on his ass with that move.
So what happened now? He's gonna straddle for the button.
Is this?
That's his.
That's fine. So what are we doing? So it's 1,000,
And you're only going to punish yourself trying to figure out
Right?
if he knows or not.
No, you take that back.
I take it back.
And then next hand, you guys will
What hands does he want me to fold?
1K to call.
Guys, let's be clear. There is not a chance he did that on purpose. I'm telling you, he's not the type of guy. I believe he didn't know what he was doing.
No one can read your hand.
But It's up for interpretation, and I know you guys are all going to think so, and have at it. But I'll tell you what, that was a weird hand. Someone says that was created in the lab in Wuhan. That's really funny. Really funny. I'll give it to you.
Tell him where he's steering wrong and get him back on track. Not winning enough.
Yeah, he's not top.
Wow, that was something.
He should be up 200K. He's leaving money on the table. Okay. How do we even have any chips?
It's been a very lucky day for all of us.
I like how this is stacked spread out. 4 players. Lots of area between.
It's high. It's like all the buildings.
Look at Wes's stack. Look at it. Look at his chips. That's just something, man. He's something. This dude came out of nowhere, just knocked on the glass 3 weeks ago-ish, and now here he is, playing every stream, banging it up, will play any stakes, isn't afraid of anything, having the time of his life. And he's playing the phantom hand here. We don't know what it is, but it's kind of fun. What do we think Wes is doing here, betting 1,600 into this board? I'll tell you this, he's feeling it right now, so it could be anything. He's instinctually playing his rush. But he makes the perfect fold when JR has the Nutter Butters with the straight on the button. He's too wiry.
You can read Chinese.
What's that?
You can read Chinese.
I can't read Chinese.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Wes, if you get in a big enough hand that matters to Garrett, I bet you he'll learn Chinese. I bet you he'll be able to read Chinese. It's my gut.
Don't fold, Wes.
So, straddle?
Oh, I just looked at that hand back. I don't think it was a straight. I'm just so
Yeah. Oh, right. You are the 400. You
in
are the
awe of Wes. I think I misread that.
Raise 300 here. 4,500.
Garrett's going to 3-bet to 4,500 on the hijack with a pair of sevens.
Really want to call you.
It's really Ron playing snug, dropping the 4 deuce. Ben's cards are in the box, but they're not registering, so sometimes it's fun to not know.
Here, check. Thanks.
But for Ben to 4-bet Garrett from under the gun out of position, I have a feeling it's pretty good. And I wonder if we're going to find out how good. That is not a good flop for Garrett. And there we go. We got ace-queen, so he's got second pair here, no diamond. But he's well in the lead.
Check. $6,300.
This looks like a really, really strong line. Well, Garrett's just not a believer yet, or he's got ideas. And it better be some good ideas. I think Ben right now seriously He's trying to figure out what his best move is, and I think this is the best move here. Nothing to be done with it.
17,700.
Just not enough behind, really, to get him off it. Well, I will tell you this. This is the pose and posture Garrett gives when he's only considering a call. If he was considering to make a move here, he would be a statue. He wouldn't be making that sound or shaking his head or looking around. So this is, do I call and make a hero call, or do I get rid of this? He is not contemplating shoving, which with Garrett, you never know. It's always possible, but this is not Garrett's shove look. This is his shoulder shake.
Annoying one.
If his mask wasn't on, he would be fake yawning and stretching. That's what he does when he's perplexed.
Pay this off.
Come on, Garrett, give back. Give back to the people. Kind of like an ecosystem. It doesn't work if you don't give back. Garrett does not showboat. He does not look for camera time. He's seriously considering that he might make this call. I think he's leaning towards not making it.
Could be. Leaning towards putting it in, Ben.
Good news for Ben. I don't even know if Ben knows what that means. I think he might think it's good. But I'll tell you this, he has no idea Garrett has sevens here. Or anything like that.
10 seconds.
Wow. Wow. That is the first misclick we've seen out of the eighth wonder.
That's him. Thanks.
And it's a pretty big misclick. Now I'm going to say this.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Garrett is a competitor.
Thank you.
Garrett cares about the money, yes, but Garrett cares more that he made a decision that wasn't accurate. It's not a ton of money to him, and it's not beating him up that way. But sometimes I see Garrett go really, really wide and start to get really aggressive after a hand like that. And I'm not saying he's tilting, just saying he starts to really get aggressive. It gets his juices flowing. So let's see what happens here, because so far that's the first misclick we've seen out of Boy Wonder.
Well, that was a big one for him. I mean, he used several time trips there. He really thought about it.
Yeah.
You can tell he was also doing everything in his power to try to pick up a live read, right? And something you'll see, specifically players who are very adept at live reads and live tells do, is say something like, I'm leaning towards a call, just to see if they can get some sort of reaction out of their opponent, right? Normally, if their opponent does react to that, it means that they don't want them to call.
Yeah. Ben did the perfect thing, which was not move a muscle or say a word. I had to learn that the hard way with Garrett, because he's so charming.
2,200. Call.
Garrett picked up on a couple of tells against you in this game?
Oh my God! When I first started playing 3, 4, 5 years ago, like in these stream games or whenever that was, I don't remember if it was 4 years. That's when I really figured out I did not know anything about poker, if I'm being honest. And I got a really good education playing with Garrett and Andy and a couple other just top pros, and they just diced me up. And that's when I started really figuring it out and turned it around. But I was making all the mistakes you could possibly make against these players, and the education was invaluable. But yes, the answer is yes.
So we've seen JR start to mix it up.
Yeah.
As we're now about 2/3 of the way through the session, or perhaps more than that. He's really opening up his game. And in this situation, unfortunately, it doesn't appear that it's going to work because Ben has top set of jacks. He's kind of sighing as he puts his chips together.
I'm tanking with a set.
Well, he played a nice hand against Wesley. It wasn't a very big one, but he he took the pot down with nothing. Because he plays so good, I misread his hand. I thought he flopped the nuts straight. Then after I looked at, because I have a computer that I could see it playing later, I realized that I had misread it, and he just made a nice move and won the pot. So he is opening up.
Ben wins a couple of massive ones in a row.
7-9. No, I mean 7-8. Give me another 20. Yeah, I just have to call.
So wait a minute. Ben, JR mucked without showing, so Ben didn't show his hand, and he told his buddy that he had an 8 when he really had 3 jacks. Did I catch that right?
I think somebody asked, why do you tank with a set?
Oh, is that what they said? Okay.
That's what I'm guessing.
I couldn't hear it.
Because it doesn't make any sense for him to announce that he had 7-8 after he said he's tanking with a set.
Oh, he said it.
He said
I didn't hear that. Okay,
Yep,
got it.
yep.
Got it. I misheard.
He said, I'm tanking with a set because there was a 4-liner on the board.
Got it. Yeah, that wouldn't have made any sense.
So we got a raise from Garrett with ace-6 of clubs. Suited aces really go up in value the deeper stacked poker you're playing.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you a little something else about the eighth wonder. Would you like to hear it?
Absolutely.
Seen this a million times. Yes, Garrett will widen up. He'll get more aggressive, and sometimes he can compound call it a mistake or call it a bad decision. But what I've also seen a ton is him, within not a lot of time after something like that, get into a really big hand and just get it back. Just like that. I've seen it so many times. I've never seen anyone do it more than him. So we'll see which way it goes.
Well, Garrett, who had been up the entire time, just playing very, very well, is actually now down.
Yeah.
As you can see with our graphic, the big winner right now, West Side Wesley. This guy's been playing poker for less than a month. Here he is winning again. Last week when I played Wesley, I was the second biggest winner. Wesley was the biggest winner in that game. He won over $70,000, and he's doing it while playing over 50% of his hands.
Wow. That's insane. Hard to have a 51% VPIP, and if you don't run good, you're either up a bunch or you're down a bunch.
I'm not at that level. He would actually raise and get a call from like 2 pair.
Here comes West Side Wesley, limping in on the button. Jack, Queen, Queen, DC
Wes
lawyer.
is kind of figuring it out, man.
He definitely is.
Just going after pots, running good.
Let's see if he fires multiple barrels on this one. Well, he actually has DC lawyer leading into him on this turn.
Wow.
Interesting lead here.
Very interesting.
This strikes me as a kind of what you'd call a way ahead, way behind kind of spot when you have queens full of jacks on this board. Wesley was the pre-flop raiser, so he certainly could have aces, kings, or of course quads. But
yeah,
DC lawyer also takes it down.
do you use a bet sizing like that with that hand if maybe you have like a small pair just to get some information? Like, I don't know, I just think he would have got a few more bucks out of Wesley, I think, if he checks that.
Yeah, I think there's really no reason to take it.
Yeah,
just to lead on that street. It's just a spot where your opponent has at the top of his range a big range advantage.
Yeah, I agree.
So neither of the players that we picked to come out the biggest winner in this session, I think both of them are down now.
Yeah,
You picked Garrett and I picked DC lawyer.
Yeah.
both down. So you can just see the swings in this game. And then Wesley, you know, the player with less than a month of experience, just continuing to show his poker prowess, being the biggest winner, on the verge of being the biggest winner in back-to-back Fridays on the big game.
Yeah, go Wes.
If you don't tell them, they do it.
Some 25 and 5.
Wesley
Wes
has been very vocal about having lost $20 million in the crypto market. And to put that in perspective, what he's saying, essentially, to use poker terminology, is he's upstuck, right?
Yeah,
I mean, he was,
of course.
He was up a lot more than 20 million at the high point, and you know, when he actually purchased his Bitcoin, it was a lot lower than that. So Wesley has done well in crypto trading. He's a very accomplished trader, but you know, he wished he would have timed the top and sold it, and he was a little upset about that. But you know what? He's about 50,000, 70,000 at a time. If he does that every single
that's right.
Hustler Casino
That's right.
live session,
He'll have it back in no time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have just a small hunch he's not hurting financially, so I think Wes is going to just be fine.
We got a raise from Michael, re-raise from Garrett. Michael coming back in with the 4-bet to 9,000. I think this graphic's wrong. I think that is a 4-bet, not a 3-bet. And just like you said, when Garrett loses a big one, he tends to want to play. Michael hasn't been the most aggressive player on the planet, and look at this. Garrett gets a flop that he can certainly do something with.
That's right.
He has the club draw.
And I think he understands the kind of hands Michael will 4-bet with, so this may be a time you might see him go after the pot and make a raise here. He may put him on an ace-king or ace-queen and know he's behind and know he has to get there. Wouldn't be shocked if 25,000 went into the pot or 30. Wouldn't be shocked at all. It's the right time for it. I'm Romo again. Makes total sense. It's a nice pot just to take down right here, and if he gets called, he is just looking good.
10 seconds.
No club in Michael's hand with his stack size. There's nothing to do here, Michael. Made a great play.
You happen to see how much Michael is playing? He's playing 43,000 total behind, right?
Yeah. This is effectively
is
right
a hand
now,
that can't stand
No.
much heat. If Michael had a total of 20,000 more behind or something, he could always consider it, you know, calling and all in there, hoping to be up against a hand like Garrett's. But he's just too deep to mess around with.
That's right.
Well,
Well, just like that, he got his chips back, or some of them.
Is there one back here?
Yeah, Garrett's now up 6,600 for the time being on the session.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's got a nice cooler in him for somebody. I don't know who it'll be, but
It's sporadic, but
I would not be shocked.
if it doesn't work, I'm not going in for the kill.
Is the soap and water working?
The what?
Soap and water?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's more important, yes. No, if that wasn't working, I would be like on mega chill. Like, I'm very sensitive to smells. But which is the other restroom that you guys are talking about?
Down here and around the corner to the left. Which one are you going?
That's the one I went to.
Oh, right.
Call.
Call. Call. Good though.
Tiger 3-bet bluffing Queen 8 suited, but it is the Queen 9 suited of West Side West that flops a straight. Now, of course, there are 3 hearts out there on the board, so it's not going to be all roses and daisies, but he does raise right away.
Yeah, very smart. I mean, in the sense he doesn't know Tiger doesn't have a heart, but...
Right. Yeah, this is...
If he knew...
This would generally be a pretty risky move on this type of board, but, you know, it actually, for the minimum size, you know, it makes a lot of sense.
It does.
To kind of prevent your opponent from hitting a heart on future streets.
Yeah. This will go maybe check, right? Or he's just not going to believe he's got 2 hearts and he's just going to keep barreling, which it's got to work at this point.
I think he'll keep
It
betting.
has to, yeah. He's going to slam him in.
21,000.
Wow, that's a big bet.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
And he printed another 17,000.
That's good. Thank you.
Takes down a $53,000 pot. Boom.
I know, Tony has nothing.
How many likes are we at right now, Nick?
Well, we are only at 2.7, and 3,500 was the goal to get me in anything rabbit related. So I'm looking good. We got 8,200 people watching, and this is our super high stakes 100, 200, 400 game with Garrett, Wes, and the boys. We are High Stakes Poker Productions. Ryan Feldman and I am in the booth here with Kane Callis.
Yeah, for everybody watching, go ahead, hit that like button. We're going to get Nick wearing bunny ears, earrings, and a bunny tail the next time that he plays in.
They don't have it in them, Kane.
In this
I'm
game.
just telling you.
If we can get up to 3,500 likes, let's do it.
They don't have it in them. I've been down this road before.
Punish him, guys.
Went up pretty quick right there.
Punish him for being so cocky.
It went up pretty good. And there's nothing more they'd like, so. Shocker, it ain't there already.
Wesley limps. DC Lawyer raising it up here with the ace-10 of spades. Gets 3 callers, including the original limper, which was Wesley. And the 3-7-8 board, Israeli Ron is up and down, but it's Tiger who's ahead right now with a pair of 7s.
All right, slow down, boys. We're at 3.1. Let's slow down.
Yeah, keep it
Slow
coming,
down.
guys. I love it.
Go hit the bong. Slow down. Now, you know, if they get there, which I don't think they will, you're going to have to provide all this material. Like, this is on you to bring it.
I got it.
Okay.
I got you.
All right, because, I mean, I'm not going out and buying this stuff.
Nick, you're going to get the prettiest pair of earrings you've ever seen.
Wow. Like loop or just rabbit?
Rabbit.
Rabbit feet? No, they're stuck at 3.1. They're hitting the bong. Good job, guys. Nothing to see here.
See a bet by Tiger, protecting his equity here with ace-7. Israeli Ron up and down, makes the call, and he gets there on the river. And Israeli Ron, who started off way down, has been just clawing his way back. You gotta love the persistence from Israeli Ron.
Wow, Ron, here it is.
We got Tiger going for thin value, and now the question is, are we going to see Ron put in a raise? He does.
Job, Ron.
And he made it a size that Tiger is just going to want to call.
He made him an offer that he just can't refuse.
Because Ron could easily have a hand here like 9-10, a hand like 9-jack, a hand like 10-jack, right? All of these hands flopped gut shots.
He's giving him the price. Making him an offer you can't refuse.
And with as many hands as Israeli Ron has been playing pre-flop, you can't exclude a hand like 6-10 or 6-9 either.
No, you just can't.
But credit to Tiger for giving it this much thought. I mean, my chips probably would have already been in there to pay him off. It's just such an attractive price. But Tiger really thinking it through. Does Ron have an 8 here? Does he have 5-6? Did he flop bottom set and slow play?
Wow.
What a fold by Tiger.
Good job, Tiger.
Fantastic fold by Tony.
Good job.
Israeli Ron takes it down.
You had an 8?
Working his way back to even.
How about 500? That's
Overpay?
very few
Sounds like an overpay.
I would play, but very few people would play. Even 300, 600, very, very few people will play.
I think it depends who play. Like, it could be like smaller than this. It could be.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. It could be really tight.
Yeah.
Wesley, you're 4.
But you wanted a call or you wanted to fold?
So it doesn't matter.
So very interesting here. We have a raise from Garrett and Israeli Ron just flatting his big blind with ace-king. You've played a lot with Ron. Does he not like to put too many chips in the pot with hands like ace-king?
I will tell you exactly what I know about Ron. When Ron has bigger hands, generally speaking, especially even in early position, he will flat ace-king, he will flat queens, he will flat tens, he will flat a lot of big hands, and it's very goofy-footed to play against him sometimes because you always have to take 7-deuce into account, flatting big hands early and not re-raising. It's all over the map.
All right, so he's making his ranges as wide as possible on both ends of the spectrum.
Yes. Yeah, Ron's done that to me a ton of times where I'm the pre-flop raiser, he's in first position, checks to me, I make a continuation bet, he checks again, and then I've learned my lesson where now I'm thinking, do I keep barreling against this guy who has pocket queens against me when I got 10 high? I don't know.
Are you tilted?
Very tilted.
6'9", 6'10".
Guys, we are at 3.2 thousand likes. Remember, if we get to 3.5 thousand, Nick has to go on stream in bunny ears, a bunny tail, which is going to be a pain in the ass to sit in, by the way, while you're trying to play poker. Bunny earrings, and he needs to insist to Paulina that he is the real poker bunny.
And how do I do that? Do I keep saying it during the stream, or how do I insist? Like, does she have to make it?
I have faith in you, Nick.
That I could just make
that
it
you
happen?
can do it. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So is it a public declaration where she says Nick is the new poker bunny, or
just whenever you're in a hand with her, she needs to know that you are the real poker bunny.
What if I never get another hand? What if she doesn't show up again? Do I just say it on stream that I am the poker bunny?
Why do you want to hurt me, man?
While I'm wearing it?
She'll show up.
Okay.
She'll
okay.
show up. She'll
all
come
right.
out.
All right. Well, if I see her and I play against her, she's gonna get the bad news.
Good, man.
Deuce 6-7 king. Tiger with the flush draw and gut shot.
In the Ox poker room.
Betting out will take it down.
That guy, he's very unfriendly, like 1-2 limited. I don't know how to, the limited poker, you have to double, right? Yeah. I don't know that rule. He's like, oh, that's a simple rule. He's shit on me, and I was like, okay.
That'll serve him. See, the last time you played Limit Hold'em with him, right?
Yeah, that time. And that hand, finally, like, I end up with like all in, and he lose, and he left.
Yeah. Some people, man, they play too much poker. There's no human left. Just poker.
Yeah.
It's like an empty soul of fucking poker hands and computer software and manipulating people for your benefit. Don't become like that, Wes. Even if you're that good, don't become like that, all right? Keep your soul, bro.
Tony the Tiger coming along with ace deuce. Suited Israeli Ron does choose to 3-bet this time with ace queen, but he picks bad timing because Wesley has ace king and immediately puts out the $10,000 4-bet.
Like
50,000 for seat 1. Copy.
Wow.
Ron makes
wow.
a bit of a loose call here. We haven't seen too many 4-bets out of Wesley, and
Wow.
the board does come king high. Good for Wesley.
15,000.
That's going to end this. I think Ron with ace queen off, in position and all, I think needs to, I don't know. What do I know? What do I know? Comes a queen, he's a genius, right?
I would have pitched the ace queen, especially, you know, Wesley picked a pretty large 4-bet size
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Well, I would have too.
we'll see.
Wesley is printing more than the Federal Reserve right now. Wesley is the fiat system. Tiger adds 50K and comes up with a couple of Kongs. Timing is everything. Now let's see if anyone has anything. DC Lawyer has something. That doesn't stop any of these other guys.
He's certainly getting some action here.
Mhm.
5 ways to the flop.
Oh, that's such a, it's just such a
Not a
disheartening.
fun flop for Pocket Kings. It is a very fun flop for Garrett's hand, who flops a flush draw. And
Wow, look at this. A
wheel
flush draw, and Israeli Run's got 2 pair.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I have this just...
But it's Tiger betting on
Ugh.
this board. Israeli Run, smooth calls. Wesley comes along, who's up and down. I mean, this board's just fireworks. And Garrett, I imagine we're going to see Garrett put in a raise.
Garrett's...
No, he just
flatted.
puts in a call. Perhaps worried about bloating a pot against a higher flush draw. He's playing so deep right now. If somebody else happened to have a higher flush draw, that's the last thing you want. Queen
That's right.
on the turn is a great card for Israeli Ron.
I think Wesley and Tiger are going to get booted out of this pot here. I mean, Kings are a big hand, but I think Ron's going to make...
5,000.
Just 5,000.
Wow.
1/3 pot. A little bit less than 1/3 pot. And Wesley's not going to go anywhere. Not with an up and down straight draw facing a 1/3 pot bet. He calls. Now back over to Garrett.
I got to be honest with you. This might be a spot that Garrett throws a squeeze in. I know it's it's not. We can make a case for it, but because there's higher flushes, but he is not thinking about a call here. I'll just tell you that right now. He is not thinking about calling here.
I disagree. I think a call's better than a fold, right?
I do
but the
too,
question
but
is,
I know my guy.
Right? Yeah. No. That's a.
I mean,
It's a
that's
good
why I'm
point.
saying it's
I mean,
not.
he's sensing weakness here.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, you're right. I know that, but this is. Did he do it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 30,000. Now you got Ron with 2 pair. See, here's the thing.
I don't think Ron's going anywhere.
Ron's not going anywhere, and this just scares the hell out of me because I don't know how many times I've been in this position, and I just like, please, Ron, like, just hold up. Even though I love Garrett, I don't want to see Garrett lose any money, but this is where Ron can lose all his chips because Garrett runs so pure, bro, when he makes moves like this. I almost want to put the headset down and kind of go for a walk.
Wesley here kind of indicating that he's going to be folding.
Yeah, he
wasn't
of course.
trapping with
oh
something
my gosh,
strong.
this is just yeah. Yep. Yeah, Ron's going nowhere. He really can't.
I mean, it's a tough spot for Ron though with bottom 2, right?
It's
because
tough.
He beats 0 value hands, 0, right? I mean, the next best value hand after Ron's is Ace King, and Garrett's not playing it that
Okay,
way. But he
well,
does
there
make
it
the
is.
call.
Please go twice.
Or rather, he goes all in. And
Please
it's gonna
go
be
twice. Please go
4,000
twice.
Oh yeah, you went all in, huh?
To
Yeah, I
Garrett.
call.
Please go
We'll figure it
twice.
out later.
How many times?
Twice? You want to do one? Whatever you want. Whatever you want.
Ron, don't
You the one-
go twice. Okay.
One time.
I'm not going to argue with
Here
you.
it comes, guys. Here it comes. Oh! Come on.
Oh, my.
Oh, shit. God. Oh, God. It's so hard to see. Oh, God.
And you can see that.
Of course, Ronnie said okay. Go
Ron, I told
twice.
you if you wanted to ask me for twice, fine. If not, I much prefer once.
You could have got twice, Ron. You can't go once. He's going to hit it. This is not in any solver anywhere, bro. This is real life.
Really? You think?
As Garrett will tell you, and it doesn't make any sense to me when he says it, because we laugh about his run good. He goes, someone has to run good, and it just might as well be me. It's just math. That's what he tells me. You know what? I felt that coming.
You knew
and
it
I had
was coming.
anxiety.
You knew it was coming, and
That's the largest pot of his career, 89,000.
This is, you know.
Yeah, I kind of just don't feel really good.
This is the look of a man who is dejected. He was down. He clawed his way back, and he got it all in good. He couldn't have played the hand any better.
No, he played the hand how he should. He can't fold, and he played it fine.
And you knew that he should have, insisted on running it twice.
I mean, if Garrett is going to agree to it in that position, and
Garrett would have.
He did. He just said
Ron,
like this, and then he's like, okay. And,
Right.
And then Ron felt like bad, or I don't know what he felt, like he didn't want to press him.
Right. Well, Garrett was kind of rolling his eyes. As
He
though
was.
He,
He was.
didn't
He didn't
right?
love it.
Right.
You know, he didn't love it. He's pretty
Man.
consistent about going once, and that's good. I hope that's it for Ron. Only in the sense that like, I don't think he could come back from that. Yeah, he put his mic down. That's it. Sorry to see it. All right, and that's a hundo ball, I think.
These are the highs and lows of.
Yeah, I know that
highs and
feeling.
lows
That's a
of poker,
sick-ass
and
feeling right there.
Just looking at Ron's face and his demeanor. I mean, we've all been there, right?
All right,
Anybody who
No, I've been there. That's how I know. That's how we know.
Right.
Because you know that feeling. It's gross. So gross. All right. I'm going to take a bathroom break. I think I got to walk it off, too. So
We'll see you soon.
All right, I'll be back in 5.
And now we're in the middle of a large pot here brewing between Michael and Wesley. Wesley flopping a hell of a draw on the flop. He's up and down straight draw. Oh, but Michael really putting him to the test here, going all in for $34,000 into a $15,000 pot. And it's an interesting play because on this board there are so many different draws that Michael can have. Wesley says, I'll gamble.
Twice. Just one.
He goes one time.
Wow. Wesley wants twice. Michael says just one. And it is a 9, and going just once works out for Michael in this case, who takes a large chunk of chips from the player who previous to this hand was up more than anybody else at the table. And now that player may in fact be Garrett.
Up to 100, yeah. So it's
not this.
I thought he had a pair and a flush draw, and that's why he was like, put his
3-1.
hand up so far. And he had a heart too, right?
Yes.
33-1. Yeah, so I saw the 7 of hearts. He put his hand out. I was like, oh, I guess.
How much is that?
33,100.
30?
Nice hand, Mike.
Yeah.
33-1.
So is this?
33-1.
Okay.
Okay.
I have to call. Flash draw and straight draw.
Like him.
What?
It was the same as him.
I have to call that, right?
Well, he had a straight draw too.
Straight draw, like
I didn't have to put 35,000 in.
It was ace
But you
three,
had to
deuce
call.
three.
Yeah.
but you already put 30.
Yes, of course. Well, yeah, I was calling like 2,000 more. Yeah, I'm talking about I could have folded instead of closing my eyes and putting in the first 30. You understand? Doesn't understand. That's all right. I'll simplify it. You played good, I played bad. No, that's what happened. I promise. I promise. There's no bullshit. That's exactly what happened.
4 hours, and that's the first pocket pair I was dealt.
Flash draw and straight draw.
First I've seen all day.
100%. 100%.
Who's
Well, you're first.
me?
400 to go.
After that pot, Michael now one of the bigger winners in this game. His overbet all-ins have been working for him across the board. Earlier, he got Ben to fold the best hand on a 4-8 queen board when he shoved all in with ace-king on a bluff. And a pretty decent flop for 6-8, I'd say. Tiger getting a lot of action here. Wesley with a very loose call on a 3-diamond board with just a gut shot.
How much?
35.
Wow, Wesley continuing to hang around with his up and down straight draw. Little does he know his opponent already has a made straight. Tiger, of course, with the check mark now. He takes it down. A lot of people in the chat saying that with that up and down straight draw and flush draw that Wesley had, Garrett would have managed to find either a club or a straight on that river. We've certainly seen Garrett on this stream pull out a lot of very favorable river cards, including that 7 of hearts that sent Israeli Ron home. For anybody just tuning in, wondering exactly what it is you're tuning into, this is the Hustler Casino Live. It's the big game, 100, 200, 400 blinds, no limit hold'em with a 200 ante. This is the highest stakes public poker game running in Los Angeles. There's over $500,000 on the table right now. These players are playing for.
Wesley, you're 400.
Going to the bathroom, Magic.
Heads up.
Tiger's going heads up with Wesley. Pocket 8s against King 8. No help for King 8 here.
1500.
Tiger takes it down.
Could I get some purples from you, please?
What do you need, sir?
The purples?
Purples, yeah, sure.
Yes. Thank you.
100 worth?
Earlier, we asked the chat who they were rooting for, who they wanted to see come out the big winner. We got a lot of love out there for West Side Wesley. What do you guys think now? Has your opinion changed? You still want to see Wesley be the big winner? Or would you like to see Garrett continue to run it up after that big pot, or any of these other players at the table? Let us know your thoughts.
Raise 400.
And I see in the chat them wanting me to hold Nick accountable to these bunny ears. Nick is taking a short break. Don't worry. When he gets back, he's going to get the news. Absolutely. Thank you guys for tuning in and for all the likes. Continue to keep them coming. And as soon as Nick gets back to the booth, I will deliver the news.
Check around.
Nick may have realized we were getting close to 3.5 thousand likes. We may never see him again. It's checked around over to Tiger, who puts out an $1,800 bet.
How many odds do you have? Is that 15.
Garrett correctly assesses the situation, makes a call. King, queen.
So I have 80% to win.
No.
Say 30%.
On the turn 30.
King.
Yeah, 30. I shouldn't call.
Garrett takes that one down.
Too strong. Your hand is too strong.
But with that pot.
What about me? Do I have to call?
Yeah. No, you could have folded.
I could have folded.
Yeah.
I had like 14th pair.
Yeah, because when he jams
Somebody in the
over
chat
your
asking why Garrett would check a board like
Yeah.
like the one we just
What-
had
I'm saying
with
the hand
top
against
pair
your hand,
on the
right?
flop.
Oh, I see.
It's probably not a play that he does every time, but certainly the more players that are in the pot on the flop, the more likely you are to check a hand like that.
God bless.
I believe that last pot was 4 ways.
It's 4 blinds.
Yep. Just for this round.
Best cards I've seen in an hour.
We're almost playing as big as you want, Wes. Almost. You want 1,000.
I was just thinking when I was walking back to the bathroom, like, there's no way they'd be down for a straddle, would they?
Oh, yeah. We got 7 troopers here. A lot of heart at this table.
Wesley asking for a 1,000 big blind game. I would certainly be in that game with you, Wes. Chat, go ahead and let us know if you want the Hustler Casino Live to try to put on a 500 1,000 blind game. It would be a $100 or perhaps $200,000 minimum buy-in game. And right now they're doing a mandatory $800 straddle, kicking up the price of poker even more. We're basically at that 500 1,000 game. This game actually plays even a little bigger since it's 4 blinds. And just in time, we're going to welcome Nick back to the booth. And Nick just came back to some bad news.
Oh, crap.
Nick, how you feeling about these likes?
I feel kind of hoppy, if you will.
This is going to be great.
I feel a little jumpy.
This is going to be great. Nick actually didn't have to take a bathroom break. He was going around yelling at people, stop, don't hit the like button. Stop hitting the like, put your phone down.
Yeah, I hit I'm drawn dead. But we got 8,000 viewers. We got 3,500 likes. We are crushing live poker. And, you know, I guess I'll just have to do my best to rock those ears, buddy. I've never welched on a bet in my whole life.
You're going to be getting bunny ears, a bunny tail, and some very, very cute bunny earrings.
Whew.
Was the massage getting good?
I haven't taken it.
And here we see our winnings on the day. Garrett has come way back.
What'd I tell you?
He's now way in the lead, up $70,000, largely because of that very fortuitous river card, the 7 of hearts, that he hit against Israeli Ron, who's no longer with us, who lost almost $100,000 this session.
Wow.
Ben is the second biggest winner, up about 31,000. And as you can see, Wesley's VPIP continuing to go up. He's now at 53% of hands that he's playing.
My man.
Michael just limping. Pocket kings under the gun, setting the trap.
It's 800. So this straddle.
Ben, very astute, just limping behind. We'd see a lot of players raise a hand like pocket sevens here, but we haven't seen Michael do too much limping in early position. But Garrett has a real hand in ace-king. He raises it up to 7,000, which is, again, just a really large pre-flop raise size from Garrett. And it's back over to Michael. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for Michael, and how do you like this, Hollywood Nick?
Yeah. You gotta love this, man.
The chat already saying they know an ace is coming in this hand.
Well, they're OGs. They know. Ace is coming.
Re-raise up to 23,000. Back over to Garrett.
4 big chips, Michael? Thanks.
Garrett, a very astute poker player, always trying to get as much information as possible. May he have picked up on the fact that Michael was looking frustrated and flustered with the hand earlier when we saw Michael with some marginal hands, like the ace-9 suited that he 3-bet. He didn't do that. Garrett goes all in, and he doesn't get snapped. Michael did not snap call.
You gotta put the money in before you ask that.
He calls.
It's up to you.
I'd prefer twice.
You got it.
You got it.
What do you have, kings?
I got it so far.
That's a good hand. Beak.
No,
that's
ace
a good
this time.
hand. He'll get it on the second one. That's just the way it goes.
Let's see if you're right.
Oh my gosh.
First board, Michael. Here comes the second board.
Michael. My
Who
son.
the big winner is in this
Bink.
session could all come down to this pot. No ace
Oh,
yet.
wow.
Could it be a chop, though? Turn 4, a 5 would be a chop pot. It's not.
Wow.
Michael wins twice somehow.
$164,000
Holding up against Garrett.
pot.
And Nick, all of a sudden, Garrett went from being the biggest winner. He's now down.
Yes.
He's now down 12,000 on the session. And Michael is now the big winner this session.
I told you Garrett does not lock it up. If he's in this position, he will play. He will gamble.
You know, I wouldn't run it twice either. It seems like when Garrett runs it twice, he doesn't have as good luck, right? He kind of needs.
Yeah.
There's something magical about that one time.
I get it.
That he just
blew
hits
it.
70, 78, 79,800. 79, 8. 20, 40, 60, 70, 8, 9, 8. 79,800. Then you also owe the house 300.
It's cool. You're good.
You know, Michael learned from Israeli Ron there. Because Michael wanted to run it twice. He said, "Will you run it twice?" Garrett said, I really prefer once. And Michael said, "I prefer twice." He was very emphatic about it. And Garrett, of course, said that he prefers to run it once, but he will be friendly to the other players who do want to run it multiple times and do so. And there he did. It wouldn't have changed the outcome in this case, unless you believe in fate and luck.
can't believe the biggest
Which-
spot of the night didn't involve Wesley.
When you watch Garrett enough, you start to, right, Nick?
Yep, you do, buddy. Crazy.
So all of a sudden, Michael is the biggest winner so far this session. Just like that, the ups and downs of high-stakes, no-limit hold'em poker.
Oh, is that a call?
It's just 8, yeah.
Okay.
Here we have DC Lawyer limping in with the ace-9 offsuit. And a couple of checks from Tiger and Michael, going 3 ways.
3 players. Check. 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 1400.
Garrett always wanting to have the most chips at the table, added another 100,000 to his stack. You can see taking a sip of water there, and the ups and downs this session for Garrett. I mean, he started with 200,000. He very quickly got up to 240, 250,000, was just playing great. Then back down to 180, and all the way back up just to lose that big pot to Michael again. And currently he's stuck about $12,000.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
He sort of has a lot more than
Yeah, I want to get rid of it. Okay. Let me know if you want more.
But 12,000, as we've
Sure,
seen,
I'll sell you some.
can come and go very, very quickly in this game.
Yeah.
Especially with the $800 straddle with which these players are currently playing.
Where's all of our straddlers at?
So he missed it. Did he miss it too?
No.
So this is the last one?
I feel like that's not fair somehow.
Yeah, I think so too.
You know what I'm saying?
No, they should have to straddle.
Will they straddle when they come out? Okay.
Yeah.
It's just one person, right?
Only Wes missed it.
Oh, okay, all right. Cool.
What is going on? What's going on?
After the stream.
What?
What?
You can't play 1 minute after the stream.
I can't hear you.
I'll tell you right now.
You gotta go when it's done.
Yeah.
Like, right away.
Why? What's the action? Sorry.
2,500 from Garrett. He called.
I hate being rushed.
Tony informing Ben he has somewhere to be after the stream. Ben not very happy about it. Three ways to a flop, 2 pocket pairs and a suited 8-10.
3,000.
And the pocket fours picks it up, aggression paying off for Garrett.
It's 8 now. No, it's 6:30.
And the straddle is off now. Back to 1-2-4 with a 200 ante. Still a massive, massive game. $40,000, $50,000 swings in this game. Very routine. Garrett has swung about $100,000 twice in this session, both within the course of about 30 or 40 minutes. Ben gets a successful bluff through here with his gut shot. Well-timed bluff by Ben. And we see a lot of empty seats around the table, but these players will continue to play four-handed.
So, Kane, in the next few minutes, no pun when I say this, but I'm probably going to bounce out of here, work on my rabbit game.
Yeah?
Yeah, and head to the OC. So I'm going to hang out a few more minutes, and then we'll be heading that way.
Well, you could be expecting in your mailbox some bunny ears, bunny tail,
yeah,
and some very, very pretty bunny earrings for you to wear.
Well, let me hand you this phone.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and put your number in here. Don't say it out loud, or I'm drawn dead with this group in the chat. But we will. I'll send you my address, and I'll honor my bet.
Sounds good. Sounds good, my friend.
All right. Well, one more time, it has been a pleasure to co-commentate with you. I am Nick Vertucci. We are High Stakes Poker Productions, and this has been a pleasure. And Mr. Kane is going to take you out and envy out.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nick. Nick Vertucci, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure commentating with Nick, and it's going to be an even bigger pleasure watching him wear bunny ears, a bunny tail, and the bunny earrings on stream. And, you know, he said, the bunny tail. What the hell? You can't even see that on stream. I actually think that's one of the best parts because it's just going to be a pain in his ass. I'm going to find a massive bunny tail that when he tries to sit down, it's just going to make him so uncomfortable. I mean, he's going to be tilting hard that session. And not only that, if Paulina is there, which we're going to make sure it happens, Paulina's poker bunny, Nick needs to insist that he is in fact the real poker bunny. And all of a sudden we have action over here between Tiger and JR. JR flopping top pair with ace queen. And here we see an updated winnings, count of the winnings here. Michael up top, up almost $90,000, $86,600. Ben right behind him. Ben has been second on this leaderboard for quite some time.
That's unlucky.
Yeah.
Garrett right around break even.
No, you're almost certain.
Did I get the middle?
Right, yeah.
Michael picking up Garrett's lucky hand and raising it up.
12?
Just a call from Garrett with ace queen. With a hand we'd normally see him 3-bet, but he's so deep now against Michael. And I bet he wish he would have 3-bet. He flops top 2.
Do you have any fives?
Do I have any fives? Yeah.
I just want to look at them.
Yeah.
Are they all the same?
It's checked around.
This one's the same as yours.
Oh, okay.
2,500.
Half pot bet from Garrett. He will pick up a caller in Tiger, who has a club flush draw. River card's a 3. So Tiger now has a pair, but that's not going to be any help against Garrett's 2-pair. Wow. Garrett comes out with an overbet here. An interesting overbet. Basically just trying to represent that he had missed clubs. Tiger using that time chip, and you know, I almost feel like Tiger would have folded to a smaller bet, but this bet just feels so out of line that Tiger's saying, does Garrett have missed clubs here? But remember, Tiger has 2 clubs himself. Wow, he makes the call. What an unbelievable bet by Garrett there, getting absolute maximum value 1.5 pop bets. And just to put that in perspective, $15,000 against Tiger, who makes the call with just a pair of 3s. Unbelievable bet by Garrett.
Quiet. Here comes quiet group. All the blood makes it quiet too.
I mean, I think Tiger would have folded to a $7,000 bet.
When I lose big hands to keep the chatter going.
But Garrett having the wherewithal to understand his opponent well enough to know that if he puts out that weird kind of out-of-line looking bet, he's going to get Tiger thinking. And sure enough, Tiger paid it off. Unbelievable.
5,000.
I see somebody in the chat saying he put him on Jack 9 of clubs. He couldn't have even had Jack 9 of clubs because Tiger had a 9 of clubs himself. Because Tiger had 2 clubs in his hand, that reduces the number of flush draws that Garrett could potentially have there. It was a very, very ambitious call by Tiger and just a great, well-timed bet by Garrett. Westside Wesley back at the table. He takes down his first pot since coming back.
Wesley, did you eat?
Yeah, I ate burger, like from Tiger.
A burger?
A burger from Tiger, yeah. Yeah, so hungry.
It's so unhealthy though, McDonald's.
I'm just starving.
You're the 4, 2-2 Wesley.
Oh, he had to
You missed the
straddle
8.
too. He missed the straddle.
Oh, okay, Wesley, when you're...
So I'm supposed to put 8?
When you get to before the 4...
Oh, we're good. He's gonna do it when it's his natural straddle.
Yeah.
So you're under the gun.
All right.
Oh,
So what?
You're under the gun. That's right.
Just
Yep.
put 2. Just put 2.
Okay.
Two. Later, when it's yeah.
So.
Yeah, we gotta
Everything's cool. Don't worry about it.
we gotta get our Hustler Casino Live reporting staff on this Tiger burger story. Where'd that come from?
I'll look at my hand and let you know.
Heads up.
Did Tiger cook it up himself on a barbecue? He didn't have time. He wasn't away from the table for as long as Wesley.
1,000.
Did he get it from an In-N-Out or something? I don't know. They don't allow outside food in the casino. It will remain a mystery.
Call.
Set.
$2,900.
You know, if I did have to pick one player at the table to grill up some burgers, I think I would take Tiger's burger. He just looks like a guy who knows how to grill some burgers. If Tiger invited me to a barbecue, I would be there.
Still think of that hand. so should I call or just give me?
He's asking
When you
if
had
made a
the flush
mistake
and the
with
straight
4-6.
draw?
Yeah, like 15 card odds.
The one that we talked about like many times, and we all said yes, it was a good call many times. Yeah,
What?
still a good call.
Why?
I don't know.
4, Garrett
don't know?
first,
It
2-2
just felt good to me. I don't know. Just
What will you call? What will you call? No.
Raise 1,200.
Ebay's.
Wes, you should be careful with the advice.
Yeah.
Because we're playing against each other. I don't know if you should always trust everyone's advice. Careful.
Honestly, it's an easy call.
Really?
Like snap call. Yeah.
I don't think so. The Ebay is negative, I think.
It's not.
Wesley still talking about the hand where he called with 6-4 of clubs I certainly don't think it was as easy of a call as everybody else is saying, but to Garrett's point, maybe they're not being honest with him. Wesley ended up being in an okay situation because his flush draw was not dominated in that hand, but if he did have a dominated flush draw, he would have had a lot less equity. And here we have Tiger with 2-pair. Wesley check raising the pocket sixes, and he went with a slightly more than minimum size with pocket sixes. We see Wesley do a lot of these small sizes on his bluffs, and he continues here with a 1/3 pot size bet. Now it'll be interesting if we see Tiger just call this or bump it up. Yeah, he bumps it up, and I love this raise here by Tiger. Because when Wesley bets that size, 3,000 into 9,200, if Tiger just calls, he's allowing his opponent to potentially realize equity cheaply. Right? I mean, Wesley, a big part of Wesley's range are going to be hands like Jack 10, diamonds, right? And Tiger doesn't want to allow Wesley to realize that equity cheaply. Now, of course, in this situation, right, Tiger would have been better off flatting now that we know Wesley had pocket sixes. Since that hand has very little equity going to the river, maybe Wesley would have fired another barrel. But in general, I like that raise there with a hand like 2-pair. That could also be vulnerable to a 5-outer if his opponent happened to have a hand like ace-x. So good raise by Tiger and a good hand there, and definitely notable that West Side Wesley's getting out of line there with the pocket sixes.
Heads up. 1,200. Call. $3,300. Call. Check. Oh, check. That's why you asked about it. Yeah.
And Tiger wins yet another one from Wesley, getting 2 streets of value with his king 10.
Is that busy right now with all of the like resizing of
We do, well, we do a lot of tax-related stuff too.
Got it.
Like on their valuations of the office buildings in DC and Maryland.
For anybody joining us late and wondering what's going on here, you're watching the Hustler Casino Live. It is a 100, 200, 400, no limit hold'em cash game with a $200 ante.
Enjoy your work. Keep doing
These players are playing very high stakes poker. There's over $500,000 on the table. We've seen many of these players swing $100,000 back and forth throughout the course of this game.
Before now.
Yeah. You'll let me know in 2 hours, right?
That was funny.
I'll check.
Check.
Ooh, DC Lawyer bets 1,300. Maybe he didn't see that there were 4 hearts on this board. This is not the kind of hand you want to be value betting with 4 hearts on the board into 3 other players. Yeah, and he immediately folds the river, and I think DC Lawyer knows that was a bit of an ambitious bet there on the turn.
I hope you double through him twice.
Double through him?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Michael did it.
We want to get him buried.
Ben throwing some shade Tiger's way.
It was a good card with the wrong suit last time.
No, this is a straddle.
Right.
Raise it up to 34.
Tony, I fold.
I fold.
Everybody in the chat, thank you for tuning in. Keep hitting that like button, and we'll continue to deliver you great content. These players are playing massive stakes, no limit hold'em here at the Hustler Casino in Gardena, California, right outside of Los Angeles. JR raises up fish hooks, gets called by Tiger.
How do you have so many?
I started with none.
You're kidding.
Or like 2 stacks is what I mean. Yeah, I like win all the small pots. Yeah.
That is absurd.
I'm good at winning small pots.
Wesley comes in with a call as well. 3 ways to the flop. Deuce, 9, queen, but all spades. Tiger with the king of spades and JR with the jack of spades.
Yeah, if the goal of this game was win as many total hands as possible, I would fucking crush. I'd be just the best ever. I'm super good at it.
JR had an interesting decision here with the pocket jacks with a spade. You could go either way, betting or checking that hand, and look, Tiger taking advantage and raising here, but Wesley gets out of the way. JR not going anywhere right now. He does have the spade draw and pocket jack. 6 of diamonds on the turn. So JR has one of these interesting hands, right, where you're honestly going to the turn not really sure whether you want a spade or a low non-spade. But now he knows that he didn't want a spade when it goes check, check. The river card's a 10. JR has to be feeling pretty good about his hand, but after his opponent raised the flop, probably not good enough to value bet. Yeah, he checks, and Tiger quickly checks back. JR takes down the pot, a big one.
Nice hand, Justin.
Thanks.
Oh, really? Free flop? There you go. No. Oh.
Thanks for all the love in the chat.
I get a high spade.
Steve Lee, the pot was actually over $2 million that I won against Kuhn. It was 2.17, but who's counting?
Out there.
JR V-pipping in his 3rd consecutive hand, one of the snugger players at this table. And it's a raise and take it.
So it's not like crushing into the pillow?
Right.
The chat is asking about the biggest game that I've played, and a lot of questions along the same line. So the biggest game that I've ever played was the game where I won that pot against Jason Kuhn. It was a $2.17 million pot. It was part of the Triton series of poker. I actually broadcast the first time that Triton did a live stream. I broadcast that for about a whole week, and then the final day I was there, I played in the big game. It was a $1 million minimum buy-in game, and I got into a big pot against Jason Kuhn, where I was fortunate enough to end up with a set of 10s and stack him, and I got asked how it felt. It felt awesome. It was surreal. At that point, it was the largest pot in televised poker history. At this point, I think it's either 2nd or 3rd. I'm pretty sure Tom Dwan currently has the record for a different pot that he won in the Triton series of poker. Three players going to a river here with 3 diamonds on the board, all players with black cards. And it's Tiger with an unlikely check mark there with just a pair of 4s and 6s, but it's Michael reaching for chips. $5,000 bet. Garrett still has his cards. Garrett thinking about maybe. Wow! Garrett calls, and Tiger lets it go.
Ace high.
What an unbelievable hand by Garrett.
Like a boss.
You got it.
And Tiger's in disbelief because Tiger had the best hand. He could have called there, getting, what, 5-1 on a call with his pair of 4s? Unbelievable call by Garrett there. With a player behind.
Who's this supposed to be? Someone specific?
Probably just some.
Garrett is playing very, very well today. That hand actually, it reminiscent. It reminds me of Doyle Brunson's favorite hand that he played, where Johnny Moss overbet the river and Doyle Brunson called with just jack high, even with a player behind, knowing that the player behind had top pair but would fold. Doyle Brunson was right and correctly called with his jack high against Johnny Moss, who was fishing for a lower straight. I believe the board was King 8-9. Deuce something, and he just put Deuce 3, something like that, and he just put Johnny Moss on a lower straight draw and was right. That hand really reminded me of that, right? Of course, Garrett didn't have the information that Tony had a pair, but Tony did in fact have a pair, and he just let it go really quickly. And man, you just love to watch this stuff.
Like, more in the zone when he's getting a massage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yeah. And he always gets a massage.
Yeah.
Every single session.
Did you pick up any new hobbies or anything while you're spending some time out?
No, I'm too old for new hobbies, right?
Yeah.
No, just a lot of the same shit I usually do. A lot of reading.
Dude, I've been trying for like 3 years to find a hobby.
Yeah,
I
dude,
feel
I've
like
been trying for
I feel like I'm
35.
missing out.
Yeah. No, I found a
Have you
couple.
tried scuba diving?
Yeah, I love scuba diving.
Scuba
I
diving's
went
awesome.
over the last couple months. Yeah.
It's
That's
like,
a great one for
it's
sure.
like meditation. It's like it's weightless. It's silent. You know, you have to be mindful of your body and your surroundings, and you have to be intentional about your breathing. The only difference is, if you fail, you die.
No, but it's like scuba diving's so safe.
Yeah,
Have
yeah.
you not been certified? No. I highly recommend it.
But that feels like a
that's your new
solved
hobby right there.
Scuba diving feels like a solved problem at this point. Like
What?
Like people aren't dying scuba diving these days.
No,
Yeah.
no.
It's very safe.
Very
I mean, if you don't fuck up, it's very safe.
And like just being, whatever, 40, 100 feet, depending on your level, like in the ocean, to me, every time I do that alone, it's like mind-blowing.
Yeah.
It's just wild.
My wife and I did our honeymoon in Bora Bora, and we did this like swimming with the sharks and whales and stuff.
Yeah.
But
Are you in a cage
really
or
deep
what?
water. No, because they were harmless, like
Got it.
lemon sharks.
Yeah.
They look like great whites, but they're
They're the best.
What's
Lemon
that?
sharks are the best. I love them.
Because they look ferocious and they're giant, but they don't hurt you.
So were you just snorkeling, or they put you in a thing?
Yeah, no, just snorkeling, and then like the guides.
It's not similar.
I know.
That's why people are like, I snorkel. I go, it's not really similar.
So the reason I was relating it though is it was like super deep open water, and just the stillness and like vastness was pretty intense.
Ben's going to take this one down with trips against his arch nemesis Tiger.
Yeah, no, but I learned in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Went out there.
You're certified?
No. And then did it in the Cayman Islands.
My favorite part about that hand was the comment in the middle of it. Scuba diving's extremely safe. If you don't fuck up, then you'll be fine.
Yeah, I just
Great.
misspoke, I think. I don't even know what I said, but I'm pretty sure it's scuba dove. Scuba, yeah.
How sick would it be if we all
Yeah, if you don't mess
chartered
up, you won't die.
and all went scuba diving somewhere really fucking awesome, and at night, we just put a poker table there and
Be legit. We know they have like boats where you go out to remote places, you go for 3 days straight. So instead we just make a poker game like on the boat at night.
Do you think we would get any diving done at all?
Yeah.
I would.
Well, if we woke up.
I would. And also, like, even if you do like 3-4 dives a day, it's only a few hours.
Yeah. And you got to take some breaks.
But
what if you were stuck a lot from the last net?
Yeah. You just got to find someone to play with you. No, but I'm not getting on the boat in the middle of nowhere, not taking advantage of the dives.
Yeah. That would be pretty awesome.
Sounds pretty awesome.
Yeah.
We should get an underwater Hustler Casino live game going.
But every time we've decided against it, because we're like, well, the night
Make like a
would be so
big
boring.
plastic
That's like,
pod,
you know,
put it under the water, see sharks swimming around. Can we get Ryan on this?
So in Hawaii, on Big Island, they do this manta ray dive by night. It's the most amazing thing.
Sounds amazing, yeah. Manta rays are pretty awesome.
They take spotlights and they put them on the ocean floor, and it shines upwards, and that illuminates all of the plankton, and the mantas see the plankton, and they come and swarm above you. Yeah.
Very
Tiger betting about half putt over to JR,
That's a worthy
who puts in a raise to 21,000. JR has been pretty snug this session. We have seen him run one successful bluff earlier.
Tennis, yeah, I played in high school.
He raises 3 times Tiger's raise, but this one is not going to work. Tiger with bottom 2 pair and with the club draw.
I do know golf.
I played more golf as an associate than as a partner. It's really weird.
Yeah.
All in.
You were like obligated to play.
No, I just.
And he does re-raise all in.
Nice hit.
JR is going to have to let that one go. Tony the Tiger, stacking up those chips.
Tennis and golf are good because when you travel,
Having a good
you can do
session today.
almost everywhere.
Raise 12. 12.
Michael has really liked these low-suited connector type hands in early position, and we see him here raise the 4-3 suited and get called by Wesley's King 7. He checks the deuce for ace board, trying to check it down. And does go check on flop and turn, and now Michael hitting a wheel on the river. Getting some questions in the chat, whether this is live or pre-recorded. This is a live game, hence it's called Hustler Casino Live. We're not lying about that, guys. It is a live game. However, the stream is on a time delay. It's on a couple-hour time delay. Raise from Tiger here, gets 2 callers in Wesley and JR. 4-5-5, not a great flop for anybody's hand. Is Tiger going to continuation bet and maybe steal this one? He does not, he checks. The delayed seed bet does it.
Add 60.
You're adding 60G?
Yeah.
Okay, Justin's adding 60K.
So I played in this game last week, and I played with a lot of these guys. I played with Tony the Tiger, I played with Ben, I played with Wesley. They were all very nice guys, but of anybody who's playing in this game, Garrett and I go back the furthest. We've been friends for quite some time. And Garrett wakes up with the pocket aces. In fact, Garrett and I played together way back in the day online on Full Tilt. We played some heads up 25-50. It must have been 14 years ago when I was 18 years old. So Garrett raised to 1,200. He got a call out of JR and Michael. Deuce 9 queen board. Interesting flop here as Michael picks up a flush draw. JR picks up a gut shot. Small bet from Garrett gets the call out of Michael. Turn card's a 5 of spades, so Michael gets the check mark. And unless somehow Garrett gets him to fold this hand, Michael's going to continue to add to his dominance in this game. And Michael checks the river. Perhaps trying to take advantage of Garrett's aggression here. Encouraging Garrett to bet, which Garrett does.
Raise 15,000.
Michael quickly puts out a raise, and Garrett immediately regrets his decision. You know, one of the worst feelings I ever have in poker is when I want to check back the river. And I don't. I instead bet. I say, no, this hand is too strong. I have to bet, and I get raised. I don't think Garrett was thinking about a check back here. But he's not happy with the result of putting out $5,000 and facing a $15,000
Probably
bet.
not gonna put any more in, I guess.
No. After the stream, yeah.
Garrett does fold.
Nice hand.
Sorry, man. Wait, you think, am I any straddle or anything like that? You are the 4.
Yes, put in 15K.
And we check back in with the winnings leaderboard. Michael at the top of that leaderboard, up almost 90,000 after that pot. Right behind him is Ben at about 36. And Wesley is still VPipping the highest at the table, 53%. Not even Tony the Tiger can catch up to Wesley this session in VPip. Tony's at 48% VPip. Israeli Ron, who was an early casualty, also had a pretty high VPip in the mid-40s. Of course, to those of you new to the terminology, VPip refers to voluntarily putting money into the pot. It's a statistic that basically is supposed to represent how many hands a player chooses to play throughout the course of a session. Wesley, the only player at the table playing over 50% of his hands, as Ben flops the nuts. And much to Ben's chagrin, he does not get any more action on that board. He sighs as he puts his cards towards the middle. Never a fun feeling when you flop the nuts like that. You play a little bit coy on the flop and check, no action. You put in a bet on the turn,
I'll start by saying nowhere particularly exotic.
still no action.
Hawaii. Yeah, Kauai was beautiful. Cozumel. Cayman Islands was pretty nice.
Kauai, Hawaii, that's where my mom
One of my
lives.
favorites also. Where?
Shout out to my mom if she's watching in Kauai.
Oh, sorry everybody. Cold. You scuba, Michael? Nice.
Not anymore, but I used to.
Nice. Where's a couple places you like?
So, Great Barrier Reef.
Nice.
Oh,
That's awesome.
Hard to beat that.
Yeah. And it was a while ago, so it still existed, right?
Yeah, well, it's still alive, exactly.
Nice. Did you do, like we were talking about, one of those boats where you stay on the boat for a few days straight? Or?
No, it was off an island, but all-day excursion.
Nice,
Yeah, off an island. An hour out to a buoy.
Yeah, yeah.
90-foot sheer cliff. Very cool.
Has anyone done Galapagos?
Never done Galapagos.
That is literally #1 on my bucket list.
For good reason.
So many logistics to get there. That's the only thing. But yeah.
Did that like permits and stuff?
Yeah, and once you get there, you basically have to have a chartered boat. There's nowhere, like, there's hardly anything.
Even your travel itinerary to get there takes forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you also have to be an advanced certified timer.
How do you feel about that? Like, basically, if you need to do 20+ hours of travel to get somewhere, do you mind?
I don't mind.
Yeah. See, I hate that shit.
I mean, for like bucket list things,
Yeah,
I don't mind.
I get it.
I've done Fiji, I've done Maldives.
Yeah.
I've done Zanzibar, which was amazing.
Zanzibar seems like a cool place. I might just be saying that from Halo. Isn't that a level in Halo, Zanzibar? It's pretty cool in Halo. I would go to Zanzibar if I could drive a Warthog.
It's not awful. It's like 12 to 14 hours.
That's how some of us learn our geography is from video games.
Check is good.
So we get check through on the turn. Tiger gets a check mark with ace-queen. But it is Garrett who has top pair second kicker who's going to be reaching for chips here to put in a value bet.
King, queen.
Tiger call and Wesley calls.
Oh, we all have queen.
Great situation for Tiger there to get Wesley to come in behind. And Tiger rakes that one in.
Okay.
Good turn for us, huh? So he doesn't bet.
Seeing a lot of talk in the chat about baseball. My father, of course, Harry Callis, was a Philadelphia Phillies broadcaster for almost 40 seasons. He's in the Cooperstown Hall of Fame, and I saw somebody ask about the Hall of Fame. I will say this. Barry Bonds belongs in the Baseball Hall of Fame, period. He may be one of the 2 or 3 best players to have ever put on cleats. He belongs in the Cooperstown Baseball Hall of Fame. Not taking anything away from David Ortiz, who made it in as a first ballot Hall of Famer. He was a fantastic player in his own right. And I'm very happy for David and his family that David's in the Hall of Fame, but this year we had a number of players, 10-year period elapse, who didn't make the Hall of Fame, where you could have made very strong arguments for them making the Hall of Fame. Roger Clemens, of course. Curt Schilling on that list as well. And I believe Sammy Sosa, but Barry Bonds, to me, is the most glaring omission of somebody who has been left out of the Hall of Fame for reasons that have things other to do than the way that they played the game and the product they put on the field.
Another hobby I picked up later in life, maybe mid-20s, was music festivals.
Oh, yeah.
Particularly electronic music festivals.
Yeah, yeah.
But before that, I was like, oh, that shit's stupid. Like, let's go to the bars, you know?
Yeah.
And then once I started doing that, it's like so much more fun.
I've found that so many times where I have like strong opinions against something because I've never done it, and I just assume, and then I do it, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah. Like, what have I been missing?
I totally get it.
Yeah,
I
I
totally
used
get
to be
it.
like that for sure, yeah.
We got a raise and a call, and Tiger with ace king suited, jacking it up.
What's that? Big electronic music festival guy?
No. But a music fan.
Yeah, nice. Of course. Yeah.
I'm a blues man.
Nice.
Are you?
I've always wanted to go on like the blues cruise.
Nice.
It's like a cruise ship, 4 days.
Sick. Do you see a lot of live blues, or?
Quite a bit, yeah.
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 I mean, irrelevant of what kind of music you. There's nothing better than live music.
Yeah, I tell you.
It is the best drug of all time.
No, you know the most fun I had just like literally 2 weeks ago. It's gonna sound crazy. A Doors cover band.
Okay, nice. Yeah.
Because they're not out selling albums. They just play 20 of the greatest hits.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was in a venue that holds like 400 people or 300 people, so it was very cool.
Yeah. Sounds awesome.
What do I got? 2 and 2.
You have the personality type where we're like, when you get into something, you just go like nuts with it.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah.
Like, I used to be more like that.
Yeah.
Now I'm like so locked in on like not being like that, you know, because I know it's usually not good for my well-being.
Yeah,
Yeah, like when I first got into electronic music, like I spent a lot of time reading about it, and you know what I mean.
So we got a raise and a call, and now Wesley 3-betting with ace jack
It's good that
to 7K. Gets through. West side west.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Too bad Ronnie's not here. He could
He's a Bitcoin bear, but he plays poker like a bull.
I've seen it.
I've heard it
live.
Ronnie? What?
He's a good singer.
Oh, good singer? Yeah, that's good.
But that guy's got some stories.
Yeah.
Raise 1,400.
Who's the most entertaining person you've ever played with? That's probably like a super hard question to answer.
Super hard, yeah. Think about it. There's so many.
Yeah.
There's so many, but
yeah, poorly formed question.
There's this guy, and maybe a very small percent of the viewers will know who are in the LA community, but his name was Young Man.
Oh my God.
Young Man is the funniest fucking guy of all time. Yeah. I guess he'd probably be my number one.
I'm part of that small percent.
Goddamn hilarious. But I have like 100 guys off the top of my head that are almost as good as him.
That's
It's like
cool.
even like as an example, like Armenian Mike is like in that top 100. That guy's like hilarious. He doesn't do it quite as much anymore, but
doesn't hold a candle to Young Man.
no, not even close.
Not even close.
But so when Armenian Mike, like when I first started playing with him many years ago, every single hand he would call every 2 cards before the flop, and like no matter what the flop came, every time when it was his turn. 12.
1,200.
He would just look at the deck in disbelief, like starts shaking his head at the dealer, like in disappointment. He'd do this for like 60 seconds, every street, every hit, like, and it was just so egregious. Like I couldn't get enough of it.
Was it a bit, or was that just him?
No, it's not a bit at all.
Yeah,
No, it's not funny if it's a bit. No, it's
Yeah, yeah.
wasting time if it's a bit.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
But
That's funny.
yeah. No, the funniest people to me rarely know they're funny.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
The young man isn't trying to be funny. He's just like that. I think this guy, he took a proper
Wesley and Garrett heads up now.
to,
The two fan favorites, Wesley turning a flush draw.
on foot within 24 hours.
Garrett with top pair, King Queen. Wesley also has a gut shot to go with his flush draw.
He won the bet. 100 miles in one day, something like that. Yeah, he won the bet.
400 times around the track.
By the time he won the bet,
And he bets 2,500 here. It's a small bet, a very small bet size on this board. Normally, you'd expect to see players bet very large on this sort of board texture because there's so many draws. There are two flush draws, all sorts of straight draws. The river card is an 8. Garrett gets the check mark. Wesley checks over to Garrett.
it's 42 kilometers, so that's 30-ish miles.
Okay, that's a good time for a marathon.
I have no idea. Like 4, 5, 4.
$10,000 bet from Garrett.
26 miles, 285 yards. Wow. That's exactly what it is. But what's a good time? What's an
So
expected
professional?
time? 2:10. 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Wesley folds. Garrett takes it down.
Not for a semi-pro.
No, that's for like 10.
3.5. Yeah, I mean, the professionals might do 210 or 205.
Garrett is now up over $25,000 on the session.
5 minutes.
I don't know. Can you confirm that this happened?
What happened?
That this guy.
So there you go.
were talking
210 is
about
5 minute miles.
Did,
For 26 miles straight.
100 miles in 24 hours on foot.
You know about this bet?
Yeah, he walked. He wasn't running.
Yeah,
yeah,
but he
yeah.
won.
Yeah, he won.
But
Yeah.
the math doesn't work.
No.
That guy
it's-
is hardcore.
Yeah, maybe the numbers are wrong or whatever, but
Yeah.
no, like it was this very challenging like walk, and like whatever you said.
Like multiple people pulled action against him because it was deemed as so unlikely and so impossible.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the first time in my life I've ever heard the phrase very challenging walk. As Ben picks up American Airlines, raising up Wesley from 1,200 to 54.
5 miles an hour for a full day. It's crazy.
I don't think it was that. Like I think.
But you see,
those
that
numbers
guy-
aren't right because that's a run.
But you have to understand
this.
this
He
guy.
was like, this guy's not in good shape. Right?
But you have to understand this guy and his mentality.
Yeah.
He has a very unique mentality.
So funny how your brain works, because I remember playing a hand with him that must have been 13 years ago. And I can remember the hand.
Young man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's such
It's
a
just-
legend. He's just the biggest legend ever. Yeah.
What's he doing now? Any idea?
Probably the same shit. He's trying to grind a buy-in.
Grind to buy in.
It's going to be 3 ways to this flop. It was Michael, the pre-flop raiser, with pocket 5s. However, Garrett now is in the lead with 2 pair kings and 10s. And a queen on the board means that the only way that these players would not be chopping is if one player had 2 clubs in their hand. Both Garrett and Michael taking a second look at that board to see what's going on. Garrett was thinking about bluffing, but they chop it up.
Sorry.
And as Garrett's favorite player would say, we chop, young man.
Thank you. I really don't want to show that.
You didn't have to, you just wouldn't get first.
I know.
Would have been interesting to shove all in there.
A lot of different bets might have been interesting. Anything but check, check, check would have been interesting.
Yeah. Right.
That's the option we all went with.
Was there anything out there, though?
It was a flush. Yeah.
I once played a hand where it was Broadway on the board and no flush, and I jammed like 25x pot and they folded.
Oh
seriously. Yeah. They were just like put off by the huge bet.
Lot of drinking?
No drinking. They were just put off by the huge bet.
Where is it? 1400?
Heads up pot here, JR and Tiger. JR flopping bottom pair with his 6 deuce of spades.
It's not really a drive I do very much, so I just plug it into my raise. But we'll get our phone back. I'll like do that for you.
And he's going to raise it up right here against Tiger.
Like I can give you an answer, but it definitely doesn't need to be the best one. So.
I think it's a little flush.
Up to $3,000, and that's going to be good enough to take it down.
Both 110 and 405.
For everybody in the chat who has been here for most of this stream, thank you for staying with us. You are watching the Hustler Casino Live Big Game, no limit hold'em, 100, 200, 400 blinds with a $200 ante. These guys are playing massive stakes.
Usually so many ways to get anyway.
There have been a ton of big pots. Just to reminisce on some of them, Garrett hit a heart, 7 of hearts on the river against Israeli Ron to send Israeli Ron home in what was a massive pot.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Michael held up against Garrett's ace king with his pocket kings. They ran it twice, and Garrett was not able to find an ace on either run out.
Drives my wife crazy.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, we're 4 miles from home.
She actually swear my wife does the same thing.
Okay, so who's it on? Okay, sorry. No, I'm out.
The chat correcting me, it was a 10 of hearts on the river. That is right. Israeli Ron had the 7 of hearts in his hand, actually.
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. 40.
40? I mean, once you said that, I was going to guess like a number that big. Yeah.
It'll be 40 in July.
Nice.
I thought you might be going the other way.
And you're like
she was only 13.
You're like not even 60, huh?
1,500. It's okay, we're from Tennessee.
It's fine, yeah. Your cousins, I assume, too, right?
Second.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
First is illegal. Second
fine.
is just sort of weird.
It's weird in California.
Yeah,
It'd be
Tennessee's
weird.
okay.
Yeah, my wife's from Kentucky, so it's weird not to there.
You get some crazy genetic stuff going on, but other than that, you know.
She's from Lexington.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. Are you into like horse races or anything like that?
No, never been to the Derby.
Or the Derby, got it.
No, never did.
Where are you from?
I'm sure it'd be fun. Michigan, actually.
Michigan? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. She's from Tennessee. So you guys met, what, college?
In Michigan, yeah, in college.
Nice. At University of Michigan?
Michigan State.
Michigan State.
There's the Go Blue guy there.
Oh, got it. I was wondering why you guys weren't talking all day.
That's why. Green and white here.
I don't have a big thing against Michigan State.
No, I didn't know. I never had a
It's
problem
Ohio
with Michigan
State.
either. I think that rivalry is a bit overrated.
I mean,
hate Ohio
there's
State
really
more,
no
right?
comparison between Michigan and Michigan State, so why, you know, I don't.
There it goes.
I get it.
There it goes.
You guys are kidding me, man. You guys are killing me. Unbelievable. This is so gross.
I had 3-4. I could have done
Unbelievable.
something stupid.
Oh my god, I was so happy looking down. And I was like, who's gonna race? Who's gonna race?
If Wesley was here, you would have got paid.
Can we do another straddle round?
Yeah.
Sure. But do you want to wait until Wesley comes back?
Yeah,
Is
I
he?
prefer
4, 5,
that.
6. Yeah, let's wait until Wesley comes back. Sure.
Ben gets the walk. Garrett asking for another round of straddles, but they decide to wait until Wesley gets back to the table.
It's always like you're trying to throw money in the middle.
before the
All
straddle
night,
round
there's only
starts.
been 3 hands that have resulted in walks. Ridiculous.
We're going 3 ways to the flop here. Deuce, 6, 8. Tiger, the pre-flop raiser, flopping a gut shot. I'm sorry, Garrett was a pre-flop raiser this hand. He was under the gun. Tiger, who had called from the button, flops a gut shot. He calls Garrett's continuation bet. And an all-in from DC Lawyer down to his final $12,000 worth of chips. He has an up and down straight draw. Tiger saying,
Don't miss any.
am I pot committed here? He's not. He folds. DC Lawyer picks one up with just the up and down straight draw hanging around.
Stable investment returns.
Can you work that down?
Wesley, you want to buy or wait for big blind?
Straddle.
Straddle 1,000.
Here comes West Side Wes in with the straddle.
But we can't do it now.
Straddle's on for 1,000.
Maybe we should have straddled. Fuck.
I would have also gotten more on the ace king. Oh, it's me?
Wait.
Action on you, Justin. It's a straddle for 1,000.
1,000?
Where is it? 4,400.
After JR limps a hijack, Tiger makes it 4,400 with pocket fours. Is that a tell?
Garrett, you take your big blind?
Now you want to straddle?
Oh, he would be the
Let's start a round, okay?
It could be. What I can tell you is I've noticed myself when I've played online,
One round, just one round.
So 4 and 8.
So it starts with him.
if I have a hand like pocket fives, I tend to choose a bet size like $855. It's just like a subconscious psychological thing.
Yeah.
I don't have any hard data on this, but I can tell you anecdotally,
Well, that'd be strong.
seems to be a pattern.
Good help story.
2,400.
Tiling anyway. Might as well take 400 on the way out.
Tiger coming back out raising, gets calls from both Michael and Wesley over to DC Lawyer, who just calls here with ace queen. I would have guessed we would see DC Lawyer put it in with how short stack he is, but he just calls. Garrett also just calling with ace 5, which is a hand that a lot of people want to squeeze with, normally speaking. So we had several possibilities here for a 3-bet that just didn't materialize, and instead we have, what, a family pot going to the flop, right? We got 6 players going to the flop, and that's a flop you want to see when you're Garrett. You flop the nut flush draw. Of course, Wesley happy with this flop as well, up and down with backdoor spades, but he doesn't bet with so many players, and what a great turn card for Wesley. Wesley picks up a straight on the turn, the nut straight, and it's JR with 2 pair who's reaching for chips, betting 5,400, about 38% of the pot or so. Tiger calls with just top pair and a gut shot. It's an optimistic call with so many players behind. Wow, and Wesley just calls. Wesley just calling with the straight, setting the trap and giving Garrett a great price to call.
Amazing.
Nick was telling me all day how lucky Garrett is. As a diamond coming on the river, not this time. 7 of spades. And now if you're JR, you have to think that it's likely your hand is best.
Check to you, Wesley.
All 3 players check over to Wesley. Wesley now with a very underrepresented hand.
Can you count how much do I have?
You can count, yeah.
Can you count?
Right, he wants to know if I can count how much you have. I cannot do that. 10 seconds.
I think this is the first time I've ever heard a player ask the dealer if the dealer can count how many chips he himself has. This is the downside of stacking your chips like a mental patient. No offense, Wesley.
All in.
All in. Wesley.
He announces all in.
All in.
All in. 2 all in.
And JR will go all in as well.
I win.
And he will get the bad news. Wesley takes down a massive pot. West Side Wes, who I got the pleasure of playing with last week.
That's more than a double up.
And the irony about this hand is it turns out that the dealer is going to have to count his chips.
I had an unsuited.
As arduous as an effort that is, with the way that Wesley likes to stack them.
That's why you fold 10-3 pre-flop.
And he announces, I win.
23,000.
As he rakes in the pot. You know, Wesley has to be the best in the world at needling without knowing it. He has to be. Nobody else is as good as Wesley at needling without knowing he's needling.
It's like a triple up.
Yeah, triple.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 30 was in the pot.
I knew it was a possibility, but I figured it was like 4 to 1.
And I had one of his blockers.
80,000.
That pot was 80,000. Started the hand with 30.
I'm so glad it jacked it.
Guess the lucky god. Is that me?
How are you so pure, Wes?
Has a
He slaughters us every week. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Do I win? that was the best part.
All right, guys, well.
Do I win?
We just kind of heard from Wesley.
I fold a full house to a straight.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Nice?
Yeah, that seems good.
No, it's not good. I forgot the rule. I lost 4K at that hand.
You forgot one other hand.
Sometimes, guys, you just get so excited you win a big pot like that.
How do you feel you know about the hand rankings now?
You open your mouth to talk
You know?
and nothing comes out.
You know, full house beats flush beats straight.
Yeah.
Or sometimes get confused.
Yeah.
You know.
I know.
Nice.
Oh shit.
Wesley's going all in. He's not even out. Doesn't even have cards.
Oh, do you know the term? Do you know the term luck box?
What? What is it?
He said you're a luck box.
No, I didn't say that. I just
do you know what is a luck box?
JR, perhaps a little bit salty.
Yeah, a luck box is somebody that wins every hand, no matter what. No way. That runs very.
That's not luck box. That's cheater.
He said that's. I told him a luck box is somebody that wins every hand, no matter what, and he says that's not a luck box. That's a cheater.
Wesley, would you mind?
Shout out to Mike Postel.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. He should learn other concepts like punter.
Count it, please.
I will.
Oh. That's fun.
All good. That's fun.
That's really fun.
And he gets a perfect brick on the river too.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
Perfect.
Oh. Keep me.
On you, Wesley. Wesley?
8,200. I'm calling 20, guys. I have to leave at 8.
Yeah.
It's what? 8?
800.
And JR, you can tell by his mannerisms, he's a bit upset about that last call. I mean, like I said, it was really tough to think that King 9 wasn't the best hand going to that river. But then the question is Wesley really going to bluff into, what, 3 players on the river? And the answer is, if he had missed diamonds, maybe. If he had missed diamonds, maybe, and that's what JR was hoping he was up against, and he just wasn't. What an amazing pot by Wesley. I mean, just flatting and slow playing on the turn, setting the trap, and it worked out perfectly.
So I'm the.
You're the 8.
Small, big, what am I?
4. Oh, you're the 2-2.
I'm 4. You're 2-2. Okay.
So I got word from our Hustler Casino Live reporting crew that that hand that Michael won earlier against Garrett, the Kings against Ace King, where Michael asked Garrett to run it twice, and Garrett said, no, I really would prefer not to. And Michael said, I'd really like to run it twice. And they did, and didn't end up mattering because Michael won it both times. That was the largest pot that Michael has won in his poker career.
Thank you.
And it's a nice one to win.
My friend told me you can't get too much value from Garrett.
What's that?
You can't get too much value from Garrett.
Why?
You read people?
That was a good read I made there, huh?
Like you read very good.
Yeah. Thanks.
That's why they can get too much value from you.
Yeah.
Then you're the 8.
Made a good read against Michael earlier. Also, we have a couple kings.
Garrett,
and
always
another
humble.
Good read against Ben earlier too. I called his 18th. A lot of sick reads by me today, actually.
You got the gift.
I've been fucking killing it.
Always downplaying how well he actually plays. I've actually been super impressed by Garrett's play overall today.
I'll call.
Specifically the hand where he called Michael's river bluff with ace high and got his opponent behind him, Tony the Tiger, to fold a pair. I mean, that hand was really, really remarkable. Here we have a big raise from Ben.
Wait, what?
In a limped pot. He has the pocket jacks, bumping it up to 5K.
Hi.
Yo.
Hi. Good.
And here's a familiar face. Julie is here.
Hi, Julie.
Hi, Julie.
There you go.
Hey, you win.
Julie, we don't have too much time left, but welcome to the table.
So the game isn't going to break.
The guy who was sitting there was a midget.
Well, I think 4 of you are leaving.
That's not
so.
Feldman will come to
What is it?
Yeah.
That was wrong.
Yeah, wrong, yeah.
I had the pleasure of playing with Julie last week.
I had a big pair.
Good player and even better person. Good person to play with. And as we can see, Michael at the top of the leaderboard here in terms of winnings. He's up $84,000, and that's going to happen when you win the biggest pot you've ever won having played poker. Ben right behind him with $41,000 in winnings, and Wesley right behind, up about $40K.
Handle this guy.
Can I borrow chips from somebody? She's going to come in for 2-2, but Julie, they're playing 1-2-2-2-4.
Okay, so I'm not the big one.
So how much you want to borrow?
We're in the middle of a round of straddle
why don't we
also.
wait?
Oh,
Yeah, why don't we?
round?
Yeah.
You want to just wait till the button passes? Might be easy. All right. 2, 2, 4.
You're not saying?
Am I the 4?
Yeah.
Wasn't I just the 4?
Yeah, wait.
Wasn't I just
called 8? Remember, I had this 8.
You're the button last hand.
No, you are 4.
Oh, you were under the gun.
Oh, I was under the gun.
He's
That's
8.
right.
You are 4. He's 8.
All right,
So
I'm
what is it?
I'm confused. I'm
We're
not
good.
sure.
He's 800.
No, 1, 2, 4, 8.
But
Yeah,
the 8 comes off. The 8 comes off in a bit. The 8 comes off real soon. This is the second last.
Garrett's the last 8.
What did I walk into here? My God.
Yeah, what'd you walk into?
Julie wondering what's going on. I thought it was a 1-2-2 game. No, it's a 1-2-4-8-2 game.
Scared of him.
Just a tad bit bigger. Tony the Tiger at the 8-6 of spades, raising it up.
34. Damn it.
DC, you're not leaving, right?
No, they're not even. I probably will leave.
Oh, and he picks it up. DC Lawyer making a fold on the tighter side from the biggest blind there with ace-9.
Swing and a miss.
I'm sure Ryan will join you guys.
I'll take some more of your whites, too, when you're ready.
The stream ends in.
No, I mean until the stream ends and I don't know.
Yeah. How much are you going to play, Julie?
40.
So,
40K.
Thank you, sir.
so I'm the.
100.
Say 210. You are the.
Yeah.
What is he?
Oh, sorry. I owe you 10 more.
Wait.
Now I'm the 2 and now I'm the 2-2. You're the 100. You're the 400. You're the 800.
To recap, the biggest winner right now is Michael, up about 84,000. Right after that
No,
are Ben and Wesley. Ben up about 41, Wesley up about 40.
Pot and 40K pot.
He's cherry picking results.
Yeah.
We are playing massive stakes here at the Hustler Casino Live. Thank you to everybody on the internet and the chat for tuning in. Remember to continue to hit that like button. We're at 3,900 likes right now. Let's get up to 4K, guys.
Whoa.
10-10 ace over to Ben with his gut shot. Just an $800 bet, and Garrett is not going to be folding for that size, even with nothing. He turns 2-pair.
Check.
Check. Yeah, 2,000. Call.
6 of diamonds on the river gives Ben the check mark, who has the king of diamonds. Garrett with the 4 of diamonds in his hand. Both players have a flush, but Ben's the higher flush. And we get a $5,000 bet from Garrett and a quick call from Ben.
Board was paired.
You have the nuts, right?
No. Full house is the nuts.
No. I don't have balls. I have a 10.
Ben continuing to add to his successful session here today.
Somebody's cranky.
And here is Julie Yorn, the Hollywood producer.
Been sitting here for a while.
A regular on Hustler Casino Live. Nick told me earlier that she's one of the chat's favorite players to anti-sweat. That's not nice, guys.
Right. And I don't think that's true. Did he have Shabbat to go?
He lost 2.
I sat next to Julie last week. She's a very charming lady.
Wesley just destroyed everyone.
No way.
You gotta get it back then. What do you mean? You're waving the white flag? You're not fighting? I'll fight you, Wesley, for that.
Okay. How about...
You actually had it against me every time I looked back at the hands we were in together.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No. I thought you have a full
He can
house.
read you. He can read you. He can read Garrett. He can read you. He can read me. He can read everyone.
Heads up.
It's a good skill to have in this game. Except one of your stacks is dirty over there. I think you might have your furthest left white stack. You might have a really good chip.
Julie, don't even talk to Westside Wes about his
Your
chip
white
stacking.
stack over there's got another chip in it.
It almost looks, I wonder if it's not a 5K, is it?
It might be.
The one on the furthest.
Wesley, the last stick,
This
the
one?
next one
Yeah,
over,
I'm
that one,
yeah.
halfway down.
What do you mean?
There's a bad chip, I
There's
think.
a chip in the middle that I wonder.
Maybe not. Maybe.
It might be a.
Maybe it was shadow.
Oh.
It looked like it. I thought it did too.
Yeah. Disregard.
Disregard.
I'll stay out of my.
Okay.
Raise 1200 call.
Heads up. Check.
Wesley checks it over to Ben here. I would expect Wesley to want to c-bet this board a decent bit, but in this case he doesn't. He just checks. He does bet the turn, however, which brings him an up and down, but it was a small bet, so Ben tags along with his ace high,
King high. Ace high.
and Wesley's going to get the bad news as Ben rakes that one in. Ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, we have reached 4,000 likes. Thank you so much. Keep hitting that like button, and thank you for tuning in to those of you who are with us from the very beginning. You guys are troopers. You're who we do this for. We're at the Hustler Casino Live, playing currently 1, 2, 4, 8, 2. No Limit Hold'em. Those are all hundreds, by the way. This is a massive, massive game. Although now I think the 8 is off, and we're back to the $400 biggest blind. A raise from Michael, pocket tens.
Garrett, hey, did you bluff today?
What's that?
Did you bluff today?
I'll coach you after, okay? Whatever you need.
Raise 1200. Call.
I'm going to raise from DC Lawyer, a call from JR with pocket deuces.
我刚起飞了。
DC Lawyer electing not to continuation bet this board, and now it is JR on the turn with deuces. Bets 1,800 and gets a call from DC Lawyer, who picked up a flush draw, and the flush does come in on the river.
4K.
DC Lawyer immediately bets 4K, and JR lets it go.
Do I have the big blind then? You're 400.
Alright, Ben, you're first.
I'm gonna limp.
Call 4.
4 ways to the flop. A raise here from Michael takes it down. Let's see if Michael can make it up to that $100,000 profit mark before the end of this session. Right now he's up somewhere in the ballpark of $85,000 on the day. He won the biggest pot today that he's won in his entire life of playing poker. That pot was against Garrett. He had pocket kings to Garrett's ace king. They ran it twice, and Michael held both times.
How have you been, Julie? I haven't seen you in a long time, obviously.
I know, yeah.
Good holidays and New Year's? Nice.
I really took a few weeks, just
Nice.
didn't much of anything.
You got a bunch of work coming soon, or?
Yeah.
We got a raise here from Tiger, a
When does
call
that start?
from Wesley.
Like the next couple weeks.
Got it. Home, though? You'll be in LA at least?
No, I don't think so.
No,
I'll
got
be gone most of
Got it.
a lot of the year, to be honest.
Yeah.
And Tiger takes it down. Everybody in the chat, give us your vote. Who was the MVP of tonight's show? Was it Garrett, Michael, Wesley, Ben? Or if you think it's somebody other than one of those 4, go ahead and type it in the chat. I'll tell you my vote in a couple minutes once we get all of yours.
There might not be a Ukraine.
What?
There might not be a Ukraine in a couple months.
Greater Moscow.
This
Yeah,
one,
exactly.
This one project has all like
USSR. Who knows? Might change the name.
Yeah.
This one project is like set in like Venice, Italy,
60.
Provence,
Thank you.
like Amsterdam,
call.
like these great.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Which I'm doing one of my best friends too. This is like great project.
New movie? New film.
Movie, yeah.
You know what? You need to make a movie about Wesley. This guy is too much. He's too much. This guy.
It's the remake of The
Yeah,
Man Who Knew
yeah.
Too Much.
Have you ever done a horror film?
It's like the new Chucky. Wesley, you see him in your
It's more like Saw. Like, it's like some graphic violence. The shit he
So I'll look under the bed. There's going to be Wesley. Wesley, what are you doing? He's the nicest
Can you give
guy.
me some little shit for you guys?
Yeah, I got you.
He's demolished us.
He's too good. He came out of nowhere and
And
too good.
demoralized.
No,
And demoralized us.
I think it's just luck.
Luck.
D&D.
Do we have one more round of 8 in us? Quick.
Cool, okay.
Sweet.
Garrett always trying to kick up the stakes. He is successful in putting on
Pretty
the
fun, though, Julie, this one. It's been super bloody.
$800 straddle here.
Fun to watch later, I guess. I was watching for a few minutes.
Majority of them
And
involving
then I
Wesley.
got the call that there was a seat, and I didn't get to watch it anymore.
How quick can you get? Like how far are
I was
you?
supposed to go out of town. I was supposed to go out of town today, and then so I didn't really have any
2,500.
thing to do tonight. But I guess if this game breaks, then I'll get extra. I'll go watch it.
Strippers and cocaine. It's always a backup plan.
Breakfast of Champions.
No, when I literally watched maybe like 10 minutes. I didn't watch. I saw one.
Of this game?
Yeah.
So whenever you put on that 800, you're going to get some big pots. We got a big one brewing here 3 ways, Michael, Ben, and Wesley. Even though it's just a single raise pot, it is a big pot, and this is an interesting board. Wesley, bottom pair. Ben with a pair of 9s and a nut flush draw. Michael with a flush draw and a gut shot. I mean, all 3 of these players have to be thrilled with their hands.
I think he might have.
Well, I'm here to tell
But
you,
so far, Wesley just setting the trap and calling, and Ben just calls.
He's a machine.
Both Wesley and Ben were in a situation where you could have expected they would have raised. And both had good equity against Michael's hand on the flop, and both just called, and now Michael on the turn picks up an up and down straight draw. How are more chips not going into this pot? Here's Wesley on the river betting just 7,000, about a third the size of the pot. And now Michael with just queen high.
My idiotic bluff was what set in motion his rise.
So you were the kickstarter to that?
I was.
Wow. Wesley wins what could have been the largest pot of the night. Had just a couple things gone differently in the way that these players chose to play that hand. We've seen Wesley have a tendency to play his very strong hands
3 lefts make a right.
a little bit passively, just choosing to call on that flop. Earlier, it worked for him. He called with a straight when he had the Jack-Queen of spades against JR. But that hand, even though he wins the pot, he leaves some value on the table by having just flatted the flop with his bottom set of sevens. Here he picks up ace-5 of hearts, always a pretty hand.
Number 2.
Raise 8,000.
Garrett raises to 8,000.
Didn't learn the first time.
Back over to Wesley.
Knocking over the...
I have a good hand.
Wow, Wesley lets it go. Well-timed 3-bet by Garrett, especially if Wesley's going to fold as a hand as strong as ace-5 suited.
Oh, that was Michael. Yeah. I also like in a 100K pot or more or whatever, just put it in like.
I'll tell you what, there's no way I'm folding ace-5 suited on my button to a 3-bet when this guy's a 3-better.
Thank you.
Yeah. I lost all the hands where you had to make a good or bad decision at least. You know? Oh, for the field with those, so it's like even.
Raise 2,000, yeah.
I've been getting really good at that game.
Nice.
That's one of my most improved things since you've been.
The middle toss?
I'm glad I could help you with that. It's a lot of fun, huh?
I keep saying, oh, Garrett, you such crap.
I would be. I take great pride in my 2 chips in the middle game. It's way better if it's a $200 game. Getting 2 in the middle is particularly tough.
So we have a raise from Julie and 2 calls. Michael just calling with pocket jacks. Perhaps because Michael's up so much, it's by the end of the stream. He's looking to lock it up a little bit. Perhaps he's getting a little tricky. Or perhaps he's played with Julie before and thinks that she has a tighter range raising from early position. Either way, JR picks up his flush on the turn. Pot's checked over to Julie, and we go to a river, which is an 8. Not the card JR was looking for. Now, of course, he loses to a full house if either of his opponents have an 8 or a 3. But undeterred, he bets 5,000. And now we're back over to Michael, who, had he played this hand like most players would have, he would have been re-raising pre-flop, and he just calls. Julie lets it go, and Michael is going to get the bad news. JR with a flush. JR had not won a pot in quite some time, so that was a much-needed pot for JR. And still the biggest winner of the day, Michael. A little clink in the armor.
Two and two.
So we ask you, who is tonight's MVP? 42% of you said West Side Wes. I had to go with Garrett on this one. I had to go with Garrett just because of the ace-5 call with ace-high against Michael, inducing Tony the Tiger behind to fold a pair. I thought that was a very impressive hand, but there were some other hands that I thought Garrett played very, very well today as well. There were some hands earlier where he just really attacked weakness, sensed weakness in his opponents and attacked. He made a couple of great river folds.
I told Bryan last minute that I would come blind. I also had stuff to do this afternoon. I needed my phone, so I couldn't be here the whole time.
I see.
It's really hard for me with work on a Friday to be off the phone that many hours.
But I think Friday is most fun.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
It's usually like fun also like after the stream, but we'll see. I think it gets bloodier after.
You're right. Always. 6,000.
That's why I think
I'm gonna predict that
you'd be super
post stream
psyched for that
Wesley's gonna book a 200K.
Wesley.
What? I think that after the post stream, you're gonna be up 200K.
No way. How much do you have now?
100K.
Oh, so he's gonna double it? Well, there's definitely money on
I don't
the
see
table.
100K over there.
Yeah.
Not too much. This is 40K.
This is Kane Callis coming to you from the Hustler Casino for Hustler Casino Live. And these players are now playing 100, 200, 400, 800 with a $200 ante. I played in this game last week. Unfortunately, it wasn't playing quite this big. We never got the 800 on. I hope to be coming back soon. I don't live in LA though. I live in Puerto Rico, so next time I'm back in town, I will try to both jump in this game one day and try to commentate another day. I love doing both. We have a raise from DC Lawyer up to 2,100. Michael with the call with 6-4 suited. Here's Wesley, who just calls with ace-4 of diamonds. We'd see a lot of players take a hand like ace-4 diamonds and try to squeeze in this spot, but DC Lawyer has been pretty snug in his opening ranges. So I don't mind the flat. It is checked through. And Wesley continuing to check his top pair of aces induces a bet from DC Lawyer, who is fishing for a club or a 10 going to the river. It's a 4. Wesley now with 2 pair rechecks his cards and chooses to lead. Not a big fan of this lead by Wesley. You'd have to have a really specific read on your opponent that he just doesn't bluff rivers in order for you to make that lead profitably. Because at that point, essentially what you're saying is, when my opponent was bluffing on the turn, I don't expect him to continue bluffing on the river, and therefore the only reason I'm leading the river is if I basically sucked out on him on the river. We saw Israeli Ron make a similar play earlier against Garrett, and it resulted in something similar where Israeli Ron rivered trips, led into Garrett, and Garrett relinquished his pocket 4s. So in general, guys, in spots like that where you call the turn with a hand that beats a bluff but is losing to a value hand and improve on the river in a board that doesn't change the board, you know, let your opponents bluff. Check over and let them bluff, especially on a board like that where there were missed straight draws, missed flush draws. And we're going to bid adieu to DC Lawyer.
Are we done?
DC Lawyer played a nice, tight, aggressive game.
This?
Never even got Mike.
Bomb pot.
He should be happy with the way that he played.
All right.
And for everybody who has tuned in with me the whole time, this is going to be the last hand of the night. Are we going to see some fireworks?
After this hand, just wait a minute to start taking the mic off.
Yep.
On you, Wes.
In our last hand.
Did you land it?
Looks like it's a limped pot.
3 players.
I'll have to check the lottery tonight.
Did you win in this game?
No.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna open fold.
Good job.
The opposite of fireworks. That would be Ben.
Well, actually said fold. I actually said fold when he called me.
That is a dud. We have a $500 bet from Wesley.
Really?
And fan favorite West Side Wesley, who you guys voted as tonight's MVP, or actually Garrett just overtook him at the end of the voting. Either way, runner-up for MVP or MVP. Wesley played great, so did Garrett. It was an absolute pleasure commentating all of these players. And here's the final chip count. We have Garrett, who got up to over 300,000. He actually bought in for 300,000, so he had a $3,000 profit. And Michael, the big winner today. Michael was up, I believe, about 75 or 80,000. Ben also up a lot. I believe Ben was up 48,400 or so. JR, Wesley, Tiger, and Julie. Here we have our final VPIP, and look, Wesley stayed above 50% on the day. Julie's numbers is unfair because he just joined the table, but look, Tiger very high as he always is. It's always fun watching Tiger play, and Garrett right around 36%, right around where you'd expect. Pre-flop raise a little bit different. Look at this. Wesley choosing just to call a lot of the time, whereas Tiger was raising. And cumulative winnings, here it is. Michael up 66,000. Wesley up 61. Ben up 43,400. And as I said, Garrett a small winner. JR and DC Lawyer and Israeli Ron bringing up the rear. Hey guys, this was Kane Callis. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for joining me in the chat. This is Hustler Casino Live, and we are out. Good night.